Testing, testing. Let's see if this is on. Testing. Okay. It's all good. How y'all doing? How are y'all doing this morning? Let's get this out the way. Let's get this out the way. All right, because I got a couple. I got two lives, at least minimum of two live streams lined up. Yeah, it's a nice warm day in Chicago. However, our air is I don't know. I don't know if they're saying it's about wildfires. I got to look into it. Coming from Canada, it's like you remember how they used to in cartoons like mock Los Angeles and old school like cartoons going back to the 1940s, 50s, like Tex Avery cartoons, and they would always mock L.A. or Los Angeles as being uh like the air was polluted. Although it's sunny California, they would always well, it's literally like this in Chicago right now. I don't know what the heck. My husband said something. I didn't know about this. Like there are wildfires in Canada. I have to look into it. But yeah, I was wondering like why the dust and dander levels are very, very high in my city. Um, but how y'all doing? Yeah, I hear you. I hear you. You know what? With the Minister of Wellness, I'm afraid to even peek on this channel because last time I peeked, now you're not saying nothing. There isn't anything new I need to know about, like about his health or anything, is there? But yeah, he is straight. Last I checked, he's straight flip flop. I mean, I have unsubscribed from so many people, and I've been in YouTube for a long time now. And it's really, but in these more recent years, the way that people have flip flop, people whose channels I've recommended, there's been so much flip flopping. It's crazy. But Minister of Wellness, he used to be a police officer, used to be a cop. But I didn't really look at that because I used to, before being married, of course, back in the '90s, I dated a cop, and he was a nice guy. Yeah, he's a really nice guy. Didn't end up with him because it's a little whitewashed. But I told the story about that. Being that he was adopted by white parents, so it's like everything in regards to he just totally. So I knew we couldn't click, even though, but he was a really nice guy though. But yeah, but I overlooked that with Minister of Wellness, but now I gotta look at everything. Good morning. Oh gosh, he's giving the FB. No, I haven't heard about that. I haven't heard about that. I know that Haven Bullets, aka Haven Bernardez, who I've known of in YouTube for some years now. I know that he's done a stream recently. I haven't really checked it out as of yet. Yeah, my family who had been some of my family who've been here with me for like about a week or two. They just left yesterday. We had to take them. Um, you know, So yeah, I had some family with me for a minute. Uh, yeah. But how you doing? Warriors are the best. Good morning, Queen. Miss Cardio Queen. How you doing? Black by popular demand. Yeah, I can just only imagine. But seriously, like with Minister of Wellness, I'm kind of afraid when I click on this channel, like, because I'm noticing even with the thumbnails, they're very demonic. And like, why even continue to call yourself the minister of wellness? Like I noticed with Thoughts Camera Action, who also flip flop, how he was still for a while trying to cling on to the scriptures and still trying to cling on to what got him quote unquote famous in YouTube, the Bible. Using the Bible. Yeah, even trying to still have people purchase his music and merch, like he had those songs like his version of gospel, hip hop gospel or whatever. Like, no, you no longer believe in the Bible. So you're now trashing the scriptures. So no, leave it alone, let it go. I'm fine. I'm fine. Being that I've been doing these kind of back-to-back live streams, my voice is going to be, and I already explained why it is with my voice and everything, and it goes out very easily. I'm already an alto with a rather deep voice, but being that the issues I have that I've had since I used to sing, back in the 90s, from the early 90s and stuff. So I've had some issues that I never checked into. Ear, nose, and I was supposed to see an ear, nose, and throat specialist. I lost my voice years ago, and it's like my voice, I go hoarse very, very easily. And just talking a lot, and I could talk up smish. So yeah, so my voice is gonna be even deeper than usual. So that's hella deep, but we going hella deep. Yeah, yeah. I had to check this out. I saw this with Tariq Nasheed. And let me tell you before I go into it. Let me tell you. Let me tell you. How you doing, Jamal? Peace and blessings. The title of this video is Diabolical. If anything, whoever runs FBA is down with them folks. Yeah. Um, yeah, let me tell you, a couple of years ago, let me see, this was around the time right before sometime before uh right before the Biden election, around the time of the election, at the end of Trump's first presidency, at the end of his first term, his first 4 years. Okay, and this was around the time of the pandemic and everything, especially, and it was after you had there was a lot of content about pizza, GATE. Okay, I'm spelling it out for a reason. All right, because you can easily get strikes on your channel. Oh, wait, let me go through the whole fair use procedure. Oh, stop playing. But thank you. Oh, you should have heard how I used to sing. I do got one video of me trying to sing, but that was well after my voice had already cracked. But believe it or not, I know you find it hard to believe, but I hit the Mariah Carey, even though I'm an alto, naturally, a woman with a deeper voice. I used to could still hit. I had a range. I had a wide range, if you will. I used to. My octave was. Yeah, I used to could hit those mini Ripperton. Some of y'all see it as Mariah Carey and the whistle notes. And I think that's also what contributed to my voice cracking. I was singing beyond my range. I gave y'all a little taste with my video, but y'all gotta understand that video I did like nearly 20 years ago. That was that I got on this. Is it on this channel still? Yeah, yeah. Because this was my original channel, but I got it back. But I lost this channel, but I did get it back. Other three channels I lost, I haven't got back. But yeah, that was just a taste. But that was well after. Yeah, my voice has been broken since the 90s. And yeah, I went from rapping to wanting to sing at one point. Not necessarily wanting to be a singer, but I just got into it. But it was rapping before I was singing. Believe it or not, never became famous or anything like that. But that's why I was like, I wasn't even tripping over with Mink Slide. And, I found out some of these people up in here, they may have been in television or tried to be in television. And they may have, tried to go the celebrity route. And I wasn't, or I wasn't tripping over that. I wasn't tripping over that. But now I know I got to look at everything. I got to look at everything. But yeah, and I've been very open about myself, and yeah, I've been in here for years now. But let me go through this whole the fair use disclaimer just in case, because I got to be careful with it. I got to tiptoe my channel. Yeah, because I'm thinking I'm gonna have to change my name even. But I've been the same Nasheed for you in social media. I've been the same, using the same name since 2002. Okay, going back to I think 2001, but for sure about 2002, using the same name, Nasheed for you. Initially starting in social media, that is. Okay. Now I've also talked about my real life activism, if you will. Nothing. And I've done activism, volunteer work that I've done going back to the 90s. But if I were to keep it real, I've been influential since I was a teenager in the late 80s. I guess if we were to count, and I could bring up some females I was in the girls' home with. They knew why, they knew me as a, like, if you will, militant midget, going way like Michael Evans from Good Times, going way back to the days, me standing up against staff in the girls' home that I was in when I became, I guess, if you want to call me a dysfunctional teen and run away from home. I've been very, very open about my life. You gotta understand, I come from a time in social media where we were coming up in here once upon a time, feeling we could say our first and last names. Like, many of us, when we initially set up Facebook pages, we used our first and last names. But now I see, remember how they used to have us tagging ourselves in pictures even? But now I see that was all a spying tool. That's all that social media has really been, a spying tool. That's why they wanted you to tag your name, your profile picture, yeah, so they can that was all for spying. So they could eventually create AI videos using our image and stuff. But there was a time in social media where we felt we could share our pictures. I remember we used to meet up with certain people. We actually would meet up with people like, okay, those of us, like I used to be a BET.com forum and then AOL Black Voices. And like those of us who were from Chicago, or if you happen to be in Chicago, like when the Bud Billiken Parade or House Music Festival or whatever, we would all come together, meet up, and actually meet each other. And I remember the first time I did that, and that was like in early 2000s. And I was like, wow, these people are beautiful. And nobody was catfish, and they were actually more beautiful. My people, black, quote unquote, black people were actually more beautiful in person than, yeah, because most of them I didn't even see online, but I guess we trust, and this was after the 90s, you got to understand, but we still felt we could meet up and wasn't afraid. Wasn't afraid we were going to meet somebody crazy. I don't know. Now I look back like, what was wrong with us? We could have met him. But what we would do, I remember meeting up, like we met up in Chicago, the Bud Billiken Parade. If you're from Chicago, you know what that's about. Yeah, I remember like it was handsome brothers and beautiful sisters. Like I'm like, oh, these people online, we beautiful. Not saying that should necessarily matter, but I'm just saying, now how we talk about all this catfishing and expose all this catfishing. I was like, yeah, and back then, people would be online sharing pictures of their children, their family, their husband. You know what I'm saying? We would even like use our first and last names in some cases. I'm not advising that y'all do that. I'm just saying that I come from a time in social media where you really did have real people, and we weren't necessarily plants and agents, but even back then, I believe that there were plants. Like there were certain people. Eventually, we found out, like in the message form, found out they were actually white people, white races, white agents. Pretending to be black. I remember when that got exposed. And the ultimate is when you found out that some of your own people, were agents of chaos and division. But understand, I'm somebody who's been up in here for years. Trust me. If I was this agent, it would have been exposed. All right. And even so, I must not be doing my job very well, being that they must not be very pleased with me, considering how I've had channels lost. And so I don't think they're working with me like that. You could try that with somebody else. You could try that. But okay, let me get the whole fair use thing out of the way. Yeah, so people have known me in social media for years. Some have, I know definitely at least one of even, well, more than one actually, but in YouTube world, definitely came to my house even and spent a week with my family even. Bud Billiken Parade that year. What year was it? I think this might have been 2004 when I first met up with some black folks from social media, and we all decided, okay, hey, the Bud Billiken Parade going on, so we all met up with each other, and that's when I was still kind of slim. No, I wasn't married yet, but oh yeah, I was, yeah. But oh yeah, it was a beautiful, yeah. Still in my 30s. Yeah, yeah, it was around 2004, early 30s. um, but yeah, that was a cool experience, and one and it eventually yeah, the one sister, what was her name, Missy, she went by, she came to my house and everything, and she was really, really cool. She was a person actually they were giving her kind of a hard time up in social media. But I've met her in real life. She was like really, really cool. Um, yeah, but she had some things she wanted to get in my daughter some clothes from like her daughter or something. It was a really, really cool experience. Yeah, but we used to do those things. Last time I met up with someone, a particular person, y'all might know of her, Kimberly Freight. Yeah, we actually in real life. Yeah, it used to be a thing, but it was that experience. And also I exchanged numbers with certain people. Back then it was like, okay, with like when Angel Ramirez Jordan, like when he initially wanted me to do panels and he also knew of my niece and stuff. I was like, cool, but then eventually I realized we got to be careful with that. I mean, you would have thought I would have realized that years ago, but after something happened with some people who were on my panel, um, yeah, you know, I'm not gonna say names. If you know what I'm talking about. Even if it didn't exactly involve, but it was on my panel. After certain people, I realized it started with two individuals getting into it with each other, but it had got so ugly. And come to find out, it got even uglier than I realized. Where they were mailing people, and I said, "Oh yeah, I had to do a straight up filtering process." Because back then I was like letting any and everybody up on the panel and sure and open to like somebody, oh okay, give me their number, call me, and I was like, okay, sure. And I didn't think nothing of it. You would think me, the quote unquote conspiracy nut, you would thought I would have been a little more cautious. But I mean, praise God, nothing really bad happened with me, but someone who was on my panel. I did not know that this person was harassed the way that the extent. I mean, I already knew from what she told me, but come to find out it was even worse than what I thought. And it is very obvious. Yeah. And then when I did my research on these people, which I could have totally exposed, but yeah, I had also found out that these very same persons who had participated in my panel, they were going from live stream to live stream, causing trouble, causing chaos in various live streams. Like, wow, so what's this about? And so I had to do a filtering process. Yeah, it ended up costing me viewers but you got to do what you got to do because I don't want that kind of energy, that kind of, you know what I'm saying? And to know that like that could have happened to me. What happened to that person? Oh hell no. Shit, I wouldn't have been. Yeah, but it was demonic. Um, yeah, you don't mail people feces and shit like that. Yeah, but hey, how you doing, Azure TV? It was really, really wicked. But anyway, let me do go through the whole fair use procedure. FBI warning. Federal law allows citizens to reproduce, distribute, or exhibit portions of copyrighted motion pictures, videotapes, or video disc under certain circumstances without authorization of the copyright holder. This is called fair use and is allowed for purposes of criticism, news reporting, teaching, and parody, which doesn't infringe of copyright under 17 USC 107. Ooh, goodness, excuse me. I've been eating terribly since I had my family here. Copyright disclaimer. Copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act 1976 allowance is made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, and research. Fair use is a use permitted by copyright statute that might otherwise be infringing. Nonprofit, educational, or personal use tips the balance in favor of fair use. Okay. Now, like I said, and hopefully, even though I got one more live stream coming up in relation to this FBA, because I really don't want to talk about this no more. For real, I don't want this to become the FBA magnet channel. But that ain't me. Do I want your attention? To those who I hope I can be able to reach. Hell yeah, of course, for a reason. All right, but not for the reason some of these other people. Yeah, I'm hashtagging FBA because I do want your attention. We all do videos and live streams for attention. For we want somebody, even if it's one person, to listen to what we're saying. However, that's not the issue. That's not the issue. It's about what's your intentions behind it. That's the thing. Do you just want people to listen only so you can get views, only so you can make money? And that could be all good too. That could be all good too. I love the idea of you Just imagine if you can make money just from talking or just speaking your mind. That's awesome. But the thing is, are y'all really speaking your mind? And then also have to consider what's on your mind. If your mind ain't right, then I can't co-sign that. But like, let's say if you speaking about what you love to speak about, and if that's your way of making money, if you've been able to utilize media the way that media has used us, oh, power to you. I give you props. Okay, I feel like I should have struck when the iron was hot, when I had the exposure, when I had before YouTube was, totally co-opted. Sometimes I look at like, oh, maybe I was foolish. Maybe I should have took advantage of this. But now, yeah. So I'm like, don't be totally like me now. All right, you make that dude take advantage. But I just want you to, speak your mind. Speak with, of course, I gotta. Hopefully, your mind is right. But a lot of these people, I don't believe that they're saying or expressing what they really feel. But anyways, okay, like going back to around the time of, let me see, it's like around the time of the pandemic, and we're kind of at the end of Trump's first. Yeah, I did some videos, and some of these videos got me in live stream, and some of them got me in trouble. And in these videos, I was definitely, questioning certain things with certain Democratic candidates, and I didn't trust Joe Biden. And understand, know this, when I did vote, although I've stopped voting, and that has to do more with spiritual reasons, okay? That has to do more with my beliefs in the Most High Yahuwah, Yahushua HaMashiach, who y'all may refer to as Jesus Christ, and the teachings about, but however, if you still vote, I'm not tripping, I'm not criticizing you. Like, I remember the conflict that we had with my brother New Possibilities, because he definitely believed that we as quote unquote Black Americans, Black people need to exercise our right that people have fought and died for us to have the opportunity to vote. And I totally understand where he's standing. And that's why I supported my brother and what he was doing, the activism he was doing, and the political direction. It wasn't about me supporting politics, but I supported him as a brother because I believe my brother New Possibilities, who's been in here for years, definitely believe he has good intentions for his people. I'm just, no longer, but I did vote. I first voted going back to the early 90s I'm going to admit, because I had turned an adult. It was when, this was, what was this? November 92, when Bill Clinton was became president. I fell for that whole thing too. And now you never hear me saying no crazy stuff like he was the first Black president. Yeah, but the whole thing. Remember him on Arsenio Hall playing the saxophone. But anyways, when I did vote, okay, especially considering how I was raised by my mother, who was affiliated with the Panther Party, and and she was a baby boomer born after World War II in the late 1940s. So, and she was very, very influenced, Chicago woman from the South. She's very, very much influenced by the Black nationalist culture of the 60s and 70s. And by that time, it was not cool to, be affiliated by that time with the Republican Party, because it was more so about what they stood for, or what they by that time, even though it was different before the time of JFK. However, so you got to understand, all right. And I was definitely influenced, because see, when I saw Republican, I definitely thought Ronald Reagan bad, George W. Bush bad, Nixon bad. You understand? I was born when Nixon was on his way out. Okay, technically Nixon was still president when I was born. So, all right. So ain't no way, hell no. I would never. And I also knew of Donald Trump going back to the 80s, when he was like this yuppie businessman type he would destroy a nursing home, or old folks home, just for another Trump Towers. I remember the whole thing with him going at the Central Park Five. I knew what that was about, the scandals with his relationships with women. So I was pretty familiar with Donald Trump. But they, believe it or not, there were those who kind of admired him because he represented money. So Trump, his name became synonymous with having money. Even brothers would use Trump like a metaphor for, So there are some people secretly who kind of admire, and him coming from the '80s, and the '80s is very materialistic. Even though people were broke, and capitalism, inflation was, was dominant, but still, people wanted that fantasy, even if it was just a fantasy. For many, that's why I'm saying they got this illusion of the '80s. But anyways, I'm not gonna lie. Me being into, so when I did vote, all right, I usually voted Democrat. All right, I was so mad when I was too late because of me being in college, and I was also having to work something. My friend, who was a Jehovah's Witness, he made me late, and where I missed the first election because I really wanted to be behind, make history, and getting Obama the first quote unquote black president. I really want to be a part of making history. And it wasn't just so much, but you got to understand the Obama we knew, because I'm from Chicago, Illinois. He was already our senator. So we already knew the Obamas. I'm also going to Jeremiah Wright's church on the side. And if you know anything about that, he's from Chicago. But you got to understand, Obama's living on the south side of Chicago. So I was already familiar with Barack Obama and his family. You understand? Before most of y'all knew of me being from Chicago. He was our senator. So, of course, I wanted to be a part of that history. You understand what I'm saying? And I was real mad when I missed. It was too late. The polls had closed. My friend made me. He was Jehovah's Witness talking me out of, and he knew that, I was also had been influenced by Jehovah's Witness as a child, my auntie and uncle. But I still, forget that. I still want to vote. I still want to represent. I still want to do my part. You understand? I was a person who was active still, and I even used to do volunteer work. And, at that time, it's very, very much active. I was the type to make flyers and participate in marches and all that kind of stuff. Right. But, so I was so mad at him causing me to miss the first. But anyways, so, however, although I usually voted, and it just happened to be, I usually voted Democrat, I never saw myself as what they now would refer to as liberal or left wing, even though back in the day when you thought liberal, you would, back then you would think anti-war, anti-Vietnam War, and that's how I initially kind of saw, let's say with the Democratic Party. It wasn't so much about me being down with white or trusting white liberals, Democrats. I was just about what is for the people. Understand? I come from a poor family also. My mother became a widow. We were kind of just dependent on Social Security. You understand? I was for what's for the children. Also, the charitable work I did, and my mother. My mother, although she didn't really go to church as much, she believed in the Bible, but she kind of, if she did go to church, it would have been the Catholic Church, because she always looked at charity, and charity was a big thing to my mother, helping the people, and that's what also influenced me to do volunteer work and stuff, and also my siblings helping people. That's why I also would take people into my home, even though we were poor. My mama did the same thing, and people of different races even. This was something that we did, but charity was a big thing with my mother, and helping the people, so that's also what I was looking, not saying that I feel people should get a handout, but, that's what, whereas, where the Republicans stand. When I'm not saying that we should be dependent on government assistance and all that, I know how that can, but anyways, that's more of what I was looking at. However, when it came to supporting Democratic candidates, that's what I was looking at. Okay, I wasn't looking at. But see, now when we think left wing, we're thinking pro-abortion. Understand? I've never been pro-abortion. All right. Okay, or they may call it pro-choice. Well, once upon a time when I was a very, very young adult or teenager, I may not have thought about it too hard, because I told y'all the story about that. I did support a friend, and I regret that, and helping her to get money. But back, I wasn't thinking as hard, or even, you know what? No excuses, because I knew better even back then. And I've talked about that, but understand, I've never been pro-abortion. even though I had helped a friend one time monetarily. She wanted some money and I regret that. I totally regret that. Okay. And I told y'all the story about that. But even then, I've always been pro-life. And I'm not for, same-sex marriages, although there are some gay people of the queer community who I love very much. Considering my Bible beliefs, I am a person who also have strong beliefs in the scriptures. I always have, even from a young child. And some people think that you can't be pro-black or you can't be, like that's conflicting because they see it as the white man's. Our people have always been a spiritual people, all right? Whether we're talking African people, Black American, or people directly of African descent, we've always been a spiritual people. Now, I'm not saying that I agree with every faith or form of spirituality or every religion. Of course not. I wouldn't be speaking on faith, but I just acknowledge that our people have always been, if you want to call it religious, it's crazy to say that is not pro-black. Please. Atheism, that is not at all pro-black. Okay, our people have always been a very spiritual people. All right, if you want to call it religious, okay. But anyways, considering my Bible beliefs that I've had instilled in me since I was a young child, very young, even by my mother, who, although she didn't go to church, she still had a strong faith. Like back in the 70s, you had that Jesus Christ superstar. My mother, she felt that was playing with God. And so I knew my mama, she didn't really go to church, but she still had strong faith. She didn't believe you play with God, and she knew the Bible was right. She just didn't read it. But I learned a lot from my auntie and uncle, who happen to be Jehovah's Witnesses. But yeah, I've always had strong faith in the Bible. So there is no way. I'm saying this because there is no way that I could have been what you now would consider liberal or left wing. Do you understand? So I'm saying this. I considered myself a conservative Democrat. That's how I used to identify. Okay, I may vote more likely Democrat, but I'm more so-called conservative leaning. But these people who claim that they represent conservatives now, I don't want to have jack to do with them. And even so, when you think about it, what are they trying to conserve? What traditions, what do they see as traditional family? What traditions of Babylon? So I don't want to even be affiliated with so-called conservatives. All right. Right, you said, hey, 2-6-24, nice seeing you here. You said, Jesus Christ Superstar was like Stomp of our generation. Right. That's another thing too. I don't like that play. Like I have friends who did, and they still do, hip hop gospel. I remember they was once my friends, because I used to be my little hip hop crew, but eventually these friends of mine, they went into straight gangster rap. Now, I ain't really go there with them. Where they were doing some profane stuff. And some of these friends, they weren't even really from the Chi like that. They were from the suburbs, some of them. And they rapping on all this hardcore stuff. Like, y'all know y'all. But then they got saved, which is good. Don't get me wrong. They got saved in the church. And then it went from gangster rap to gospel rap. I never was with that. I can't, I'm like this. And I used to rap myself, but keep it separate from the, gospel. Because it's a vibe. There's an attitude in hip hop. I've talked about this. I know when I'm rapping or when I was rapping, it's because there's a spirit. There's that prideful spirit that's going to come. Like, remember that time I caught, John Logic, and I realized I was freestyle. I realized I had to cut myself off because I said, nigga, this nigga named. I was like, where'd that come from? But I noticed when I'm rapping, there's this attitude that come out. And I found myself, I'm not saying that you gotta curse to rap, because there was a time when you had rappers like Melly Mel and stuff, and they didn't use profanity in it. You know what I'm saying? But I realized when I rap, this comes out. Like when I did the little Eminem diss, the fall back, it ends up when I write it, freestyle, that's how I end up coming out. And then that tells me that there's a spirit in hip hop. There's a prideful spirit in hip hop. Oh, we gotta talk about that more. We're gonna have to once again talk about that in depth. But I realized, so I don't think you should mix. But I'm happy for them. I'd rather hear my friends Now they're touring and stuff, going to different cities. I'd rather hear them rapping for Jesus Christ than, yeah, they totally got saved. I'd rather, and my one friend, the way he's a preacher and stuff now. I'd rather hear them in that, especially when I consider what they were doing before, and all the weed smoking, drinking. And yeah, I'd rather see my friends go in that direction. But I'm just, I will say the only time there's a few times I've heard where the rapping what could be considered hip hop and where the rapping for the actually Thoughts Camera Action, who has flip flopped. I actually liked it. He was one of the first to get me to okay, I'm kind of liking this. He had that Glory to the Most High, Thoughts Camera Action, mixed dude at the UK. I was actually kind of feeling that. But usually I don't like the rap, and I'm like, keep it separate. Like when Snoop Dogg, and I like Snoop Dogg's music a lot. I loved what he did with Damn Funk, the Bush album. But with the guys, I was like, you know what? Leave it alone, Snoop. Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do it. Leave it alone, Snoop. All right? You ain't ready for, just like you ain't gonna see me up in here. I'm like, leave that up. Keep it separate. All right? There's an attitude. When you're rapping, there's a prideful, like I remember, what was that? Sister Act 2. You down with G.O.D. Like, what? That is, yeah, like don't leave it alone, Snoop. Unless you just straight up transform your life, leave it alone, Snoop Dogg. And you see, he'll be right back in the next album. He said that blasphemous thing at Nipsey Hussle's funeral, taking John 3:16, replacing the Messiah with Nipsey Hussle with a Crip. I was like, oh, and he messed me up because I like Snoop's music, but I had to get rid of everything I had Snoop Dogg at that time, and it was hard because I was loving that Bush album. That was hard for me to do. After that, and he said it, which I felt was like blasphemous. Yeah, but I was feeling, and I'm not saying that I'm okay with the message of Snoop Dogg. I know the stuff that he said has been very toxic. I know that I'm just being honest. Guilty pleasure, because I like it funky. If something funky, that's what I think. Even like, the thing is with the big slide with Nasheed, like with the whole big slide. Okay, this is the only because my husband and I, we went on and purchased it. We put our money into the little mink slide. The thing is, it's like, dude, you kind of try too hard to sound like, sometimes when they try to go retro or take you back in the day, they try too hard, like Bruno Mars. It's like exaggerated. That's the only thing. Like, I like how Snoop Dogg was able to do that with Pharrell and Charlie Wilson and Damn Funk. Snoop Dogg kind of knew how to do it. To take you back, give you a retro vibe, but not be too, you still want to make it sound like it's something new. Do you understand? Like, oh man, you remember the Bush album with California? And Stevie Wonder, L.A. Oh, let me stop. Y'all gonna have me back listening to stuff I said I wasn't gonna listen to no more. Goodness. And the Damn Funk fading away. Yeah, that's how you do it. Or like remember, even with Sensual Seduction, that's this edited version. Let me stop. I'm not supposed to be trying to entice y'all with music I ain't supposed to be listening to no more, but it's difficult. It's so hard. That's my weakness. But let me get to the dang on point. But anyways, yeah. Yeah, I'm up in here talking to y'all. Yeah, right, exactly. That's what I'm saying. It's exaggerated. Yeah, but it's still, I'm not going. It's toxic though. Let's just keep it real. Gangsta rap. Let's just keep it real. Like I have to tell people the truth. Oh, Tupac. Look, if we like the music, I will admit if something is a guilty pleasure. Because I used to, man, when the clothes showing up, I used to love what I did there. Song filthy. Well, I'm not supposed to be liking that, but I can admit, if something's funky, it will hypnotize me, and I totally forget all the lyrics. Could be saying all kind of bad stuff. But what I used to tell myself back in the day, like for instance, if it was disrespecting women, calling bees, if it was funky enough, I'd be lying. Well, he's not talking about me. How a lot of us, especially us Gen X black females, he ain't talking about me. He talking about them, not me. If some was, I think of some of the songs I used to like, and oh my gosh, and one that Trigger Gots No Heart. You remember that from the Minister Society? Who was that? That was that Spice One. It was actually Nigga Got No Heart. And now I remember years later, like, what was wrong with me listening to that? That was, you know, especially when I consider my brother getting shot. I didn't have 3 of my siblings get shot. I mean, it's not funny. And that's funny. They survived. 2 of the siblings are gone now. 2 of my siblings. And it didn't even have nothing to do with them getting shot. They were able to survive. My one brother survived getting shot through the neck. He survived. But yet, you know, it's sad what ended up did overtaking them. And it wasn't the bullets. It's really crazy. My sister was shot in the abdomen and stuff. And she survived. But she's gone now. You know, and it had nothing to do with that when they got shot. It's crazy. So yeah, when you had them real experience, you see that songs like that ain't cool. It ain't, you know, it's not fun. Death is not, there's nothing cool about death. There's nothing cool about, you know, women being disrespected. There's nothing cool when you actually experience something happening to you yourself, you know. But I'm being honest when it comes to guilty pleasures though, you know, that I've had. Yeah, it's crazy. My family survived a lot. That's why I'm very passionate about a lot of things. Yeah, it's not cool at all, Reef. It ain't cool at all, you know. And I ain't gonna lie, even after certain things have happened to me, I still find myself still wanting to listen to certain things, but I know I have to fight it. So that's the demon that I'm fighting, you know, my addiction to music and what is considered quote unquote Black culture. That, yeah, I know you don't like hearing me say that, but you know, certain things that I know, like I know Truth Unedited, certain things he be saying, he be telling the truth. But I will admit that I am still very much attached. Oh yeah, rest in peace, Hal Williams, father on 227. Oh man, I just found out his passing. But you know, I guess I can't be too sad because he did live into his 90s. And it looked like he worked to the very end, which is good. But I know y'all like, when is she gonna get on the topic? Y'all know how I do, especially when these streams on impulse like this. But yeah, hang in here with me. But yeah, anyways, I did see myself as conservative Democrat. However, around the time of hey TKC. Oh, really? That pigeon lady? Oh, okay. Yeah, from Home Alone 2. She wasn't so scary. That old man in part 1 was scary. And why was he talking, Macaulay Culkin talking to strangers like that? He was always hooking up with some stranger. That old man still was damn stranger. Well, he did save his life there. Him in New York, that's promoting talking to strangers. They were still strangers. Home Alone 2, even though I was like an adult by the time that was released, that had me a little jealous. Home Alone 2, like, dang, he lucky. He in New York and got this credit card, his debit card, whatever, his parents' credit in a hotel, in a fancy hotel, ordering what he want, toy store. I was grown. I was jealous of Macaulay Culkin, and that made me envious. Yeah, the old man. Yeah, he was a neighbor. Well, when he did talk to him, it was in church. It wasn't a public setting. Still, you know, when you think about it, but definitely with that old lady, like going off with the well, not old lady, that bird lady. Paul Riddick, 757. I'm gonna have to look into that. Name very familiar. Let me see. Longtime Norfolk councilman Paul Riddick dies. Oh wow, okay. Name's familiar. I can't say that I'm really oh, okay. I see here. I'm looking at something. Okay. Thanks for putting me up on that, y'all. Damn. I was like, no, not the guy from Father from 227. It's always when I'm just thinking about these people. Yeah, you know, Marla Gibbs, you know, she's still with us. She's outlived a lot of people, Marla Gibbs, and I'm glad. You still can't, even if they're in their 90s, it's still sad. You know, definitely. That's why I came with, you know, we anticipate that enemy, death, being totally done away with. Yeah. Ooh. I know people would disagree with you saying that, but you're making a point, TKC. No, Hal Williams. Hal Williams. He was the father. Remember, he was also the cop, the black cop. Come to find out, he was very young on Sanford and Son. He was the black cop. You had the white cop, the black cop on Sanford and Son. The white cop. He would always, the black cop always had to interpret what the white cop, the corny white cop. Yeah, that's why I first remember him. But a lot of younger, it's younger, remember him more from 227, the father on 227, Marla Gibbs' husband. Yeah. Yeah, I know. I was like, Hal. I couldn't think his name. Hal. I was thinking Hal Linden. Wait, that was the guy from Barney Miller, right? He's still alive, ain't he? Yeah, Hal Linden. Now he was the guy from Barney Miller. He was Barney Miller, right? Yeah, Hal Williams, I believe his name was. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I didn't know he was working to the very end because they got that new Matlock. But I'm sorry. Let me get to it. Let me get to it, y'all. Y'all know how. Yeah. That was hilarious. I love it. When did Red Fox, he look over after the white guy be saying, talking all technical. Then he look over to the black guy, translate, please. We gotta find some examples of that. We gotta have a fun stream. And I'm in here today, my city, it's smoke everywhere. It's like totally polluted in the city. I don't know. They saying a wildfire in Canada. I don't know. It's reaching us in Chicago. There ain't no telling what they pulling. Yeah, we had to have a long drive yesterday. So, yeah, ain't no telling what's going on. I have never witnessed nothing like this with a city all and it was supposedly a sunny day, but it was so full of smoke all through the city. It's crazy. So I'm kind of in the house today, and it's still hot, hot, hot. But yeah. Again, okay. I'm finished. I'm focused. Focus. The chief, focus. Focus. All right. I'm gonna have to get timestamps for real. Yeah. I'm just tripping looking at Tariq stop playing. But anyways, where was I going? Okay, where we at? We 48 innings in. Dang, I gotta tell people I ain't gonna get to the point till hour in. But yeah, know this. When a couple of years ago, now although I pretty much when I would vote, and that was just purely about voting, not about supporting parties and all of that. I never really been down for that. But when I vote, it would usually be Democrat because I saw myself as, if I were to be in any political affiliation or put a tag on myself, it would be conservative Democrat, right? That's how I guess you could say, even though I've never been rocking hard for a party or anything like that. But I sure wouldn't be Republican, that's for sure. It's just, what they represented in my lifetime. You understand? Because I'm thinking Nixon, especially Reagan, Bush, the Bushes. Yeah, so definitely would not. That was like a no. Absolutely. Yeah, but some people thought that I like my sister Shorty Wop. She would get mad at me because she definitely, and I understand she's talked about her experience as a caregiver for a loved one. She talked about, it's particularly when Trump came into office, and so I could totally understand where she stands on that. And that's the main reason I would not vote Republican. That's the main. Forget all that other stuff y'all talking. That's the main reason. Okay, but I no longer vote because I realize, like for instance, and if you still do, that's fine. But I realize that we got to be careful because we don't want any blood on our hands, if you will. Okay, because you got to think about it. If you vote, but you know what? I don't know if I should stress this. I have before, but like when you vote, for instance, Republican, if you voted in a Republican, and let's say they are behind, let's say if you voted for George W. Bush, you have to consider that. And when you consider the whole war on terror and all the lives lost unnecessarily, babies killed, and you have to think, you got to consider that you played a part in that. I know you don't want to hear that. I know we don't want to hear that, but we played a part in that. And if that, because that's who you voted, that's what you supported. So in a sense, it's like you have blood on your hands. But it's the same thing with a certain Democratic candidate. Let's say this Democratic candidate, you may not have voted for them for these reasons. You may have voted for them because, let's say you feel that, healthcare provisions, whatever, reason for this, then you may not even be thinking on all that other liberal stuff. But if at the same time, let's say someone like Kamala Harris, if they are supporting, y'all may disagree with me, but if they are supporting abortion, all right, and you know, and I don't care, y'all may not agree with me. We can go debate and is it red rumming to you know what I believe, you know where I stand. So I feel that you still got blood on your hand because that's what and this is what you supported. I know some of y'all who voted like, oh no, that's wrong with that's how I see it. And I said what I said. And that's how I see it even with myself. You understand? Even when I voted. I think we do need to see it like that. Because we do, you know what I'm saying? And I don't want to have to stop playing. Now I know you. Oh my no, it's just you saying it's not that bad because you thinking of what today. You're thinking of ish today now. It's just like how people they be talking about the 2000s was such a better time, such a better time. The 90s was such a better time. There are a lot of people, like for me, the 90s was not this great time. But yeah, because I was busting my behind working my, but I understand for younger people, maybe it was. Like the 80s and the 70s, it wasn't the best time. Like when my mama was supposed to be enjoying the disco era, the late 70s. Now, early 70s might have been a little different, but being that my mama had a whole bunch of kids, ended up being a widow, so it wasn't the greatest times for her. I remember when I would talk, like, why don't you talk? You never talk about, because my mom would talk about the 60s and stuff. She would talk about, and I would think the 60s were more turbulent. But the 70s, yeah, she was like, I just had it because she felt like having all the kids she had ruined her life. Like she was supposed to have a scholarship. But I think my mom feel like her getting married, having kids, no disrespect to her husband, but like she loved and her children, but you know, she could have been this and would have been that. And I know this. I say this all the time, even with my brother who still sees me as a kid and I'm in my 50s. My brother still, but I get what my brother's saying. I'm not offended by it. Why are you getting offended? But this is just what I think. I think that you're comparing. Yeah, there are things we could point out with George W. Bush, like when it came to minority business loans that we did not take advantage of. So yeah, if we were to talk about things that I guess if you were saying good things during the time of Bush, I would say that was. But nah, when I think about yeah, I can't overlook that. I cannot overlook that. I cannot overlook because of just all the just all the horror with the whole so-called war on terror. That alone, because especially when the details of different all the lot of lives lost. And I remember they had this list alone of all of the Black young women. Somebody had put together a compilation of all of the young Black women alone who, man, that was just, and you could say that I was affected also watching like films like Fahrenheit 9/11 and all that was exposed and all of the theories. But oh, come on now, Zora, you just poking. Come on now, come on. Come on now. Come on, bruh. But 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 we can go into Obama too. I was most disappointed with Obama. I know people feel I should be most disappointed with the whole, the XYZ agenda, if you will. But I remember with his response to the whole situation with Libya. That was, so you won't see me like defending, like I always try to stay on code just for the optics, not publicly, you know what I'm saying? Dissing Obama. And of course, like I said, I got if you will, a history as him being a Chicagoan, but or representing, Chicago. But so I try to stay on code. And plus, there's enough mud slung at him and his wife and family. But there's still things with the Obamas. I know, but I still feel you poking because I'm used to you poking. Yeah, but with the Bushes, this is an extension. This goes back to Prescott Bush. That's one. That family itself is going back to Prescott Bush, who never, of course, was president, but highly influential. Um, I mean, and they're all, I mean, that whole family. And they have a family full of people who have went into politics. Yeah, but still, it's still a part of it. We gotta still consider all of this as that was a part of his presidency. That was, oh yeah, I gotta agree with you on that on Bill Clinton. Remember, a lot of people don't remember towards the end of Bill Clinton's presidency, second term, that's when you really see who they really are. That second term. Well, shoot. In the case of Reagan, people saw by the first term. People were devastated by the end of his first, by the Reaganomics, and they still voted him another term, but because he made us look good. Yeah, that's why now you see why. Oh, come on now. But remember, Zor TV, Easy E met George Bush Sr., right? Yeah. Was it George Bush Sr. at that time? Yeah. Or was it Reagan? No, it was George Bush Sr. Yeah, no, you know what? You're saying he came off simple though. I feel just like with Biden. I believe the whole Sleepy Joe. This is just me giving me my theories. I think they wanted us to see him as Sleepy Joe so that they can open the door for Kamala. And I feel this idea that George W. Bush wasn't that smart, he was a C student or whatever. No. And I've heard that man talk. He's very smart. It's just like when black men thinking that white women are dumb. So I could take white women are not dumb. That's a big myth. That white women are dumb and they let us do this and that. No, I'm not falling for it. I think that's one of when we underestimate people as being dumb or they had somebody else always. Yeah, don't get me wrong. There's people over there, puppet masters, no doubt. But no. And I need to find the video with W. Bush talking. No. This idea, I think that was dangerous when people, seeing George W. Bush. I'm glad you pointed that out because I think that was dangerous. People seeing him as dumb. And no. So we can overlook. Same with Joe, right? Oh, I remember, it was some video looked creepy. Yeah, but this is what I'm saying. And people saying, well, you're not helping Nasheed in deterring our people from voting. Look, you do not see me. I remember me and New Possibilities, we were kind of he knows not to be disrespectful, but he was kind of bumping heads with some of us who had decided to no longer vote or not vote. And I understand his passion. I get it. But I won't say that he was disrespectful to me, but I didn't attack like, oh, you're stupid. You don't see me doing that. No, I'm just giving my opinion. Yeah, and regardless, we gotta, your name is on it. Just like when we talk about the FBA leader. This was your president. This was your administration. Same with Obama. You think I don't believe that there aren't puppet masters? Even with our mayor in Chicago, I definitely believe that you may have people come in with good intentions, Brother Brandon Johnson, and I try not to, talk against him. They may have good intentions, but once they get in that position, you know what's up. I believe somebody coming to them, you got to get with the program. And even when they do try to go straight, you best believe there's going to be a Monica Lewinsky. There's going to be some scandal. There's going to be or they're just going to be taken out if they don't get with the program. So you may have people who may have had good intentions. Who knows with Obama, but eventually they're going to have to get with the program. And if they don't, then next thing you know, you hear about, in a plane crash. And you know what I'm saying? Who was that one black dude and Dick Gregory exposed? He supposedly, oh gosh, who's that? Yeah, no. I picked up on I believe I picked up on what you're saying. But however, in the case of Tariq Nasheed, this is what I'm also looking at. That's another thing too. After listening to Morris World TV, I felt like, okay, maybe I should back off, because what if this is the thing of where somebody, there may be some threat over them and they feel they got to do this. But if that is true about Marcus Sanders, Tom, whatever, you know what I'm talking about, the whole witness protection theory or belief. If that is true, I can't feel for you. Because if it's true, if there's been a life that's been taken out, that is the ultimate. I really don't want to believe that. I really don't want to believe that. But it is some things that's just kind of adding up. It's kind of adding up. Oh, please. If Tariq he would have been trying to get with Stacey Dash. And, I'm not down with Stacey Dash. But trust me, if he could have married her or got with her, had him as his woman, trust me, he would have overlooked whatever her back, just like with his own woman. He would totally overlook that with Stacey Dash. Okay? But the thing is, Stacey Dash, she eventually tried to be with the white man. Yeah, she is still very beautiful. I see what she's doing, though. I see what she's doing. But she's still very beautiful. She was a teenager forever. Stacey Dash I'm telling you, I first noticed Stacey Dash when I was like a young teenager, preteen, like just entering high school. What was the movie, Moving? She was a teenager then, and she was already, I think, like an adult. She's like an early Gen Xer. She was able to play a teenager in the 80s. She was a teenager in the 90s. And even into the 2000s, she could be. Because then they have like a Clueless TV show. And she was still in it playing a teenager. She stayed young. I got to say that about her. I never dug her. I can't say that I ever really even related to her as a sister. Now, she is what I would consider exotical. Or what I think black men think of exotical, not these ones in YouTube who's trying to. Because she was always very ambiguous looking to me. Very ambiguous looking. And, even though more ambiguous looking than a lot of biracials, in my opinion. Although her skin is darker. Yes, you're right. I am getting off topic. Okay, thank you for checking me. I'm sorry. I can't help it. Wait, I'm about to stop paying attention to the chat room comments. Y'all know I get so relaxed and chill with y'all. I love talking with y'all. But what you say? No. See? Yeah, I know. Ralph Macchio, oh my gosh. He was a Karate Kid. Was he like 30 years old? With the first one. Goodness. Okay. But I don't even want to let them keep that little name, now, you think exotical, you think psychotical. That's look. The CIA was involved. Of course, the CIA. Of course, I know. That's called infiltration. That does not mean that those who That doesn't mean that everybody who is involved in Pan-Africanism, it does not mean that everybody who is involved in Pan-Africanism, just as everybody who's involved in reparations movement for Black Americans, it does not mean that they're all, you understand? Of course, the CIA is going to infiltrate everything. They're gonna find their way into everything, including, I believe, some of these Hebrew Israelite groups. And despite me knowing that we are the people of the scriptures. So don't be selective on that. Don't be selective on that. We can call out these individuals, but I'm calling out, the reason I'm calling out FBA as a group, because that is something that is started by Tariq Nasheed. That is Tariq Nasheed. FBA is Tariq Nasheed. He is a codeman, just like the People's Temple. See, there are people who went to church, but then there's the People's Temple, and that is Jim Jones. And he can say, no, the People's Temple, we just represent people of the temple, and that's worldwide. And then, no, that's Jim Jones, okay? Y'all driving me nuts. Stop. This is what's making me upset. Just stop. Okay, you're over here for Tariq Nasheed. That's the name that got you in this video. Stop. This is Tariq Nasheed. Yes, the People's Temple reference, because this is a cult. This is a cult up in here. You can't convince me now. This is some cult-like behavior. That's going on. I've been in YouTube for too long. I ain't seen nothing like this. Let me see. This is beyond Soto Nation now. Oh, I'm sorry. Your wrench? Okay, hold on. Yeah. Oh, no. All right. I don't know what's the difference between standard moderator and... Girls, Queen, stop playing. Y'all need to stop playing. I've been here too long. Okay? I'm one of the big mamas up in here. Please stop playing. When y'all start tripping about FBA? Oh my gosh. Y'all must understand. I'm not brand new up in here. All right? Oh, of course. But FBA is an extension of MAGA. It is the black reflection of MAGA. It is not a counter. Don't think it's a counter to MAGA. It is just an extension of the MAGA idealism. Yeah, you got the wrench. I'm looking at it. You got the wrench. I can see it. You probably just don't see it yet. Okay, but anyways. Like I said, I'm gonna have to let me spin my chair around and just talking to y'all. Like I said, okay, there was like a couple years ago, Shorty Wump, there were some people who felt that I had now become like pro-Trump, right? They felt that I had become pro-Trump because now what had happened, it was not about me becoming pro-Trump a couple of years ago. Now, understand, if I see you, I don't care what you are, whether or not I voted for you, this and that, I'm going to call it out. If there are people up in here who I've supported. And people know, if I support you, especially as a friend, even if we're just knowing each other online, I'm going to be very supportive. I guarantee you, people fall off. You best believe they started it. Understand? That was them, And if I do feel like I go too far or may have been inconsiderate, I say I'm sorry. But I'm a supportive person. I believe so. And I don't forget if people have, like I said, although, just using, that's the example coming to my head, like the psychopath is, I no longer hang out over there. But, and that's that's about things that were said that were against my spirituality, okay, against my Savior, my Messiah, who I know I'm supposed to be Yeah, that's all. That's all that was about. But I still have love for that brother. And some of the people that's over on this channel, I still got love for him and everything. That's all that was ever about. But you won't hear me like otherwise, even if let's say I were to disagree with what you never hear me straight disrespecting, but in talking about these political, affiliations and all, yeah. But the thing is, yeah, regardless of even if I'm cool, there are people I've been cool with for years up in years. But if you start, and I may support their channel, like Minister of Wellness, as I did once one time in Thoughts Camera Action. But don't think it's actually, like I said, even with Tariq Nasheed, I was one of the first up in here years ago to put it out there on him. Because I was like, wait, what is this? And it bothers me even more so if I support you. Now, I can't say that I've ever supported Donald Trump. But what I'm saying is, okay, what happened was, it was a lot of this kind of, especially around the time of 2017, now, I've always been talking on the conspiracy tip. All right. Some people see me as a conspiracy. Now, that goes back to even before YouTube. Okay. Why that with me, well, considering the mother that I have, but for myself, it even more so, I think it after the whole thing with Michael Jackson initially, going back to the 90s. And then I just started getting into reading Dick Gregory's publications and just, even more so going beyond even what I had learned from my mother on certain things. And with my mother, she instilled things in us going back to the 70s and 80s, like remember her talking about Jesse Jackson's influence, that he may not have been telling certain truths about certain things with Dr. King. But yeah, so I've always been one to question things. And even just if you study with Jehovah's Witnesses, it's going to have you, when you're being told that you're lied to about Christmas and different things, the cross and the flag, and you know what I'm saying? That it's gonna make you a person who question. And then when you have your own experience, I had my own experiences living in girls' homes, and I saw how people can lie, how people can be manipulative, how people can try to turn you against your family, even because that happened to me in my real life. Do you understand? And even though I had the conflict with my mother, I had to see that my mom was right about certain things. I had to, realize that my mother was right about certain things. And then I realized her mother, who she had conflict, may have also been right about certain things. So, yeah. Now, what happened was, now going to 2017, now you've always had the content in YouTube going back from the earlier days of YouTube, especially around 2008 to 2010. There was a lot of videos talking about the Illuminati, talking about there were a lot of these videos, and a lot of it definitely, you've had people, influencers of the past and present, and you got to understand the internet. A lot of that popped off in social media was post the passing of or the taking out of William Cooper. So you had a lot of people still very much influenced by him. Of course, you had documentaries. Yeah, and I found that was another thing too. Going back to the late 90s, I'm getting more so into documentaries, even more so than a fiction, based film. I started getting more into. But I always, even when I was a kid, I liked the discover. I loved the A&E channel. I used to love biography, even as a kid. I loved Ancient Mysteries of the Bible, those series that they used to have. I was a weird kid watching like the A&E channel and Bravo and all that stuff that they used to have on there. Then they started getting a little crazy with, what was the A&E channel. They started going too much into aliens and all that stuff, which I can't really get with. But and even with the Ancient Mysteries of the Bible series, but stuff with history and all that, and it just fascinated me. And so I've always been a one, curious about what has been hidden from us. You know what I'm saying? How we've been lied to, because I realize that we can be lied to. So I've always been curious. And so in 2000, now what was popping in 2017, I noticed there was a lot of, I remember it was the whole pizza, GATE. I have to spell it out because that's another reason I had started receiving strikes on my channel, because I started talking about that stuff. Remember that scaring Shorty Womp away from my channel. So I started talking about that stuff, right? You know what I'm talking about, Shorty. And they were so coming at my channel. I was like, damn. You know, now what put me up on that? What put me up on that? That was some stuff I ain't know nothing about. I knew, I've been talking about Michael Jackson and like with Bill Cosby. Why do you think I was already ready? I already knew what was going on with Bill Cosby when I read from Dick Gregory's book years prior. So when that happened, when that accusation, and with the whole thing with, I knew what it was about. I knew I knew it's coming. I knew the big one was coming. They already tried going back to the 90s with all them Jackson scandal in the early 2000s, but it wasn't a big one yet. So I knew it was coming. I was already prepared. So I got up in here and told y'all what I believe this is about. But yeah, a couple of years ago, there was some people, they were like, and then they were warning me. So I really started talking to the truth and stuff, especially after establishing, I just happened to lose my channel, right? And that was over the Tommy Sotomayor mess in Soto Nation with that. But then when they started coming at my second channel, I was like, wait, this ain't got nothing to do with Tommy. No, wait, Tommy, Soto Nation got two of my channels. They came in two of my, but then I was like, wait, this ain't got nothing to do with Tommy now, with my channel now. Like, what's happening? And I noticed also when I did the video on Cynthia G and Center G and what I believe that with her promoting the whole sacrifice, selective abortion of boys, I said, wait, this sounds like some blood. It also had me thinking of the time of Moses and the Messiah's birth, and take out the baby boys and all male children. I said something, and also her being involved in occultism. And occult just basically means hidden. But she was at the same time enticing black women, come join us. And, I know, Reef, you may not totally agree with me on some of the stuff I'm saying on that. But yeah. So I was like, not saying you wouldn't agree with me on Cynthia G being sinister, but what she believes is promoting African spirituality or whatever. But yeah, but I noticed that. I was like, it was right after that, me doing the video on Cynthia, and what I believe, like, there's something kooky with this. There's something more to this. And I started paying attention to the symbology and all that stuff. Yeah, so I realized there's a YouTube boule thing happening. There's a boule happening in social media. And they're using even those who we perceive as pro-black as mouthpieces for this agenda. There's something really sinister, even more so wicked. No, I didn't. I ain't say that. No, I didn't. I got people, I believe, in my extended family. Like, come to find out, I got family in the South. That a person that became a sheriff, I didn't know I had with a park named after him. I had a grandparent, and I believe that they have gotten involved in some Masonic stuff. And even my father's family, who was once in Cabrini Green and no longer in Cabrini Green projects. That's why I was born in Cabrini Green. My father's, even with them, they on Facebook posting all kind of Masonic stuff. Well, they ain't in the projects no more. So, no, I didn't go there. If you say so, I didn't go there. No, I wouldn't do that. I don't know. I don't remember. But I know me. Why would I insult your dad like that? You just hear me talking about Masons in general. Look, I believe that a lot of those who are in sororities and fraternities and some of these lodges and stuff, I don't even think they even really know. They may see it as, some of you may see it as moving on up some of our people. Once upon a time, me watching A Different World, well, none of them were in a sorority. Maybe Whitley. But I ain't gonna lie, when I saw School Days, that was confusing. I was like, wait, what this got to do with, it's like, why are they doing all this paddling and crazy stuff and digging in toilets? I was like, what does this got to do with pursuing secondary education? I was like, I didn't understand. Just even with Revenge of the Nerds, why do they have to do all this to be a part of this fraternity? Why do they have to do a panty raid and that stuff? I sure didn't understand. Oh boy. I was joking. I may have been joking. You know me. You know I'm not. However, I gotta talk about these things, even if my own family is involved. Now, nobody in my immediate family, hell no. I'm not going to say I wish, but no. But no, my husband, now his father, and my husband, come from, he said, yeah, his father was definitely offered or invited. And even my husband himself invited to become one of, because I guess they saw the potential, my husband, my father-in-law. So they talked to me about the invitation, Masonic invitation. Um, yeah, who knows? Maybe we could be living large. And even with my one uncle, I never really talked with him. My uncle, I say, got the mansion in Matson, Illinois. Never went to college, really. And, I want to talk to you. Are you part of some secret? I'm not saying that every successful Black person that's the case, but I maybe one day, I better talk to him because I just lost one of my uncles. Maybe I talk to him, like, what's that about? But I know, yeah, I know with my one uncle who passed, the one that I lived with, I know that he wasn't part of. He's Jehovah's Witness elders. Some people feel that they kind of got that Masonic, and there are people believe they have a heavy Masonic influence. And the way Jehovah's Witnesses, they do kind of look out for each other, kind of like how a Masonic brotherhood would. And and then we can't deny, like, that's how I was trying to explain the Thoughts Camera Action when he was trying to point out things about the Black American church. Now, some people felt that he was perhaps being xenophobic, being that he was of the UK. And where I was trying to, like, why is he only calling out Black American churches? And some people felt that was on the part of, but I was trying to explain the Thoughts Camera Action. Yeah, we can't, because he was trying to say that everybody speaking on the Bible up in here, they're all like, he'll freeze frame people having their hands in a certain position, not paying attention while they're talking, and say, see, they're doing a Illuminati gesture. There's a big difference between when you're throwing up signs and when you're in the middle of talking and your fingers happen to fold this way. Yeah, he was doing stuff like that and trying to call out everybody as being part of the cabal or part of the, that was when you reaching. That was reaching. Now, I'm not saying maybe he is right about some of them, because I know there's some, people like, it's questionable, like with these camps like IUIC. But I was trying to explain that we cannot deny the Masonic. Okay, look, in America, even with things we do in a classroom, like folding our hands, who knows what that goes back to? You know what I'm saying? There's certain gestures we may do. Why are we told to shake hands at a job interview? Who knows the origin of shaking hands? There are things that's kind of hard to avoid as a person under American culture. Yes, this country was, Masons had a major influence over this country, no doubt. So there is no way that you can go into a church or, a school or university and not see the influence. We are all, to some degree, influenced by Western world culture. And much of that has been influenced by the Freemasons. Okay? You watch the documentary. It's a very long, though, but it's worth it. The oh gosh. It was in my head and then it left. And in 1 second, this is just how things are working in my brain, my postmenopausal brain now. The Secret History of America's Beginnings, I believe it's called. I've tried to share it up in here, but you can easily find it in YouTube, I think. Still. Okay. Yeah, The Secret of America's Beginnings. Yeah, I was trying to explain that to Thoughts Camera Action, but he was just bitter. And now I got a question, now I believe he probably was a plant agent all along. He's totally changed his name. I'm not going to say what his new channel name is now. But it's really sad because I really, really... And I felt for him when they was coming at his channel. And he was going at the ish people. I said, oh, man, they're going to really come at him. Like I know when A.O. Kamathi, a.k.a. Irritated Genie, when he was with Afro Synergy, that A.O. Kamathi already, I think he had already lost his channel, a.k.a. Irritated Genie. But with Afro Synergy had already, when Afro Synergy lost his first channel, that had more to do with Tommy Sotomayor and Soto Nation flagging it down, because they are a cult. He was a plant. But the second time, I knew when Afrocenty T West, when he had, but I downloaded that. He had Irritated Genie. Irritated Genie, that's like having, like when Michael Jackson had Farrakhan on, or having Paul Mooney on. You know you're finna get canceled. You know that, right? Okay, Nick Cannon, Professor Grimm, certain people, you gotta be brave enough. Yeah, but I said, "Ooh, I'm downloading this," because I knew. I said, "Say goodbye to Afro Synergy's channel," because they gonna come in there. I knew it. They had that. Ooh, I got to download. I said, "Oh, wish I could. Maybe I'll upload on Rumble." It was a synagogue of Satan. Boy, that was one of the last great live streams up in there. That was one of the last great lives. That was the end when I knew that. And I didn't agree with that percentage T West on everything because he was still too so much into the politics. But my point, I do believe it's one, like I said, I believe I'm okay, or I can get with if this is what you believe. If you believe, and this is what you truly believe, that Donald Trump would be better for, I may disagree with you, but if that's what you believe, the thing is, I believe that a lot of people they're not really saying what they truly believe. Now, I may counter you on what you believe. I may disagree with you. That was the only thing I couldn't get with Afro Synergy T West, because he did feel like Trump was a better option. But I really do think that his intentions were sincere. Do you understand what I'm saying? I really do think that he was saying what he believes is best for our people. I just don't necessarily agree, but I understand. And you don't have to agree with things to understand why they may be saying this. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. I'm gonna throw me off, Lord. Oh, Jermaine. But he always was the rebellious one, wasn't he? He always was the one, doing, well, yeah, well, I'm sorry. What was I saying? Ah! What was I saying? I told y'all gonna have to help me out. What was I just saying? My brain will lose. I'm calling my daughter, my grandchild, my daughter, messing up names. What was I saying? I can't lose this precious brain of mine. See, I'm gonna have to start eating some blackberries. Goodness. Oh yeah, it's so sad hearing that Danny Glover with Alzheimer's. That's really messed up. Yeah, but I'm serious though. I know I'm joking, but for real, gonna have to really consider how and I've been eating terribly, especially since my family been out here. Yeah. Tariq, FBA, all that. Okay. Let me get back on it. But yeah, so there was this conspiracy talk. And around the time, I didn't know what they were talking about now with the pizza GATE. Yeah, it started, and that was in relation to sex trafficking and child sex trafficking and all of that stuff. Yeah, and I noticed it was around that time that they started cracking down on in YouTube and perhaps social media. But I can just speak for YouTube. But I noticed that after the whole pizza GATE, and there's more of this talk about Epstein, and then eventually, he was unalived in prison. Oh wait, he unalived himself. Okay, whatever. Yeah, there was a lot of talk on Jeffrey Epstein and the pizza GATE, and I noticed it just around that time, especially by 2019, even though the talk began around 2017, but it was around that time they started really cracking down on YouTube content creators. If we dare talk about it, they saying, because there were people who were saying that the Sandy Hook, what happened, with Sandy Hook, not that they were claiming that this is like fake news, or that, or this is all part of a conspiracy to take away, or to push strict gun control laws, or whatever. I can't say that I looked all into that. All right, but I think that was the claim. So they were going to crack down on channels and content that is making these claims that they feel are insensitive to the victims, survivors of claims, and particularly like if you're denying the hollow CAUST. Okay. Yeah. But it just happened to be around the time of the pizza GATE, because there were certain politicians, and these politicians, more specifically, that were being called out. Many of them happened to be Democrat. Okay. Like I had a video that they put in strike on me. And I think the reason they removed my video and put a strike on my channel, when I had a parties of the elite, because there was a certain person, a certain person who was affiliated with Hillary that I talked about. I didn't even talk though in that video. Okay. And it's crazy now. Everybody's talking about Epstein. But wow, it's really wild. A couple of years ago, we couldn't say a doggone thing on this. And still ain't nobody getting. They're just dangling. I don't even want to hear them mention Epstein no more. Ain't nobody getting arrested. Ain't nobody. What did with Prince Andrew? What they just let him in the front door, but they let him back out the back door. I mean, and ain't nothing happening. They're just dangling that over us. People are dying, supposedly unaliving themselves, certain whistleblowers. Ain't nothing happening. But yeah, and see what happened is, now what really got me up on it, because I noticed there was a lot of this talk around here, but what really got me, a relative of mine, well, a relative by marriage, one of my uncles who married, his second wife was a white woman. So yeah, she's my auntie through marriage. She's a white woman, and she cool with my family, But she had in Facebook sent me some videos. She wanted me to check it out. Now I don't know if she was trying to get me to be down with Trump but yeah, she had sent me, and I was like, what the hell? And then also there was the fall of the CABAL series, but it was another one. It wasn't exactly that, but that video led to that video. Yeah, so I started checking out some stuff. That's when I learned about the Q. I got to be careful, because just having that in my description of my video had one of my videos removed. So yeah, and it just happened to be around that time. Also, I was addressing with the divestors, and because I was like, what is, yeah. And when it comes to the children, I'm serious about that. I don't give a damn who you are. I don't care. Like I said, if there was any inkling in me that believed that Michael Jackson harmed children, I don't care who he is. There's no way I would be defending him. Do you understand? But yeah, anyways, but yeah, she had, shared with me, and she knew that, she know how I talk, she know how I am, but she cool with my family, unlike this other baby mama of one of my uncles who's a racist white woman. But she know what's up with me, and she know, I'm, and for her to even feel comfortable to share that with me, yeah, but she would always be, sharing stuff. But she shared that in particular. I'm like, what the hell am I watching? Yeah, you may see videos up now, but they removed all the real raw stuff. So I found myself really watching and researching, like looking into this. Oh yeah, by the way, Comet Pizza, it does have a basement. There's a proof of the owner talking about storing tomatoes in the basement. If you know what I'm talking about, you know what I'm talking about. Y'all probably don't know what I'm talking about, referencing on that. But anyways, I was like, what the fudge? Because this stuff I had not. Now I know that's I'm not surprised that there's sex trafficking. That ain't a surprise, but just wow, just information on Haiti. Wow. But the thing is, some of these documentaries, like the Cabal series, interesting. The woman that was behind that, one of the main woman that was behind that, Janet Osseboard, that was her name. I think she was of the Netherlands. Yeah, she unalived herself. But the thing is, with some of them series, they made it seem as if Trump was the whistleblower. Okay? And so it was not about me. No, I was not supporting Trump. But I'm like this, because I'm not a fool. But if he's exposing, because I think he would know. He would know of his people. He would know of his comrades. So because of me speaking against certain people who happen to be Democrats, see, because I wasn't really thinking about, so people automatically think that I was team Trump. But I did think that maybe he is, to a degree, being a whistleblower. Not saying that he really cares. It could have just been about, let's say, spite against the Clintons and the Obama, But I still wanted people to pay attention, like kind of eat the meat, spit out the bones thing. But then I realized, all right, so understand. So some people, like Shorty Womp Womp, thought that now I'm become pro-Trump. Absolutely not. All right? But I don't want us, be thinking the better of the two evils either. We don't have to settle for either. Okay? We don't have to pick a side. We don't have to pick a side. We should not feel like, this person is a better than two. No, absolutely not. Now, with what Tariq Nasheed is doing, no, and telling you to not vote, it's not with the same reason. And that's the thing. You didn't hear me tell anybody to not vote. Have you heard me tell anybody not? I just said, well, I'm not voting. With him, it is him telling Black people not vote, knowing that the Republican vote will be overwhelming, considering the majority. See, with him, that was his slick way of, my opinion, supporting the Republican Party. Right, you did not hear me up in here trying to deter people from voting. I just spoke for myself and just giving you, and speaking for myself, giving you something to consider. Okay? And much of it is spiritual with me. All right? With Tariq Nasheed, I believe it's a slick way. He is defending Donald Trump. It is a slick way of making sure that the right-wing Republican agenda is fulfilled, if you will. Do you understand? By telling you to, and him trying to get you to be apathetic or just anti-Democrat. Because why is he still harping about the Democrats? See, when I was talking about, also, if you notice, why should I even still be talking about Joe Biden and Kamala Harris when, I never felt the need to go in on Kamala Harris, though. But anyways, how you doing, Nate Blueberry? But anyways, this is something I realized even with Donald Trump. And I realized, like, wow, even with this conspiracy, some of this, now maybe there were some people, like there were certain channels like Ohio Truthers. And I remember people, I think even Psychopathius was it him who warned me. They were like, Nasheed, don't be following these truthers. There are many of them are white racists. And I'm like, look, you don't have to, I know what you're saying. I know that there are some of these ones, but trust me, these are things that I have been kind of up, even if I wasn't specifically up on this with the whole Pizza G and all that. Understand, I've been in person before I even knew about these white folks up in here, okay? Trust me, I know how to take a look at things, even if it's a David Duke talking. Like when he was, with the whole, he wanted to get with the Nation of Islam, or, you had that book, The Secret Relationship. I know how to, I'm going to keep to eat the meat, spit out the bones. You ain't going to ever see me high-fiving and getting all giddy with no Megyn Kelly, David Duke. Hell no. Yeah, so I'm like, don't worry about it. Like they were worried about me. Am I rolling with the... And like I said, you had, even though people want to see these truthers as mostly being Republican right-wing, they're the only ones exposing the truth. A couple of years earlier, you had Michael Moore and the progressives exposing. Am I right or am I wrong? Wasn't it supposedly a couple of years earlier, you had those who claimed to, in the whole exposing of W. Bush and 9/11, and weren't they, a minute ago, they were the ones exposing the government conspiracies, blah, 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 right? And remember, Tariq Nasheed, he was with, it was Michael Moore was, in doing my research, he was initially given media exposure. Initially. Well, some of his initial mainstream exposure. Now, how far back? Even though he was Cosmo Flex rapping, going way back to the 90s, apparently, but his like media mainstream exposure was more so, I believe, by Michael Moore, who is not just a Democrat, not just represent the Democratic Party, but he's a progressive. But now, all of a sudden, he's all now. Yeah, we can change our minds on things. That's true. But y'all don't think that's a little questionable? Well, but okay. But what am I getting to? What am I getting to? Let me get to it. Okay. But what I realized with Trump years later, I realized, okay, so this is the thing, especially with the Q group. I can't say QAnon. You know what I'm talking about, right? They even made like a little mockery of them in the sequel to Borat. Like these are just some crazy right-wing conspiracy theorists and stuff. But yeah, I do question even with the Q. And they got President Trump holding up a Q-tip like he's down with the truthers. And then all of a sudden you start hearing Trump saying things like, oh, this is fake news. He's taking the same things that a lot of us in social media, the terms that we say, fake news, cancel culture. He's tweeting. He's leaving tweets. He's a part of what president before then was such a part of social media where they're regularly tweeting? And you gotta understand, this guy's older than Obama. This guy is ain't he like an early baby boomer? And he's all up in social media like he's a millennial or like he's a Zoomer leaving tweets. But see, what I realize is that Donald Trump, I see what's going on. They have to, this is the game now. Well, it's actually been the game. Make it seem like he's one of us. He's a victim of cancel culture. He's a victim of the cabal. He can't help it that he was born into a rich family, and he's also a victim. So by flipping it, yeah, he just turned 80. Yeah. Yeah, the first of the baby boom. Oh, it was the last month? Yeah. Yeah, so he's a first generation baby boomer. But he's all up in social media leaving tweets. See, that was the thing, to make you look. And see, Donald Trump, who comes from a time or his era in the prime of his life, he represented the overprivileged, right? But he has to make himself look like a victim. He was a Gordon Gekko type, representing the 80s decadence, where the rich got richer and the poor got poorer. And you know what end he was on? He represented, like back in the day where it was the Rockefellers and he was kind of like the Rockefeller of the 80s. But how can they make, where the people trust them? Because they understood that people on both ends, particularly white people on both ends, whether they were right-wing Republican, left-wing, whatever, liberal, everybody, well, at least all the white, everybody, especially a lot of white people, they already had this distrust in the government and questioning things. And this goes back to even the baby boomer generation, where, things really being questioned. But even more so with Gen Xers, my generation, especially us now having social media, Gen Xers and millennials really questioning. It really goes back to the baby boomers, I think. But really, now that we got social media, I know some people feel that the baby boomers fell for everything. Yeah, I think initially. Yeah, but I think that's also why let's give the baby boomers a little credit. Because it was them that began to really question like JFK's assassination. I know from my own mama. So before we think that all baby boomers were just blind and stupid and or they just believed everything that the government, as long as they were able to, go to college that's not totally true. Okay. Yeah, were they many misled? But you gotta understand that was the first generation to, from childhood, have the television influence them from the time they were young children. And the television was meant to program them. That generation. That's what it was meant for, to program that generation, the TV programs. Yeah, but see, that's the thing. They knew that you got on particularly, and you got to understand, they have to have the white support. They got to have the support of the majority. And the majority, even if the majority are not the ones really running it, as we may all think, because we've been used to hearing white supremacy. But who came up with that term, white supremacy? See, they've just been the face, the primary soldiers. But this time of the Gentiles is up. Do you understand? But anyways, they still need, because the white majority have been their primary soldiers in doing most of the dirty work, and they need to definitely, first and foremost, even before they control us, they got to try to control them. Do you understand? And they needed a leader, somebody that could get them back trusting the government, because now by this time in the 2000s, a lot of people questioning, especially after the whole so-called war on terror and things being exposed. And you got W. Bush making jokes about, well, I don't know what arms are. So it really caused people to really, really question the government, And so I believe they set up these, and then you have those people influenced by people like the William Coopers, and what's the other guy's name? Fritz, y'all know him, Springmeyer, and people influenced by those people. And I believe so they initially set up these misinformation agents to carry on where they supposedly left off the William Coopers, but I believe these people are plants. That's my belief. Alex Jones, Mark Dice, I believe that they are plants. I believe that they are misinformation agents. They're going to say so much. Yeah, they may talk about Bohemian Grove and this and that, but they know how far to take it. And they got to definitely be representing the white, So they can't agree. They can't agree that Zimmerman deserved to be locked up. They got to still be down with, because it's about controlling the white majority. But anyways, yeah. So I believe they set up these, they get rid of the real, if you will. And they say, well, whether or not, I'm not saying I totally agree with that guy, but they set up these misinformation to make it seem like they're representing us. They're representing the truthers, or they're representing you understand what I'm saying? They've done the same thing as we know with, with our people. We know there have been the Bill O'Neills. And remember, I was one of the persons initially uploading on, what's her name? Dethard Perry, who was an admitted agent in his interview in the early 80s. They've been doing this for a while now. Okay. And some people, I don't think they know they were used. Like in the case of W.E.B. Du Bois, going against the Marcus Garvey, Booker T. Some people, I think, may not have even realized they were kind of being used as part of an agenda. Jason Black, you say. But yeah. But see, like in the case of Donald Trump, they needed somebody. They needed somebody that a political leader that could be the face of, even if they aren't the ones really making the final decisions. They're just like how Ronald Reagan was. Because really, actually, the president during the terms of Reagan was really Bush Sr. All right. They needed Ronald Reagan to be the face. This actor, this handsome actor whose hair is still black, even in the 70s. And even in the 60s, 50s, 60s, and 70s, he still got dark hair. And he's tall, and he was a good speaker, somewhat charismatic actor from the 50s, reminding the GI generation and the early baby boomers and those of the silent generation and GI generation who still had major influence in voting at the time. And he was governor of California. He reminded them of a time, those were the days. Yeah, because now by the 70s, you got white folks becoming nostalgic for that era after World War II, that era, that GI era after World War II, when they definitely, when they did the most in causing division. You already had the redlining and the destruction of black communities, but now it seemed like almost as if white racism was being rewarded. Like through the GI Bill, the establishing of the suburbs for white Americans, really causing this economic gap between the races. And that was done on purpose. And all white folks, Italian and Greek included, and Jewish, all come together under one big Caucasian white race against the Negro. They moving out to this. We are all white now. That's the time when they say "Make America Great Again." When Ronald Reagan and Bush, that's what they are, talking about. Because you got to understand, even post-slavery, like especially if we were to go to the earlier part of the 20th century, you had people of all races struggling. Okay, like somebody got some footage of Chicago, 1930s. You see some broke, poor white people, trash everywhere. In fact, in some communities, you have black folks doing better than white, especially we talking about these white immigrants like the Irish and That's why you think they did that with the Red Summer and the burning down. Like, remember the movie Rosewood? Why didn't you got a piano? We ain't got a piano. While we just, post-slavery, post-reconstruction, you're trying to establish every time, we trying to build from what we got. You hate this argument. What are you talking about? Well, why are you here? Hate? Why are you here? Yeah, Dethard Perry. I'm sorry if I said that wrong. Do we need to arrange? You saying you hate? What is it you talking about? You hate? You need to be specific. Let me know right now where you stand, so we can take care of that. We can we can accommodate you if you hate this argument. We can help you out. But yeah, anyways, what was I saying? But yeah, they were talking about Make America Great Again. They were talking about, thinking that movie, It's a Wonderful Life, and that was like that movie was released around the end of World War II. And, when he established, when George Bailey in Bedford Falls, he established these new homes, and, now you got the Italian living there, and they all have, Yeah, they're talking about, that's what they were talking about. And see, Ronald Reagan being this actor from the 1950s, playing cowboys, back when they were watching cowboy films, and, like you got that era of children's television, the early days of television with, toys like Woody, Toy Story. And then, then World War II, you got Buzz Lightyear. After around the, time of, the moon launch, the so-called moon landing and all of that, now you have this new career you could be an astronaut, supposedly. Yeah, it became more about Buzz Lightyear like toys. But anyways, yeah, they wanted to go back to that time of the Woody, the cowboy, and yeah, before Brokeback Mountain, though, tainted the image, because the cowboy, that was like the most masculine American image. Why do you think white people that didn't like disco, but they did like the Village People? They didn't know that there might be a subliminal, even though I believe the original, the brother who passed, Victor Wills, that he did not write them songs with those intentions. But, a lot of white Americans who didn't like disco, they did like the Village People. They did like In the Navy. And, because you think about the Village People, it had all these characters all representing everything that represents white, Western, white American masculine. I'm sorry, or just masculinity, period. Whether you got the police officer, you got the motorcycle rider, you got the, before Police Academy made that look gay. You had the motorcycle gang leader, you had the cowboy, you had the American Indian chief, all representing American masculinity, if you will. The naval officer, the cowboy, yeah. That's what the Village People. And why do you think with Donald Trump, and see, he's from that era. Macho, I got to be a macho man. And you got the Village People at the time when you got songs like I Will Survive, and some people felt that disco actually represented a feminine voice and a gay voice and a two black voice. Whereas, the Village People, they sounded very Americanized. Macho, very American patriotic, in the Navy. You can join your fellow man son to stay at the YMCA, Young Men Christian Association, But yeah, anyways, see, and Ronald Reagan, at a time when people were getting sick of this disco, see, now we use the term woke. Before that, disco influence, disco became this metaphor. And then before that, it was communist, commie was the metaphor. Yeah, it makes me wonder now, even with the Village People, could they have been like plants? Because this was like the late 70s. We were about to go into the 80s. And all of a sudden you got this group. I don't know why they categorize them as disco, though. And I used to love the Village People. I did as a child. Because they were like cartoon characters to me. As a little child, I loved when I'd see them perform. I got to be. Here I am with a little girl singing, a macho man, macho. Okay. But, and see, but the thing is, okay, so Ronald Reagan was able to tap into, to make America great again. Now you have these white people that come in by the 70s. You got the whole thing with the Patty Hearst kidnapping, and so by the so-called Symbionese army demanding money from her rich parents, and she turns on her rich parents, and she kind of represents the brainwashed white kid turned liberal, turning against her own parents. That's why I believe that she might have been just MK Ultra from the jump. I question the whole thing with the Patty Hearst kidnapping. So people are getting sick of these white liberals, and and the whole, you already had with the Manson murders earlier that gave them a really bad name, even though that had nothing to do with, it's obvious that that Manson was a white racist, and they wanted supposedly them doing that to make it look like it was a hate crime by some black smearing white BITC, white pig, and all that. Yeah, that already was a bad look. But yeah, so you started having some white folks kind of getting by the mid 70s, and what embodied that, or what kind of gave you an idea of how white people who had now been in the suburbs for over a decade, Archie Bunker, whose character kind of represent, like, I believe he was in a New York suburb. What was that New York suburb called again? I forgot. It happened to be named after a Jewish man who established those homes. Yeah. And Norman Lear is presenting Archie Bunker. But Archie Bunker, he has his daughter is a liberal, and he has a son-in-law who's very left-wing liberal, whereas Archie Bunker kind of represent that. He got his daughter and son-in-law, they're like these baby boomer, liberal baby boomers, whereas you know, Archie Bunker's characters, the GI generation. But you started seeing that definitely around the 70s with this nostalgia, this yearning for they want to go back. See, when they say going back, they want to go back to that time. Not before, necessarily before. Y'all think slavery. No, because the majority of white folks didn't even own slaves. All right? I'm not saying that they weren't participants and didn't benefit from white racism. But the benefits to white people overall, in general, that actually was more so after slavery. Do you understand? Because for one, it was slavery that directly funded the Industrial Revolution and their universities and banks, which helped them further technology so that they can get to the point. So they really begin to, they thought by the 1950s, they really felt like, you know, where they felt they have arrived, they have achieved the ultimate goal. But if you were to look, if you really learn how things, of course there was brutality and brutal acts, and some of the worst atrocities happened after slavery, post-slavery. And that, before they try to make the Irish seem innocent, when you look into the history of the Red Summer, like with the Chicago riots and the Irish immigrants jealous of what black folks established after World War I in Chicago, that was about a lot of that. They were jealous of our people and what we had established, like in cities like Chicago, and needed a reason. And see, and they needed our labor. That's why they talked us into migrating to the north, especially even more so after World War II, because they wanted us to work in their factory, just like how they used immigrants from other countries. It's always been about free labor, but now they got the technology to replace people even. But it's always been about. Don't let these Republican leaders fool you. Like Donald Trump was totally for immigrant labor. It's about money. That's when, in fact, it was around the time of Reagan, his first president, when you really, in the early 80s, really started seeing made in China, made in Taiwan. But you already, prior to that, had factories closing and And see, but initially, earlier on, they wanted us, our people, to work for less money in these factories in these cities like Chicago, Detroit. Of course, you know Detroit with the vehicles, all the companies in Chicago, you know. So they talked us in, and then at the same time, they set up the suburbs for the white folks. Oh, you know, the Negroes are coming. You know they're coming. You know they're coming. Even though eventually these factories begin to close. You definitely start by the 1970s, by the 60s, 70s, you know. Yeah, there are many of my people, if you know about Chicago is definitely known, pork and the candy factories. And Bronx, my grandma lived right around the corner from the Bronx. There were many of our people who were employed. I'm okay with it. Were employed. Like the brother who started Coleman Ribs. So we would work at these factories. Initially, the idea was to work at these factories and start your own. But, you know, sadly, some of us got a little too comfortable. But yeah, anyways. I know I'm getting all over the place with these history lessons. But yeah, when you learn about all of our communities that we had established, I didn't even know this happened in Milwaukee, where, you know, there was these black communities. They built freeways through them, destroyed them. And you best believe there was a lot of jealousy from these other white groups, like the Irish. And I can definitely tell you the history with the Irish in Chicago, the Irish mobs. Yeah, Detroit, definitely an example. I know now we look at Detroit like, ew, but once upon a time. See, that's what gave you Berry Gordy, Motown, once upon a time. That's why blacks were moving, just like the Jacksons going to Gary, Indiana. These opportunities to work at these steel mills, these factories. So, of course, you know, that's why, you know, I got to be careful in us addressing the whole thing with the immigrants, because once upon a time, that's how we were seen, even though we've been in this country, but that's how they kind of seen us as coming up here to take it. And that's what that jealousy with the Red Summer and all that stuff eventually, and oppression was sparked from. They saw what we were doing in Chicago, Detroit, in these different cities. They saw how we could survive and persevere. But anyways, now if you want to focus on Black American history or what Tariq Nasheed wanted, then how about you talk more about that instead of talking about tethers? Because once upon a time, they were addressing us like we were tethers, saying go back to Africa and all of that. Now we're trying to sound just like them. Yeah, Broxo Cicero. My grandma lived right over there. Yeah. You know that Brox, you know that big, what they filmed the last time? Yeah, before it was totally, it was the Dark Knight Returns, I believe. Yeah, that famous Brox. My grandma lived right over there in the Austin area, on the west side of Chicago, in the Austin community. Yeah, what they call urban renewal eventually and all that. But anyways, but it seemed like, white folks had their time. It was only for a minute, almost like they were, after what was done, the goal of World War II and, establishing under the state of Israel and all of that. So it seemed as if they were rewarded, even though our people also fought in World War II, but we got nothing, where they allowed them to benefit from the GI Bill, but we got nothing. So you best believe your grandparents, your great-grandparents of that era, you best see, my grandmama owned her home. She owned her ish, and she didn't get jack. She didn't get no government note. She didn't get no, my grandparents owned their ish. So what happened with our generation? Why was I born in the projects? But anyways, I come from a hardworking Black American family. But anyways, yeah, so like that's why you started seeing around after, you had All in the Family, even though All in the Family, and remember, it was an ish man that was behind that. Norman Lear, who just passed. And it was almost making the conservative look kind of stupid, even though at the same time you had Meathead, the liberal character being referred to as Meathead, Rob Reiner. Even though they didn't call, he was Polish, but we know Rob Reiner is actually ish. But so they always made it seem as if these other white ethnicities, were on our side, whether they were Polish or Jewish or whatever. But anyways, yeah, so you also, if you notice at the time, and I've talked about this many times, you had the show Happy Days, eventually, by the late 70s. During the whole time, we got the whole disco thing going on. This is post women's lib, gay lib, and all of them biting off of the Black nationalist era and the civil rights era. They always, it starts with white women. They jump on it just like during the time of the abolitionist movement. Then you got white women jumped on that with they linked it with the suffrage movement, which was not, see, Tariq Nasheed, a lot of that information he talks about, he got from people like me. He didn't even consider Ida B. Wells like that. It was my video where I talked about the truth behind the suffrage movement. That's how he initially learned more details on. I guarantee you this. You understand? Because that's when he started referencing. Before that, only sisters he was giving recognition to was Frances Cress Welsing and Shahrazad Ali. They ain't gonna never. A lot of these brothers up here, I noticed they make sure not to mention me. And I'm not saying I'm looking to be mentioned. But you see how, yeah, you best believe. A lot of them. I have no problem sharing the content, but you notice this. And I feel like I'm one of the few people up in here brave enough that's been here for a minute, brave enough to stand up to this. And I've been here for years, put myself out there. Oh, Deb, she wouldn't. And he knows she wouldn't co-sign this at all. He knows Frances Cress Welsing would not be down with this, just as James Small's not down with this. Malcolm X definitely would not be down with this. But yeah, it starts with white women, and then that opens up for the XYZ. And that's what they did. You went from the civil rights to the black nationalist era to the women's lib, and then that opens up for gay liberation. It always seemed to happen in that order. Kind of the same thing happening. Like, think about it. You went from Black Lives Matter, Me Too, and then and it ends up becoming a trans thing, to the whole pride thing. It repeats over and over again. They always hijack. And so then we all automatically become whatever is considered a black movement, eventually become affiliated with these other so-called liberation movements. Anyways, yeah, so that's why you had Happy Days. Notice they called it Happy Days. You had the play Grease, which eventually made into a movie. Looking back, they're always looking back at the late 50s, early 60s. And that, and spin off from that, Laverne and Shirley, and that whole 50s, early 60s nostalgia. It continued even into the 80s, leading up into the film Back to the Future, becoming the biggest hit in 1985. And see, Donald Trump represent that post-disco, that time, white, when you now have, they went from hippies to yuppies. So what they do today, just like how they used Ronald Reagan to tap into that generation of voters, those are the silent generation, some of GI generation, and early baby, well, mainly the silent generation and the GI generation. Okay. And they did have some baby boomers eventually representing, like Rush Limbaugh, usually them early ones. But for the most part, he was used to tap into that generation that still was very influential still in voting, like of the silent generation and even some of the GI generation, and tapping into that nostalgia. And Ronald Reagan was perfect. This actor, he's wearing a cowboy hat. People are getting tired of disco and all these things that they feel that's going against the white male patriarchal structure, whether it's feminism, and Ronald Reagan, whether it's welfare, whatever they feel that's going against, and them talking about the welfare queen and all of that, and using the black woman. Well, she was actually mixed as the face of the welfare queen. This is where, and people are getting tired, especially after when you consider the whole Patty Hearst kidnapping. Just like how the Columbine had an effect on how people, okay, we're done with this grunge alternative groups like Pearl Jam. We want to have fun again. Hey, now you're a rock star. Get your game on. Yeah, the Columbine, it kind of, you already had the tragedies with Kurt Cobain and certain, artists. And so, people want to be happy again or whatever. Just like how P. Diddy, he kind of took you from that era of Tupac and Biggie and, you know what I'm saying, into more so into the bling era where we want to, yeah. We supposedly want to have fun again. We want to fantasize again. We want to be around. We want to go back to rap songs. We're bragging about what money we got now, man. But don't get me wrong. Yeah. I guess can we say that's better than just rapping about thug shit and all of that? But who's to say that that's better necessarily? And we definitely been beyond the conscious era. That was gone along. That went away with the Chronic album. But yeah, so the thing is, you gotta, what I'm saying is, yeah, so even though people saw the devastation on American families, working American families, by the end of Reagan's first term, Americans all felt the impact of Reaganomics. The only people that benefited were the wealthy, and they represent a very small, like the affluent, that's only like 1% of the population. So it's just basically a thing of rich got richer. This also had an impact on the middle class as well, a negative impact. Reagan, like the movie Selena, just based on, their families, Selena and what her family, and, they talked about, where they had the restaurant was affected. So businesses were even affected. Small family-owned businesses by Reaganomics. They saw the effects of Reagan from the first term. That's what was really, because usually you don't really, if they have two terms, you really don't see what the agenda really is until the second term. But by the first term, they saw what was up with Reagan. But it was 1984. We had the Olympics and America representing and born in the U.S. Even though Bruce Springsteen was speaking on behalf of the working man, or the man that served in Vietnam, who was, but it still came off. Ronald Reagan still misunderstood that, USA. We got Hulk Hogan, and now by Reagan's second term, Hulk Hogan has become a hero even more so than Mr. T. I am a real American. And even though so many people lost their jobs, inflation was high as hell, they still voted him in a second term. He was going up against Walter Mondale. Jesse Jackson tried, but that didn't last. They came out with that. That wasn't going to happen. That wasn't going to happen with Jesse Jackson. And then the whole thing with the Hymietown scandal, that was the nail in the coffin. But so the main Democratic candidate running against Reagan was Walter Mondale, and a woman who would have been the first female. Actually, we can go back to Shirley Chisholm running for, but she could have. She had Geraldine Ferraro had a strong chance of being first female vice president, but it wasn't going to happen. And also her stance on abortion. You got to understand, this was the conservative 80s. But yeah, I remember in the interview, it was a VH1 special, and she asked, even though things were so bad and they saw the effects of Reaganomics and poverty was really, really, if you know about 1984 and around that time and what was going on, I know my family definitely, that was a time to show nuts, government cheese and powdered milk. So you can imagine how the poor black folks was affected. You could just imagine. Check out also Truth Unedited. But, the white man, even though there was white people affected as well, whites in the suburbs even. Not as we were affected, but still. People all over were affected by Reagan, but they voted him a second term. And she said when she asked the people, like, why did y'all, you knew how bad things were, why did you vote for him again? Like, why did y'all vote him in again? And she said, what did she say? Something to the fact, I may not be exacting what she said, but she said, well, because Ronald Reagan, he made us look good. That's all that mattered. Pride. That's all it was about. He made us look good. That mattered more to them than how they looked to the Russian and to the other nations and to everybody. That mattered more to them. See what I'm saying? He made us look good. So you got Donald Trump. See, he was on the show The Apprentice, this and that. They had to groom him to become, because now you got a society in the 2000s, especially by 2010, who they're very questionable of the government and even Republican leaders, especially after the whole war on terror. And they see that was about nothing. You know what I'm saying? Even though a lot of these Republicans, they still not going to totally admit, but yeah, so they just, there's a lot of this, especially now that we got social media, a lot of even more conspiracy talk than before, because now we got social media. You've got these people, they're allowed, to create sites. I notice a lot of these sites have been removed. Like what happened to Black Mind Assassins and Panache reporting? But anyways, and even, they're talking even at them white nationalist sites. But people are not trusting. They're aware of the race baiting and all of that. And, even those who don't like black folks, but they see that. And it seemed as if for a minute, people putting racial differences aside, kind of like how it earlier was with the Rainbow Push, what became the Rainbow Push Coalition. It seemed like they were putting certain racial differences aside in all this Illuminati talk. Okay, we got a common enemy, It seemed that way, right? Especially with these misinformation agents like Mark Dice doing interviews with the late Patrice O'Neill. It seemed like we were putting these differences aside through social media. Okay, we see that the Illuminati or this is all bad, especially after, and you had films like 9/11 and yeah, and it's a lot of this talk. You got celebrities appearing to like the Charlie Sheens and, even saying things. So it seemed as if maybe we may be putting our racial differences aside. Some people think that the Obama election was being elected is a sign of that. Some people think, even the majority of white people still didn't vote Obama. Don't be fooled. But they had, obviously there was enough. But I see these elections as selections anyway. But yeah, it seemed like around 2008 to 2010, it seemed like maybe we're kind of coming together and seeing that. But because like, okay, maybe we got a common enemy. But in the, these elites and people are talking about, there's a lot of pyramid talk. Okay, if you know what I'm saying. But so they had to select someone who seemed to be tapped into the truther community, but also giving them a reminder, just as in the 80s and 70s, they're looking back on the 50s and early 60s now. Not after 1964. I'm talking early 60s. Movies like The Big Chill and all that. But they needed somebody, by the late 80s, it was more now we're being reminded of the late 60s with the Vietnam War and all that. And they even tried to bring back folk music going into the 90s, to the early 90s. But now we're, So the thing is, Donald Trump, he was perfect to remind them of this illusion that they have of the 80s as being a better time than the 2000s. At least you still did have, you did still have you still had malls. Even though we went from hanging outside and recreation to malls in the 80s, I don't know how that was so much better. And that was more of a suburban thing. 80s was about getting you to spend your money, okay? Yeah, I had great fun in the 80s, but a lot of it, we overlooked the poverty and all that. But the 80s is about getting you to spend your money. So kids, white kids in the suburbs especially, start hanging out at malls. But still, that was a better time for them. I guess they felt they had the money to spend at malls to some degree. So there's this illusion of the 80s being so much better. So, and Donald Trump tapped into when you at least still had an idea of white men being, you still kind of felt to some degree white men were in power. And Donald Trump being a symbol of that or image of that. So he was perfect. Now you have a younger generation also getting to know of him from The Apprentice, representing white men, power, masculinity, patriarchy, supposedly. So it seemed like he was groomed, but for him to be able to relate to this new younger generation or this, he had to become more like the white men of his generation. Because like I said, you don't have the Arnold Schwarzeneggers and the Sylvester Stallone hero types. A lot of baby boomers, they looked up to the Rocky character, or Arnold Schwarzenegger from another country, but come here, work hard. He take advantage of the white American dream, even though he can barely, his accent is strong, but he was still able to work out, work hard. No, this generation now, they're looking up to Eminem. That's who they're seeing as a damn hero. They're looking up to crybaby, See, at least white men, the older white men, they understood that, I could still benefit from my quote unquote white privilege. And now Italians officially seen as white folks, they still knew that they could work hard, even if they come from poverty. They could work hard, take advantage. Whereas now you got this generation of white men who want to be seen as victims. They're teasing other people and they're mocking us as playing victim. They want to be seen as the ultimate victim. So how can Donald Trump relate to this generation? He's got to be a victim. They are the victims of the media. They are the ones by the ish control, they are the victims of racism now. They are the ones, especially if you're a white male, being unfairly targeted. So what did Donald Trump, they had to groom Donald Trump so that he could relate. And these are the people supposedly representing truthers now. So he had to become one of. Even though Donald Trump, please, he comes from a wealthy, privileged background, just like Rush Limbaugh. See, at least with Rush Limbaugh, he did purposely defend the overprivileged. He used that term, overprivileged. But see, Donald Trump got to appear underprivileged. So, look, cancel culture, fake news, they're targeting me, the media. And I believe the media, even the left wing, all those who seem against, I think that's part of the plan. I think that's why the media was so biased against Donald Trump. I almost fell for it because I was like, especially around the time of Biden's election, I was like, wait a minute. Yeah, you can't tell me that the state of Wisconsin, I just came from Wisconsin yesterday. You can't tell me the state of Wisconsin, in this case, maybe, yeah, some people feel these Midwestern states may be Democratic overall, but I've lived in Wisconsin. I would have thought this definitely that year that they would have voted Republican. So I'm like, nah, this is fishy. This is rigged. So it almost had me fooled. Like maybe they are. Maybe he is just this whistleblower. You know what I'm saying? Even if I don't like Trump. But I realized that was part of the plan also to make it. I believe that they want the media to go against him. You know what I'm saying? These people. So it looked like that there's no way, being that the media is not on his side, there's no way that he could be part of the cabal because he's a victim of fake news, right? Look, he's being Me Too'd also. You know, just like, and that's why there's some of these black men thinking that they now can relate to Donald Trump. He's being Me Too. But guess what? He has not went to jail. Now, how's he? But Bill Cosby has. R. Kelly has. Now, I may defend Bill Cosby. I ain't going to defend no R. Kelly. But y'all don't see what's going on? So y'all see him as a brother. So I realize this is clever. So that's how, because they got to get white people to trust their leader again. So they were able to get even these so-called truthers who question them Boomhauer, you know, like from the King of the Hill. What's the dude? Oh, no, what's the one that's always, his character died recently. Always thinking conspiracy. They got to get them types to trust the political leader. So they had to make Donald Trump. Oh, and look, he almost gets unalived. Let me tell you, if you believe that, come on now. If a bullet grazed my ear, I would be so terrified. That's a scary experience. And you know Donald Trump ain't about that life. And I'm from the hood. I was born in projects. And I know that would have you. And he ain't about that life. He ain't from that life. You think he would have been able to just get back up and pump his fist and, y'all, are you for real? If they wanted to take him out, he would have been, but his ear gets grazed. I can't believe that stuff. It even makes me question what happened with Ronald Reagan. Remember Ronald Reagan? Somebody tried to, over Jodie Foster's. Remember? Early in he got shot. Everybody was getting shot in the early 80s. Who shot JR, the Pope? I don't know what was going on. But yeah, they got to almost make him like a martyr. And they gave him one term, but they had to make sure with your look, give you that little time with Biden. And that was this, I believe, this is theory though, that they set it up. That was a way to get Kamala running. So they knew that people weren't going to vote for no Kamala. They weren't ready for that. Let's keep it real. You got black men ain't ready for that. This woman, a woman that could be perceived as black being, please. But they knew, yeah. See, it was just being that, now she became the first female vice president, But it was a way to get Kamala to be the one to run against them again. Do you understand? So there would be no way. So he's Sleepy Joe. That's all. This is just my theory now. Because they knew, ain't no way. Definitely not the American majority. Okay, because she represents everything that they fear. For one, being a woman, being also representing feminism, and she's being pro-abortion. She's got Megan Thee Stallion. Come on now, and she's also can be seen as black, even though she's mixed or whatever. But also she can represent an immigrant, considering her parents. Everything that they feel is taking over and destroying it for the white male patriarchy. You got white women ain't gonna support that. Hell no. So that was a way of guaranteeing that they would stick, that the public would, So now you're going to really see the plan in effect, but they got to get us all in a patriotic mindset. Just as we were in 1984, the Olympics, but they need us all on board, not just white Americans. So do you understand? This is my theory now. This is my theory. Oh yeah, she went to Howard University. Yeah, that was not going to happen. I'm sorry. That wasn't going to happen. That was not going to happen. But I think they all are part of the plan. That's just my opinion. Now, that's just me. That's just giving my little theory here. So anyways, but they need us all on board. So they need us to, and let me go now more so into Tariq Nasheed. See, just as Donald Trump was able to tap into a lot of the people of my age, a lot of Gen Xers who may be nostalgic for the 80s and when they felt things. And why do you think things got so extreme during the time of Obama's and Biden? They're coming for, they really was pushing. That's a way to scare you. Got immigrants, it's bringing them into our schools on the south side of Chicago, immigrants that they claiming the criminal backgrounds of Venezuela. Yeah, that's part of the Hegelian dialectic. And they knew also they got to get black folks. They got to put a little fear in us too. And then, with Obama, and the whole thing, they got drag queens reading to kindergarten children so that we could be sold to the point of, even when you consider the whole era of disco, there was probably, so we get to a point now, like now we could say what killed disco, even though somebody said I shouldn't say that. But now DMC of Run DMC, Daryl, he said that he believed it was the decadence that messed it up for disco. The decadence. He does have a point there too. Because like you look at them things like documentaries on Studio 54. And see, when I was a child, I didn't know all that stuff. I just knew it was fun music, but I didn't know all that. Like all the disgusting things they were doing. And I'm not saying that everybody was a part of that Studio 54 or Paradise Garage or whatever lights. I'm not saying that. Some people just want to dance, have fun, maybe smoke a little weed and stuff. But I'm not saying everybody at that time was smoking cocaine and participating in orgies and you know what I'm saying. But I do get what DM said. They said the same thing with metal. A lot of times it'd be the decadence, and some could say even with hip hop. Eventually, like DM, he don't believe it's white racism. Well, he didn't say that killed disco. He felt it was disco's own decadence, so that what represented the disco culture. That's what he claims. That even because there were even black folks who didn't like disco and didn't like. I can understand how people, because I ain't gonna lie, when I was a child, everything became disco. Where's the point? Because there's there's a lot of black people that's sick of hip hop. They're really sick of hip hop. Anything that too much of excessive. There are people who are into rock music. By the late 80s, they were getting sick of what they referred to as hair metal. Anytime anything gets too excessive, so it can be understood. But we all know the whole stunt, Comiskey Park, that was some racist-ish. Disco became a code word, just like woke. It became so bad that just the name disco, that they didn't even use that term no more. Like they used to say going to discotheque. They stopped saying it. By the 80s, it was going to the club. By the mid-late 80s, going to a club. Fat Boys used to be called Disco 3. Disco became such a bad name. They became something so bad. What I believe, well, things are adding up, Gordy. Things are adding up. It's making sense. The things that Tariq Bay, aka Morris World TV, and I'm not saying I agree with him on everything, being that he's not a Bible believer, but it's kind of adding up. It's all pointing out. You got to think about it. Why would he be doing this every day? That's not good for his that as a businessman. Okay, I can't say I'm a businessman. As a businessman, do you think no? Or do you think he's really that passionate about? See, he could talk about us. And see, they know with Tariq Nasheed, he is an early Gen Xer who can be very tapped in to, just like when I was a kid, I'm a Gen Xer, and a lot of my entertainers were baby boomers, mostly late baby boomers, like Michael Jackson and Prince, and understand. Whereas a lot of millennials, they were entertained by a lot of people of my generation, Gen Xers, whether they were young Gen Xers like Usher or the older Gen Xers. And so he's a Gen Xer that has been able to tap into the millennials and even reach some Zoomers. Do you understand? Tariq Nasheed. He's very influential, being that there was a time where our activists began to, instead of being religious leaders, it's almost like hip hop. Hip hop voices kind of became, I know when I was a teenager, they almost became like more influential than the Farrakhan's and the like I remember when Khalid Muhammad and linked up with Ice Cube, and yeah, it's almost like, and I ain't gonna lie, I found myself where I could listen to a rapper preach, and I'm a Bible believer, but it was like when it came to the issues of our quote unquote community, I felt like, the hip hop artists, when I was a teenager, like I could found myself listening more so to like KRS-One and what he's saying. You understand what I'm saying? So, and see, Tariq Nasheed, he's tapped into hip hop. He was tapped into hip hop. So he knows the lingo, he knows the slang. Whereas you may not relate to that. A lot of the common black folks in the hood, like I'm on the South Side, they may not be able to have the patience to, let's say, listen to that Hotel brother, the typical. You understand what I'm saying? What we would see as pro-black, but they may listen to Tariq Nasheed talk about these things. He knows the lang, he knows the slang. You understand what I'm saying? Just like how Ice Cube, who was actually not from, Ice Cube came from a 2-parent. He wanted to go into architect. He did not come from, he wasn't straight out of Compton like that, the way he made it seem. But he was very, very effective. He was very convincing as a writer for NWA. He understood the street language. He understood. You understand what I'm saying? So he was very convincing. They had me fooled. Dr. Dre, I kind of detected, me being from the hood myself, I kind of detected with Dr. Dre, like something a little exaggerated. But I ain't gonna lie. The rest of the members, especially like Cube and Ren and Easy, they had me convinced. I thought these are really some brothers, seriously straight from gangs that somehow got a record recording contract. I was fooling. I'm not from LA, so. And I usually couldn't detect if you're a studio wankster or, studio gangster or whatever. I usually can detect. They had me fooled. NWA had me fooled. Dr. Dre is kind of something about, especially like after hell yeah. It's something a little like, and then too is, Dr. Dre goes back to the world class wrecking crew. But Ice Cube and like MC Ren. Now, yeah, MC Ren, Eazy-E kind of the real thing too, even if he wasn't exactly from this poverty. But I think Eazy-E had a relative that was in what was it? The Artist Made Express, the original from the 70s. I believe that was a relative of Eazy-E's. But yeah, so Tariq Nasheed, oh yeah, Cosmo Flex. He also was tapped into black men, and there was something. what some black men may desire, some of their angst even against black women of the opposite sex, some of their desires. He could, whether he knew to entice with his videos in Brazil. Yeah, so he's very tapped in and could even, his pimp game is strong. I got to admit, when you can flip flop like that, go from Cosmo Flex, copying off Red Fox, making albums, wash ass, when you can go from that and then to have people, even sisters like me, perceiving you as pro-black, oh shit, pimp game is strong. I can't front. But yeah, let's hear some of what he's saying. See, but this is the thing. You got to look like you're one of us, call out the ops. Talk about COINTELPRO. Talk about, to make it look like you ain't COINTELPRO. But who are the real agents, though? Who are the real agents? Hold on, let's listen to what somebody's saying. Again, fair use, fair use. So he got this video. I got to sped up a little bit. I know it took me a long time to get around to this. I don't know. Will I be able to do this on O'Shea? I got to get it out the way because I don't want to talk about it no more. I got things I need to do. But dang, and I still didn't talk about what I wanted to with ADOS though. I mean, I was feeling the same way too, Secret 24. I was like, because Tariq Nasheed is one of the people I wanted to support. You know what I mean? And I would always find myself, even after I found out he said certain things, like on black women, but I still find myself going back to the channel. Let me see what he got to say on this. Let me see what he got. And also the fact that he got the biggest mic. And so I'd be wanting him to utilize it. Like when I tagged his name in my Eminem related videos, it wasn't about me wanting him to give me a shout out. I just wanted him to talk about it. You got a bigger audience than me. Bring this to people's attention. But then I saw, he was quick to talk on Nas and MC Shan and diss him, but I see. Because Eminem is protected by Jimmy Iovine and Rotten. Yeah. Thank you for appreciating that, Reef. Thank you so much for the support, sister. And we don't agree on everything, right? So I don't have parrots up in here. I don't have zombies up in here. Everything I say, yeah. At the same time, I don't have people up in here. Well, I hope not just rebelling for the sake of rebelling either. Pretending to be opposition. But as you can see, I don't have people parroting me. I want people, if I'm wrong about something, but just don't be challenging me for the sake of challenging me or rebelling for the sake of rebelling. But yeah, this is a cult. I want to be, if I'm wrong about something, let me know. Because I sure don't want to be accused of misinforming. But I do have my opinions. I can't say that, because just because something is a fact, again, that doesn't mean it's the truth. The fact 40 years ago that Pluto was a planet, but that was not the truth necessarily, because that's not a fact today. So what's a fact today may not be a fact tomorrow. But there are some things that are very, very crystal, that are obviously factual. Now, he has a video, he did live stream, whatever, uploaded yesterday, I believe. Yeah, FBA. Yeah, look. Now, notice I was the person initially, or one of the persons I said in one of my more recent live streams, and Tariq Nasheed. You know who I am. Like, oh, ain't you afraid he might make you into a puppet? Hell no. What they gonna do to the sister they ain't already done up in here? All right? If I was able to take on the craziness of Tommy Sotomayor, Tariq, you see me. See, this is back when I was still wearing extensions and stuff in my hair. The McDonald's wig, if you will. For somebody who think they can poke at me. Yeah. And I'm also showing my real nose, unlike you, who's filtered off. But anyways, You know who I'm talking to. You know, I ain't got no picture, you know, and I can talk about if something ain't my real hair or whatever. I can talk about it with no problem. This is also no filter here. Just got a little, you know, little fake background image. But that's the real me years ago. But I'm showing his face for a reason. Bruh. Stop playing, Tariq. Stop playing. I can't speak for everybody else up in here. So now we're the COINTELPRO, huh? Really? Well, hey, I tell you this. How many channels have I lost? I got one back. I got my original one back. The baddie. Oh gosh, no. Never that. I don't know what to take that as a compliment or but oh no. Why do women want to be called baddie? But we gotta stop that. We gotta stop trying to make stuff bad into something good. And, well, I don't know. And what this so-called baddie represent today? Hell no. But yeah, since we got the extensions. But didn't I do my hair fly back then? But yes, and I've been doing my own hair for years. Yeah, and look, no, you don't see no lace front now, do you? Yeah, see, I knew how to blend my own hair with the hair. But anyways, yeah, come on, bruh. I need to put some sound effects, some gifs up in here, bruh. Tariq, stop playing. Stop playing. Because I know you ain't talking about me. All right? Because if I'm this agent, but I'm the person up in here who's talking about how this was some online-ish. Tariq be knowing he's been taking little stuff from my videos for years, just like Tommy, except for Tommy addressed me more directly, or tried to. Tried to get me on the show, like, no thank you, many times. Just like O'Shea knew who the hell I am. And he's been trying to, O'Shea also was trying to get me up on the panel. Guess what? Cynthia G jumped at that, though. Of course. The only reason I ended up on that panel with Obsidian, that was unexpected. I was talking to my brother, New Possibilities. He just happened to be mentioned. Then he popped his butt up there, and I was like, oh, gosh. That was crazy. That was so wild. It was hilarious. Yeah, but Obsidian Media, he had been trying to get me to mention him. You know, I remember he did 2 videos when he was still struggling in YouTube. And at that time, you know, I was a little more influential in YouTube. And he was trying to get me to mention them. Totally ignore. You got to get to a certain point where I feel it's dangerous. Otherwise, you just more of this locker room talk. Okay, I'm not trying to address any and every person in YouTube like some of these people do. Oh, this name is popping. This name is popular. I could have been, I've been in YouTube how long? If I just needed to say Tariq Nasheed's name, I could have been doing that. I've been here for years. Do I want your attention now? Oh, yeah. But I could have been doing that. Why didn't I do that years ago? Don't you think I would know by now if I wanted views that bad? All I had to do was jump on the coon train or jump on the divested train or whatever, and I could have been had them views. I could have got on that panel when O'Shea, an angry man, and them inviting me to get on them panels. I could have been got on them panels and got the connections and got the clout to my channel, but I did not. Hey, how you doing? Is that's what I think it is, Rosie? Oh, I forgot. Dizon, happy birthday. How you doing? My brother. How you doing, sweetheart? Oh, y'all got to stop disappearing for so long, so I get worried. At least just stop by. Let me know how you doing. But is he lying? Lying about what? What are you talking about? You talking about Tariq Nasheed? Is he lying? Well, you put 2 and 2 together. if I'm saying that FBA is only aligned, and if he's saying that I represent COINTELPRO, prove it. Because trust me, he can. The way that he was so, okay, this is also the way he was so able. Now, don't get me wrong. I'm also, I'm good at doing research and playing detective. I wanted to be a lawyer for a long time after seeing the movie Jagged Edge with Glenn Close back in '85. So I'm good at research. No, he never said my name. And I don't care. That's not the point. But I know what he's implying. I know what he's responding to. I'm not stupid. Just like I know for his Hidden Colors 4, of course, I can't exactly prove it, but I know that he took from I know that he knew of my Ancient Egypt series, just like he know of Benaiah Israel's channel and the Hidden Hebrews series. Yes, the Hidden Hebrews is kind of a take on Hidden Colors, but this was on a whole nother, I know that he took from that, when he began to start talking about the Lancados and all that. He watches us, just like how Cynthia G and these people, they would watch, take notes. Tommy would do the same thing. These plants, they would take from us underground, us little folks in YouTube, just like a house music DJ going through crates for old school or hip hop DJ from back in the day. They look for that the songs that people forgot for sampling and stuff and looping. Yeah, we all watch each other. So trust me, us little people like me, he knows. See, and I said recently, oh, I'm fine. It's lovely, lovely. Besides the knee problems, lovely. I hope everything, and how you doing? We got to talk. We got to catch up on how you doing. But yeah, because I said that this is some online-ish. If you were, for the most part, I do see the reason I'm addressing it, because I do fear, and for a right reason. And some people, well, why would you fear? Yeah, this is a healthy fear. I do fear that they want this to go beyond on YouTube and stuff. Because I know how influential social media, they want us all to be calling ourselves, identifying with foundational Black Americans, calling ourselves foundational Black Americans and all that. All right. But like I said, I am on the south side of Chicago. If I were to go out here, I guarantee you, if I were to go out here to my neighbors, to my left and to my right, and I'd be like, what's up, my FBA brothers and sisters? What y'all think about these tethers? They wouldn't know what the hell I'm talking about. But the thing is that they want to give this perception, and to foreigners, that this is what Black Americans, what all this that you're hearing from the FBA, all of this roasting and toasting of tethers, because that's all they really focus on. They're not focusing on foundational Black American history, as they claim. They're not focused on legends. You understand? All that FBA has represented, go to the predominant FBA channels. Okay? No, you do see him as God. That's why you're talking about him right now. That's why you're here. He is your father, Luke. I know. Accept it. He is your father. Tariq, Nasheed, you are the father. In this case, you are the father. You coined the term. I don't care if Claude Anderson inspired it. You coined the term. It was so important to you that at the very same time you coined the term, you put it, from what the evidence shows, it looks like you put a patent on it. We've shown the receipts to back that up. You put a patent on it. People have been calling the African American, who's the patent on African American? People are already referencing that for decades, okay? You right away from the jump. And also, African American eventually became a part of the census. What's wrong with that? Oh, it's not wrong by law. Obviously, it's not wrong by law. But is it the most moral thing? I mean, is that not questionable? That you're going to put, because he is the one who's always harping, it's just a lineage. It's just a lineage. Then why would you put a patent on it? Why would you trademark a lineage? Why would you make it into a brand? That doesn't show much respect, does it? Am I right or am I wrong? Why would you feel the need to trademark and patent? I know that you got the FBA bots giving an explanation. If it's just the lineage and we should respect it and not a movement, and okay, not a movement, it's not, but it is a brand, that's kind of kooky. That's kind of kooky. Can you imagine? Okay, me noticing that we're Yasharel, and there's probably people who felt, got Yasharel, and me putting a patent. I know that we are of Yasharel, and I decide I'm going to make it into a brand. I'm going to say, instead of Yasharel, we are foundational Yasharel Americans, and I'm going to put a patent on it. That's kind of questionable. Let's stop playing. Let's stop playing, Gordy. Let's stop playing. Now, what is agent behavior? Have I done that? Let's say if we were to talk about who the agents are. Also, I've had 4 channels to be terminated. One I got back, this original one. How many channels have he lost? If I'm this plant, let's say, and I can't speak for everybody else up in here. How many channels? And we could say that we have both talked about some rather controversial things. We've talked about government conspiracies, Illuminati, even though he's talking all in his mockery. But who's lost channels? And I've shown the receipts of me losing these channels. So it ain't, because some people, they'll talk up in here, don't believe everybody. Yeah, I've been demonetized like the Fresh and Fits. I believe that just pearly things they still getting paid on the table. Candace Owens too. So yeah, there's some people, they'll talk, make you think they the real thing. Yeah, I'm a victim, just like Trump. They are victims of cancel culture. Yeah, I remember Synergy. Oh, I'm leaving into, Now initially, I had to show people, honey, she just hid that original channel. Now, yeah, eventually they had to save face after Tommy. Now, yeah, when Tommy in the end lost it in the end, where he, he may have gotten little strikes on the TNN Raw, but he was never really removed from YouTube until he started going on that rant and rave against the Ish people. That's why I question with Candace Owens. Because with Tommy, when he was finally removed, even though he keep trying to come back, that shit was real. See, he became out of control opposition. That was real. That ain't had nothing to do. He been up in here saying the most atrocious things against black women and black people. All right? And he got away with it. He was saying they need to bring back the hollow COUST and throw black women in ovens like they did with the Ish. He was going as far, and that stuck for years. YouTube did nothing. But when he started talking about the bagel eating mother, as he put it, and going on that rant thinking that he got the white majority support, that's when they gave his ass the boot. And not just from YouTube, but other platforms as well. And every time he tried to come back, even though the owner or CEO of YouTube at the time is gone, still, it's like, that was real. Cynthia G, I knew she was going to come back. I knew they were going to let her back. But they had to make it lick balanced. Well, yeah. Have you been touched? Only one time I saw a strike on his channel. One time I saw with Tariq Nasheed. You got people like me now. Am I all that damn controversial? Only one time I saw a strike on his channel, and that's when he was talking about the vax. That's the only time I saw a strike on his channel. He was talking about the vax. That's it. That's the only time I saw. Oh, don't go into that. If the white man trademarked, I don't. Oh gosh, don't even try it. Okay, Gordy, you're doing the damage. You suck at damage control. Don't you? That's the same shit Tommy Sotomayor would do. I noticed. That's why I was like, he want me to debate with him. I don't debate people, please. Because I noticed how Tommy also would do this circle of reason. When you call him out on what he say against black people, y'all don't go with the white man, this and that. But then when you call him out Yeah. When we call out white racists, he would come up in here, well, y'all don't care about what your own people are doing. You know, what about black on black crime? You don't care about but then when you call him out, okay, well, we're addressing black on black crime. We're addressing you, Tommy. Well, y'all don't say nothing to the white man. But then when we said something to the white man like Zimmerman, well, what about black on black crime? Get out of here with that. And responding every time. See, you come, I noticed the way you come with something, you keep coming with something new. What about with these rhetorical questions? That's another thing. You guys, another thing, look out for. When they respond to every question, everything you say, they respond with another question. So when they say, well, what's wrong with this? And you answer the question. And then they come with another question. And then you see what I'm saying? So stop playing, Gordy. Stop playing. I've been in the game too long. You can't do this with me. That's why with Tommy, all he could do with me was lie and make fun of how I look and all that. And they know that don't have no effect on me. I'm too old to be affected by that. Jealousy of what? It is not that hard. What am I jealous as a woman? Jealous of what? Jealous of what? I've been in this social media game longer. Well, I could have definitely took advantage and blew up because some of his talking points, just like Cynthia G, they came from people like me. I could have went on that train. I could go on if I was really about, this is the thing. I could be like a lot of these other channels that I've seen have flipped and won on that FBA train. Let's say if I was jealous of his money or his clout or whatever, then wouldn't it be, especially being that I already got a substantial amount of subscribers, I could just easily be pro FBA now, couldn't I? Huh? Think about it. Use some common sense. 2 + 2 = 4. Now, don't get me wrong. There are some people who are clout chasing by, I found it out with Tommy. People they just want to be seen as slaying the dragon, but deep down they want to be Tommy. And I found that out. Yeah, you do have some people like that. They act like they're in opposition, but deep down they want the attention. Yeah, I'm talking about him. And you think this is just about him? That's your ignorance. So, since you have an issue with that, why don't we give you the exit? Let's make this convenient for you, because I've entertained you long enough. And I'm gonna tell you, all y'all FBA bots and paid subs and agents, you will be taken care of. I mean, you're gonna be removed. You know, I just had to delete comments left and right because I'm not hearing it no more. And it's like, oh, you can't take opposition. No, I know when it's spamming. I know when it's deflection and distraction. I know when before at first I would try to respond, and I realized, wait a minute, y'all are coming off some parrots. Didn't I say that I was born in Chicago? Wait a minute. Y'all still saying, oh, you're a tether. This. I'm like, oh, okay. They ain't even listening to what you're saying. And see, you right now are trying to get to deflect. That's what you're doing. Hold on. Hold on. How do I do this? You ain't speaking nothing. You ain't saying nothing y'all been saying. What truth are you speaking? What's wrong with putting a patent up? That's the truth? Get the hell out of here. His truth is that, yeah, it's okay to put a patent on a lineage that I see it so that I supposedly respect. It's okay to make my lineage into a brand. And I ain't mad at, I defended Tariq's making music and all of that. Come on, let's cut the shit though. I ain't mad at him for making his money using whatever talents and gifts that he has, whether it's in singing, whether it's in, even if it's in talking, lectures. So what? If people are okay to support it. Like when people were talking about why he got I used to like the example that was set, even with the GoFundMe's. Even I felt that there's a point where you shouldn't be expecting people to keep funding your projects. You should already, but I still like the example that was setting, but not for this. I like seeing that we will monetarily support each other and set that example. But this is bad. This is very bad. And it's very bad. So cut the shit. He knows it's better. This ain't got a damn thing to do with promoting FBA pride. Well, or maybe it is. But if all that FBA has represented, looking at these channels, roasting and boasting, that's it. And it's not even, their boasting is through roasting. It's not boasting, okay, let's talk about this proud. Let's talk about George Ellis Johnson, what he achieved. And it ain't even about that. It's about what we done more than you. It's about we better than you. You copied our swag. And so what? Who gives a shit? That ain't nothing. That's all it is. Roasting for boasting. Can't even boast and brag right. See, you could do better bragging by just, focusing on the greatness. That's enough. That speaks for itself, right? But no, he's so busy wanting to roast others. That's all that this FBA been representing. So stop saying that you represent a lineage. No, the hell you don't. My lineage is not merely about roasting. That's not all that I represent. So cut it out. Wait, why is this still showing? Get this off my No, it's okay. Y'all being fair as moderators. I'm not mad. Y'all being fair as moderators. Instead of, you see, we're giving these fools a chance. That's why I'm like, as soon as I see them, FBA, what's the tell bye. Wondering what, go back, y'all, who was posting my comment section. You're going to notice your comments are gone. And even when they get redundant, even if they're trying to, no, I'm not, because they want to spam your comments. It's not just to influence us in America, but they want people who are foreigners or those outside of the United States. They want them to look at these videos and believe that this is what the typical Black American thinks, how they talk, how they feel about. That's also, so we have to be responsible in filtering out these channels. Because that's why they'll spam the comment section. They're looking for any and every video on Tariq Nasheed, seeing it in FBA, seeing that if there's opposition so that they can spam your comment section and make you think that your opinion is such a minority. This is what the majority of Black Americans are thinking. You don't fool me. So I'm not for the bullshit. Let's play some of what he's saying here. Is the FBI running a COINTELPRO operation against FBA delineation? And notice he got somebody like with the FBI. Look, even the name FBA, it sounds too damn close to FBI. Damn, this is so, use your brain cells. But I get, like, this could be me sitting behind a computer, Oh, I wish I was still that slim. But this could be me behind a computer, FBI. So, and I got an FBA jacket on, Yeah. See, that's the thing. Also, when they gotta always use AI, because you gotta always use AI to show a Haitian grilling a cat, because you ain't seeing that. So that's why they gotta always go to the car. I got a sense of humor, but that's why they're gonna always have to go to the cartoons. They're gonna always have to go to creating these caricatures. This is not real. This is AI, y'all. I get it, because there's some people like Morris World TV creating them images on him. But this is AI, y'all. Okay, and I got a sense of humor. I used to respect that about Tariq Nasheed, the sense of humor. But now it's getting kind of dry. In fact, he was actually more creative before this AI stuff. But
this delineation has whooped ass. And this is why the Democrats are tripping. Because again, like I said, the Democrats, man, they need the
Democrats. I'm not with either. Why is he, what's with all this political jargon? Yeah, so this tells you, and why is he always, his way of continuously talking about the Democrats. Okay, the Democrats are not in the primary positions of power right now. All right, it's understood. During the time of the Biden administration, it's understood because these were the people that we were looking to for change, right? But they are now, I know that the next election will be soon, but Come on now. It was, y'all said that it was Donald Trump who was the one person. The reason that y'all were at least willing to listen to him, because this was a claim that Ice Cube and persons like yourself were saying, is that he was willing to listen. Unlike the Democratic leaders who wouldn't even give consideration to reparations for our people in the conversation. Y'all said that Trump, at least he did sound like he went, okay, so he's been, what happened? So y'all should definitely be talking more so about, okay, what's up, Trump? What's up? Since y'all sound as if you're dependent on these politicians. See, I'm no longer dependent like that. Or, it is what it is. If things happen, I just got to first and foremost depend on the Most High Yahweh. But many of you are still very much dependent on the politician. So you definitely, and you talk the way you're talking on the Democrats, like you are definitely dependent on the politicians with change. So you should, instead of harping on the Democrats as much as you do. Now, I'm not saying that there aren't points being made that shouldn't be considered about the Democrats, especially considering how loyal our people have been in voting. Now, even if we're not touting like that, the way the political parties, the way that people claiming, but when it comes to voting, yeah, we usually vote. Many of us still vote Democrat. So I can understand these things being pointed out on how this loyalty is being abused, used, and taken for granted, and it's not really reciprocated. I totally understood. I've pointed that out too. But why are you still harping on? See, because deep down, this is all part, my opinion, it's part of a right-wing agenda, all right, that is of no benefit. And if that's what you are, then why don't you just say it? But this is of no benefit. Now, there are some people, like I believe that after Senator, I think he really did believe that voting for Trump would be a better option. I think that's what he actually believed. I don't agree, but I don't agree either way though. But I do believe that's what he believed. I think he had, after Senator T. West, sincere intentions for our people. Like there are some people who they may just, forget all that other stuff with Bush. They may be focused on, the whole thing with the minority business loans that we didn't quite take advantage of. Okay, so that would be understood. Even if they don't like the guy, still they think that this would be better for our people. That could be understood. Even if I don't totally agree, but that could be understood. But Tariq Nasheed, see, what is this really about? Him going at the Democrats is a way of that's his way of getting you to support this quote unquote red agenda, red pill, red. That's why it's all affiliated. And they're going to find out, like I said, that red is actually, it doesn't really just represent Republican. It doesn't really just represent right wing, or red pill, or patriarchy. You're going to find out that red actually is deceptive, and it's going to represent Edom, Esau, Edom, and the red dragon. And they're going to see that blue also works for the red dragon, but it's going to represent controlled opposition. And they may switch it around, but you're going to see.
The Democrats are tripping because, again, like I said, the Democrats, man, they need a generic minority voting bloc fueled by us. Now that we're not going to be a generic African minority people of color voting bloc, we're very specific. Now they're panicking. We didn't snatch the rug from up under them. You understand?
Yeah, he could say.
So this is why they got to get some act right. This is why they don't want that save act shit. They don't, oh Lord, no. Keeping that buffer class from coming in, trying to fill in the gaps for them. They do not want to come to the table. You're going to have to come to the table and talk to us and talk about these tangibles.
Okay, and that's the thing. And talk about these tangibles. Wait. You were saying that even prior to Trump's reelection. You have the Democrats were not supported as much as you wanted, right? All right, so with those who are right now in positions of power, since you are so still dependent on politics, unlike myself, and you're so dependent on, that's the way you're talking. You're very much into politics, right? You're advocating, basically, where's my for tangibles, right? Then why are you still, why are you not considering the people who are in the predominant positions of power, like your US president? Why are you not putting the pressure on, if you will? Why are you still trying to? I'm not saying that these Democrats are not still influential, who you are addressing, but I would think that, okay, you would be, yeah, I'm just, why are you still like fixated on the Democrats who are at this time in lesser position? I mean, of course, we can go from city to city. And you know what? My questions are rhetorical, actually, because I already know what's up.
You understand? Because let me tell you something. This is why they started to co-opt our language. The Democrats are really panicking. This is why they've been sending people in our mix to infiltrate our talking spaces. They want to suppress the movement that's happening right now. You understand what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Listen, FBA is the lineage. Delineation is the movement. There's a reason why intelligence
and the brand and the brand, and it was the brand right away. Just like you had the MAGA hats, you had the FBA hats, and the brand. No, FBA is more of a brand than it is a lineage. First of all, it hasn't even been acknowledged by the census. Like, I know Yasharel, the lineage, but I know that deep down that we're, who we are, but yeah. But the way you're talking, raccooning is the movement. Exactly. But I play along.
Intelligence agencies, these left-wing think tanks, and some right-wing think tanks too. A lot of these people are tripping on the delineation movement.
And some right-wing.
All right.
Token mention.
Let's be very clear. And just for the record, FBA is not a movement. It's a lineage. That's all it is. FBA is a lineage.
It's always a lineage. This isn't a movement. This isn't a movement. Come on now. Okay, what is the purpose of you doing these videos all the time, roasting tablets? It's not a movement. Stop it. Why were you even doing these lectures and these that people would pay for? That seems more like a movement. Was it just about history lessons? Come on, I thought that it was about the pursuit of tangibles. And you even spoke of being influenced, like you had, at least at one time, a respect for what Yvette Carnell was doing in Tone Talks. You did at one time. We got the evidence of that. We got the receipts of that. I don't need to go fishing to play that again. But it seemed like once upon a time you were on board. And it's no coincidence that shortly after, not long after that, you started with the whole FBA. Oh, wait, it wasn't a movement. Even though became a hashtag, became trademark, there was merchandise. It's not a movement, though. You were doing seminars. You got a museum going. It's not a movement, though. It's not. This is just a lineage, right? No, I think, because I think even Soto Nation can admit to that being, naming themselves Soto Nation. Yeah, and that's the thing. You had once upon a time, though, he was Melanoid Nation. You know that you are perceived as a leader. You know what you're doing. This might be pissing me off even more so, that he just won't. Okay.
That represents the people who come from the descendants of the people who are here at the foundation of America. That don't mean we're part of an indigenous tribe and all that. People keep trying to conflate what our lineage is, and that's by design. I want y'all to understand something.
And you're limiting the lineage, but you were talking, stop that. You were talking some of that indigenous stuff. You were talking that using the Lucia woman, you were using the Olmec heads. You were talking that. Okay? Even if you didn't exactly, you may not have said that we were Arawaka, but you were tapping on that. You know that. Now, it is true that you had melanated people melanated people who could have been even categorized as not even just quote unquote black, but negroid. Oh, and I know the term's outdated, but anthropologically speaking, yeah, who had came to, who had discovered the New World even before Columbus, as you know, there's a publication. Yeah, but you know that you were, talking on that like indigenous stuff. But then now, at the site, now he just, it's to at the official FBA.com site. He takes it back to, like as if we shouldn't even. Now he's talking like we shouldn't even consider anything before 1526. Anything before the first, brought by the Spanish, supposedly. So could it be said that they had came from these tether lands? Or, so where were these black slaves? Where were they? Where were they before they were brought to the Carolinas? That's another thing too. Where were they? Were they tethers before they were brought to the, But he's saying that there was this, what's the term that he used? An ethnogenesis. Now, I can understand that, but some people may be cool with that, but I don't want to just limit our contributions in our history to just a period from when we were under the whip, if you will. Because then that would be giving all credit to the enslavers or to the white man. Everything that we have, I think it should be acknowledged, the way that we were able to survive and persevere and, Oh, indeed, Mazoan. Stop, don't get me. Okay. Oh, Lord. Okay, all right, okay, let me get back serious.
A lot of that forced confusion that they try to put on us, that comes from these intelligence agencies. That comes from some of these think tanks.
That comes from
the institutional gatekeepers. They fear us.
Is you flip flopping? We're talking on Melanoid Nation. That comes from you. Your name is confusing. You're pro FBA, but you got an Arabic Moorish name. You got a black Moorish name. You got a Moorish name. I ain't got to say black Moorish. You got an Arabic name. That's all this flip flopping. 1 minute you got a series that's panic within a short amount of time. That's what's causing the flip flopping there. All this, the confusion. There's too much fusion on your part. That's what's causing the confusion.
Distinguishing ourselves, because when we stand on lineage business, that establishes a permanent, unchangeable bedrock for political demands that can't be co-opted, diluted, or redefined by outside groups.
There's nothing wrong with distinguishing yourself, like as an ethnicity. Doggone well. All right. And see, that's another thing too. Tariq Nasheed, he has tapped into. See, like I said, I understand a lot of our people as quote unquote Black Americans, a lot of our people have felt like being that Black is not only represents a race, but it also represents an ethnicity in the United States, right? Black may be something different, in Australia, but there's a reason why, even though some of us as Black Americans may get offended, like when we hear Haitian feels like they got to stress that they're Haitian, or Jamaican stressing that they're Jamaican, that's them representing their ethnicity, even if that may not even be their nationality at the time. They may have been born in the United States, but them saying Jamaican, that's just them representing their ethnicity, like what I said with Latino. I understand that Black, but see, some people feel that that's what is, being that, okay, like for instance, like I said, my niece being by race, however, by ethnicity, she's Black American because that's how she was raised. That's the culture she identifies with. She doesn't really have connection, and not by necessarily even her own choice, but or at least originally with her Ukrainian father's family. She did try to reach out to them, But yeah. But so she identifies by ethnicity, considering the culture that she was raised in, considering not just her family, but her family, her culture, the language, her history. She is of the Black American or the Black, what is considered Black ethnicity in the United States, Black American. So Black is a race, it represents race and it represents ethnicity. Of course, you got to be, at least have a Black parent to be of the Black ethnicity. Understand? And this is another thing too. Like, just like when Black folks got offended at the singer Tyler because she identified as colored, and she didn't know, she didn't know that color, referencing color, is offensive, or it's outdated in the United States. But she didn't know that. That is what they refer to her. You understand what I'm saying? That is what they refer to by racial people. They are not automatically under. They're not under this the Black ethnicity in South Africa as it is in the United States, where we have been influenced. There was, so by the one drop rule, no original fault of our own as Black Americans. But I'm just saying it's different there. So I don't know why people that just, and it's showing us to be ignorant. It's not always about, oh, I'm better than you. I'm not Black. I don't think it was so much about her saying, I'm not. I don't think it was so much about that. It was about that's how she identified, So people automatically, and it's just making us seem ignorant. That was something I knew back in the 80s when I was in 8th grade. I knew with color, with South Africa, especially with us, us learning about what was going on with apartheid. That's when I first learned that color, like, so that's why I was like, yeah, why is hell tripping? I'm like, oh, I see. A lot of people don't know. And it's making it seem like we're ignorant. So yeah, sometimes you do have these people touting I'm Haitian or this and that as a way of like saying, I know my daddy, you don't. Like you're a bastard child. And that's the thing. You do have Black Americans who feeling like, okay, well, all we can say is Black. So that's what Tariq Nasheed has tapped into. Because you have had those from other countries, and I'm not saying that represents them as a whole, who feel like they can, well, I have a language that's distinct. I have a culture that's distinct. Whereas they feel that everything that we as Black Americans, it's about us picking up the scraps, almost like chitlins. Like our culture was just based off of the white man's leftovers or something, or in us making something out of nothing. And I've always talked about that, like that's not necessarily something to be ashamed of. I'm just saying that's not all that's to our history. Do you understand what I'm saying? There's more. It goes it's so much deeper and richer. Because then we would just solely be accrediting, like people saying, well, that's no different than talking about what you believe with the Bible, with the curses in Deuteronomy. No, but I also know that also in Deuteronomy, there's talks of us being blessed. And we have a history even before being enslaved. We have a history before the Exodus even. We have a history after the Exodus. We have a history outside of being under the Babylonians. Do you understand? We did have great, well, I wouldn't say most of the kings end up being corrupt. But I could use like King David as an ultimate example. And once upon a time, King Solomon, who was very influential once upon a time, even though he became corrupt. But that was about him initially intermarrying. That's what happens with our people, period. But there's nothing wrong with, okay, see, he's playing on that. He knows there's a lot of us who feel like that kid. Like I know in my family, my mom became a widow, and I don't have the same dad as my siblings, being the baby of the family and all. But, you could feel like, and I know it's my cousins and the other people in my family, they had their mom, they had their daddy. Whereas with my siblings and I, and my mother had never remarried after becoming a widow in the 70s. So, it seemed like I felt like with my cousins and stuff, like they got their mom and dad, and it seemed like they have this stable traditional. Whereas my family, people kind of look down on us, almost like we just these bastard kids, and and we the result of, you understand what I'm saying? So I can understand to a degree what that feels like. Definitely. Like that's why there was a lot of black people who identify with Killmonger, whose daddy was unalived when he was young. He didn't grow up the same. Well, T'Challa's dad too, but he didn't grow up the same as T'Challa. So there's a little bit of that resentment. And sometimes there are those who want to remind us, well, I know my daddy. You don't. I know what that feels like. You know what I'm saying? And so Tariq Nasheed he has tapped into that feeling that, us being told we have no history, we have no culture, we have our this idea that it's just, this media pumps out. Like even with hip hop, now when you think hip hop, all that you're thinking, it may have been different in 1984 when you heard hip hop. And now when you think hip hop, if you were to go to a site that says hip hop, what the first thing you're going to see is some females bent over and, and all these images like representing, boasting and roasting basically, and debauchery, thug life and all that stuff. And that's what people automatically go. So now this is your culture. Yeah, and I understand. Trust me, I have talked on this. I know how I was initially. They almost got me with this FBA stuff. I know how I was feeling. But I can't say, I'd be lying. I've lived amongst African people. I know how I was even feeling like initially with hearing some of this, because up in social media, certain people who felt that they could high five Tommy Sotomayor. Oh, he's not talking about Black American women. He's not talking about us because I'm from the Caribbean. He's talking about these Black American women. He's talking about they're the ratchet ones. And trust me, let me tell you this right now. I'm telling you this right now. I think I already see it in effect. They are going to find. I think it's already beginning. You best believe they got they're going to have a. But, I can't say that I really saw a channel where they just were talking about Black Americans all damn day. I did discover a Somali site, though. Now, it was a couple of years ago with these Somali people, but they weren't talking about this Black American. They were talking about all those they saw as Bantu, period. Do you understand? In Africa, in West Africa, in the United States, in the Caribbean, all those they saw as quote unquote Negroid. If you understand what I'm saying, these Black descendants of Edom who believe that they are Black Caucasians. Yeah, I've seen, yeah. So, but for the most part, like definitely not in YouTube. I haven't seen like these channels, the way they're making it seem. But I have seen where these people who claim to be foreign high-fiving mouthpieces like Tommy, and just like when they were spreading that Ethiopian Habesha woman's video. And it was Black American men, I believe, who were primarily supporting her. That's why I got to talk about this with O'Shea Duke Jackson, who want to act like we should be so offended by Godfrey. Really, dude? Really? And see, a lot of them, they were going along with some of y'all mouthpieces. You the one, Tariq Nasheed, who were talking about how the women in Brazil are so much better than the American women. And he was talking about Black American women. You were the one doing that. That's the confusion. You were telling your audience that these women are so much nicer and so much, now they're just tethers. Really? But like you say, you raised the flags of Europe. But now you want to talk about their tethers. Interesting. That's the damn confusion. I'm not confused because I know I'm really not confused because I know what's up. You the one causing that confusion. But see, that's the thing. You're tapping into a lot of us as Black Americans feeling like, we don't know our daddy almost. Like we don't have all we can say is we Black. So why don't we just embrace being American and be patriotic? See, that's the thing. Embrace our slave masters. Hey, because we wouldn't have been able to come up with this and that. That's when you limit us to 1526, then hey, it almost as if we need to be giving credit because would we have been able to roast as well as we do? or play the dozens. It's like everything about our culture is just coping with white racism and finding and you know, and I could respect that, and I have, but no, I'm not just gonna credit my lineage to how we have been able to survive and cope through under the system of white racism. Sorry.
You see, for a long time, these political think tanks and the establishment, they relied on grouping all black people into one monolithic category. This allowed them to offer symbolic gestures while ignoring specific historic debts owed to foundational black Americans. Delineation destroys their whole strategy. When we draw a hard line and demand tangibles based on lineage, that movement forces the political entities to actually do the damn work.
Yeah, he's very definitely dependent. But yeah, he keeps talking about these tangibles. He knows that his focus, if his focus was truly about the tangibles, that would be the focus, not tethers. Tangibles would be the focus. Yeah, tangibles over tethers. How about that? The quote, and I'm not calling anybody tethers. I'm just playing along with this. The focus does not seem to be tangibles, Tariq. Your focus is more so on roasting tethers. I think we get the message by now.
So what they do is send a bunch of operatives to poison the algorithms. That's why we see all that weird trolling, all these weird accounts.
The algorithms has been working in your favor, not my favor, okay? Because I'm one who's saying that FBA is online. It's been working in your favor. You have not lost channels. You have not received all the strikes that I have received. You are not being pushed down in the algorithms, even though I've been in YouTube longer than you. You are not. The algorithms, they've been working on your behalf. 2 + 2 = 4, y'all. So we know, yes, there are people definitely using your name for clout and views. So what is that telling you? So are the algorithms working for who do you think? The algorithm is definitely not working in my favor. And I'm not saying this as a hater. It's been working in your favor from the jump. And I give you credit as being charismatic, but you know that from the time you were planning in YouTube, you know that you had them on your side. You got that exposure initially from a progressive, Michael Moore, right? From the jump, you were linked with people like Jesse Lee Peterson. You were able to do interviews automatically with them. Now I can say it's about your hard work and ethic, or your heart, and you just made the connections. All right. From your hard work and your hustle or whatever, and you just happen to have them connections. It's interesting. How did Michael Moore even know about you? If you weren't actually a pimp, how did y'all even? That's very questionable. But anyways.
All these weird pages that sit up all day, every day, just trying to discredit foundational black Americans and our lineage and try to use me as a proxy. There's a reason why you see that.
This is my 8-hour job now, by the
way. That's not random. Those are not just random haters.
Just like you're all day, it used to be you'd be once a week Sunday. You're no different, honey. No different than a sister like myself. Except for in your case, you're pumping out these, because I noticed he used to just like once a week on Sunday. Just like once upon a time, I would just like once a week do a video, 15-minute video. But I noticed, now I'm the retired happy housewife. And this has become my yes, I could put 8 hours a day into it if I want to. But yeah, but anyways, well, let me not talk. I said let me chill with all this. Oh, I got the time now, because you don't know what time. The Most High snuffed that time away from you. But anyways, what you think you got. But anyways, yeah. But you're no different. I noticed that he's pumping out videos. It used to be cool when he did the Sunday. But now, if you notice, he be having like about 5 uploads a day. How's that any different? Talking about tethers, I don't see the difference in that. Each video being a minimum about 30 minutes. So how's that any different than what you claim we doing?
You got like literally hundreds of accounts all on social media where people literally all they do is put up anti-FBA stuff, anti-FBA stuff. Oh, y'all.
Actually, if I type in FBA, it's most of this stuff is going to be. Hold on, let's see. Let's see. If we type in FBA, are we going to see opposition? Are we more likely to see opposition or people co-signing? Because I feel like, maybe he's right, but I kind of feel alone in this. Oh man, they don't have Hal Williams in the thumbnail of. Hold on. Hold on. Let me share this tab. Okay. I just saw the. Hey, Hal Williams image is not in the deaths who died this week. Oh, there he is. Who is this? His face looked familiar. But okay, so if we go to FBA, let's see. Even just going by today, will there be more people agreeing or disagreeing? It seemed like this is pro FBA. Godfrey versus FBA. I have a feeling that this is going to be pro FBA. Okay. This looks like in opposition to FBA. Maybe this is in opposition to FBA. But from what I have seen, I don't know this search for Uhuru. I've seen his channel before. But from what I have detected, for the most part, when you type in FBA, it's going to be a lot of these channels. Oh, goodness. I got to get on this guy. I can't stand him. I can't stand him. I can't stand him now. Like how I felt old Tommy, how I feel on Eminem. I can't stand O'Shea. He is such a sassy, messy, instigating. Let me not attack his masculinity, but I try to avoid that. But yeah, so what are you talking about? I haven't seen much opposition at all. In fact, if anybody do try to even speak, okay, I disagree with this. I think this is and notice, even in the opposition to FBA, it's not in opposition to Black America. It's not about, if you notice, those who are usually, if there is anyone who is responding against this FBA nonsense, it's not against Black Americans. We're not making thumbnails, for the most part, making fun of Black Americans. Oh, see, this is, don't get me wrong, though. I know it's coming. I believe I already said something. I'm not going to bring attention to the channel because I seen something with somebody who's putting a spotlight on this African. It looked like a person that made the accent and everything. They may be a direct African descent. And I'm not mad at him if he feels he's defending himself. But I'm seeing, okay, talking about Black American women doing this. And, of course, they got to first start talking about the women. Because you got to first talk, that's the easy route to get the attention. First talk about Black American women. Then you can go into talking about everybody else, because that's the easy way in. That's how everybody started. All these spears, all these manosphere, you got to first go at Black American women. That's the easy way to come up. Start there. But don't get me wrong, you're gonna. I have a feeling it's gonna be something. I think it's already in effect, where it's going to seem, I'm not even talking about that chaotic truth. He's an agent, I believe. He was dissing his own Nigerian women, talking about American women more attractive. He was on the panel with Exoticals United, another plant agent, I believe, Monarch. Grifter. Monarch Grifter. But yeah, it's going to be somebody up in here. I think it's already in effect. Don't fall for it, y'all. Going to be somebody. He's going to be like, I bet you they're going to be African. They're going to be they're either going to be like West African or they're going to be Haitian, because those are the main two. They definitely, in us dissing the Caribbean, they definitely want Haiti to be the primary example of the tether that we are to hate, because they've been wanting Haiti to pay. They've been making Haiti pay since, for over a century now. Okay. Considering the Haitian Revolution. So they have been an enemy. seen as the Africa in the Americas. They have been an enemy. Because, like Megyn Kelly said, they won't assimilate. So they've been wanting Haiti, trying to make Haiti pay. But also, yeah, they're going to the person's going to be Nigerian or like West African or Sub-Saharan African, maybe South African. And I believe they're even hyping up this whole thing with the xenophobia of South Africa. Not saying that it ain't happening, but let's be careful though in how we address this. I see that Chidima Adesina is back in the news, by the way. But yeah, they're gonna have somebody up in here claiming to be defending their people, African people, or Haitian people, whatever, and they're gonna be just video after video talking ish about Black Americans as a whole. They're gonna be doing the same thing, having us shown as caricatures and cartoons. That's what I'm saying. Stop feeding into this, y'all. I told the brothers with all this manosphere crap. Y'all say, well, I'm not manosphere. I'm going to put y'all in the same box. Sorry. Just like I know I may be about this, but I'm at a point where I'm putting y'all in the same box. Sorry. But they are going to, just like I said, they're going to do with Tommy and the like, they're going to have a female counter. I'm not just saying a female like me, like responding, okay, no, you're not right about this. This is wrong. No, they're going to have somebody who's going to they're going to get a lot of views. They're going to be promoted. They're going to be promoted. Everybody going to know about them. They're going to make sure that they promote it. See, I could point out a person I'm suspecting right now, but I'm not trying to promote that person. It's got to get to a certain point. But they're going to have somebody where they're sitting up just talking about Black Americans like a dog in general, not just addressing Tariq Nasheed. Or even the FBA rhetoric, but they're going to be talking about Black Americans, period, like a dog. Why do y'all want to keep going through this shit over and over again? I told people, like, they was all comfortable with all that manosphere talking stuff, but then they was really... They ain't like that with the Cynthia G and all of that. I told y'all that what you expect. And of course, they're going to feel they're justified, right? Because they're just defending, we're just defending ourselves, right? Just like how they're using with this FBA as excuse. It's always about who started what. The manosphere saying the Black women started. The Black women, say the men started it. They started it. You seem to be, no, there's not FBA, Amazon. Why would you want to call yourself this? And sometimes these acronyms, it's no coincidence. FBI, FBA. We think it's a coinky thing. I don't think so. I look at everything. It seems as if the majority of what I have seen, look at this. Look at this. Come on, what's with the sneering? What's with this? What's with it making his face? Hold on, let me give him a face. What's with the little sneer? I got a Crip bandana. This FBA rapping. Bruh. Bruh, come on now. Stop. Oh, yeah. It's the FBA look. This is the FBA look. Oh, goodness. Man, I got to talk about it today. I'm going to have to come back on that with the old shakes. As usual, I don't expect me talking on this that long. FBA, we destroying the propaganda. Let me quit mocking. Bruh, stop. But yo, hey, get them views. What are you talking about? Oh boy. No surprise. Pharaoh said that. Ain't that older man that disrespected me? He in his video where wait, Pharaoh said that. That's that older brother, ain't it? I have respect for him too. That's 1 minute he sound like he Israelite, the next this that older brother, ain't it? Pharaoh said that channel. He the one that had disrespect to me that time saying, Yeah, this show is him. See, I should have known. He came from, I learned about him initially from the Sonnet account. One minute he be talking like he on Yasharel, then he be talking. He's another, oh goodness, just on that straight new age tip. Now he from Chicago. He from Chicago. He talking about I'm a baby, I don't know. Yeah, in his video where he was basically defending Eminem, like he did more for black. You know, I had to respond to that. And being that I was subscribing and I kind of had a respect for him. He was saying that we wasn't listening to Run DMC and black folks, that was the white kids. I was like, nah, that was, you don't know, I'm just baby, this and that. But no, see, he one of them late baby boomers who can't totally, whoa, goodness, let me get away from that. Can't totally speak on some. There were us Gen Xers listening to Run DMC. Yeah, in Chicago, yeah, we were a little more into LL Cool J. Like, but see, Run DMC going back to it's like that. Yeah, eventually Run DMC had a little more of a crossover audience. You know, after the whole Rock Box and Walk This Way, especially, and you know, Mary, and it's tricky, but you had black folks still that had, you know, it wasn't like that the way he was making it seem. But yo, he's straight checking. It's I had to come back up here. No, you ain't gonna. I respect my elders, don't get me wrong. But you gotta say, he one of them late baby boomers who don't know exactly what all his kids was. And I had to show him with Crucial Conflict out of Chicago. Crucial Conflict, they said, we was influenced by Run DMC, this and that. See, so let me guess. Pharaoh said that also on the FBA. Yeah, also was just like he was protecting Eminem, making excuses for Eminem, who Tariq Nasheed would not address. There's certain people they know they can speak on, and certain people protected. Yeah. See, and Godfrey, come on now, he a Chicago brother. Pharaoh said that. Stop. My older brother, stop. See, man, all these people up in here are questionable. I should have known because he used to be part of it with that Sonnet cap. I should have known. All these people, even these older ones who I respected, they are also dang on questionable. I can believe this guy talking about Eminem did more for black people. I'm like, man, we supposed to trust these cats. Oh gosh, I'm getting a headache. Let me go back to yeah. Oh goodness, this is another one. They all they gotta create the look at this. No, this is how y'all talk about when you're talking about black Americans. It's about the Democrats that you don't like, or the look at what he doing to his FBA brother Al Sharpton. Got him looking funny like y'all couldn't even. And my mama, she didn't really trust Jesse Jackson, but still, when he passed away, they couldn't even, they were so busy talking about he the one who popularized African, even though it didn't originate with him, but they were so on this. I'm like, damn, there's more that Jesse Jackson contributed. Can you just show a little respect, just a little, and I know there's some things questionable with Jesse Jackson, don't get me wrong. But I'm like, y'all, come on, man. It's a time and place, everything. But they sold this pride. It's FBA pride. Ain't about nothing but roasting and boasting. Or roasting for boasting.
Y'all pretending, y'all hate Africa, and I hate FBA. Just dozens of pages trying to use me as a proxy. Tariq with MAGA and all. These are intelligence agencies doing that.
See, that's the thing. If I call out everybody else's COINTELPRO ops agents, then they won't suspect that I'm an agent. But see, put two and two together. Who hold on, who's been down with the celebrities and from progressives? Who got Tucker Carlson giving them a shout out? Not me. Who had Tucker Carlson giving them a shout out? Not me. I can't speak for everybody else up in here. But the show ain't talking about me. I'm going to speak for myself, not I. Hold on. Now, who would you suspect would be more likely of being a damn agent? I'm not saying just because you had, celebrity influence and Cosmoflex. Who? Come on, not I. Oh yeah, I did talk about my talk show experience years ago with a loved one. I'm not going to tell you that's only because it's embarrassing because of that person. But other than that, yeah, never. I used to participate in talent shows though, and yes, I did do some community, work and activism and volunteer work. But besides the food drives I organized, it got me in the local news for that suburb west of Chicago. But other than that, no. Oh yeah, and when I did advocate on behalf of working mothers, let me say it was a news thing that kind of interviewed me years ago, a local thing in Wisconsin. This was Madison, Wisconsin, years ago, but I don't know if it ever aired. Other than that, I used to be in talent shows. But and I mean, and that, even if you were on television, that doesn't mean necessarily. But I'm just saying, if we were to look at all of these things, trust me, considering how he was so able, if they're like, for instance, on me, if they had something like that, bet doggone well, it would have been exposed. I've been in here for years, and people have put out my personal information. I've met some of these people personally, but don't you think? Consider how easy Tariq Nasheed was able to get that information on CD Fury. That was questionable. That was real quick. He let it be known. I got connections. Zaza Ali, I got connections. I'm gonna put it out there on you. He was able to quick. Nobody had no idea how CD Fury. He was able to. Now I'm good. Don't get me wrong. I'm really good at researching stuff. But damn, he was able to in an instant on CD Fury, and there was nothing being exposed. He couldn't expose him as being an agent. He just wanted you to see his picture, wanted you to be able to clown him, wanted to put him out there like that. Now, why would you do that? Because this person disagreed with you. And, I understand, you got a right to defend yourself. But it ain't like he exposed anything other than how he actually looked. And I don't agree with CD Fury on everything. I that's the thing too. I used to be weary of them people that's always only thing they doing is exposing because at the same time, I did also appreciate some of them CBD. I didn't totally agree with him. Something he was pointing out with the Otis Redding and trying to implicate Otis Redding's wife, and I didn't agree with that. But so I didn't agree with him on everything. CD Fury. But I felt, he still has some very information worthy video. It's just also I was looking at the fact I noticed that he began to only go at black people, where just like Lynn and Honor. Initially, Lynn and Honor, he would expose everybody. It seemed that way. He would, Walt Disney, and then it just got to a point. Okay, you're only, and then even going as far Lynn and Honor talking about black folks won't have. Like, wait, it was black people supporting your channel. Talking about his black neighbors and okay, here we go. But yeah, you're talking about the ops and all of that, please. Again, how many channels have you lost? How many? And don't think, and yeah, some of these people, they'll be, oh yeah, you also got these people be lying. And they still getting paid under the table. It's just to make it look legit, like they the real thing. Or like in a case of something like how Cynthia G did at one time. I'm leaving YouTube. No, honey, you just put the videos and stuff on private. You wanted people to go and support you on Patreon. And then you came back. I'm talking the initially Cynthia G supposedly went, but I can't take this in YouTube anymore. And yeah, right. You took on Tariq Nasheed, who's the roast king, honey. Cynthia G, when have you been scared or you got that discouraged? Please. You have been very fearless, if you will. Now all of a sudden girl, get out of here. But anyways.
These are people trying to poison the algorithm. That's the name of the game. The name of the game is to poison the algorithm. Why? This is the most powerful grassroots awakening since the 1960s, ladies and gentlemen. You understand? There's still in
Wild Bill O'Neill, in effect.
The movement has the energy, the focus, the structural disruption of the civil rights movement in the 60s. But it operates without the traditional vulnerabilities. It's entirely from the grassroots.
Also, you got to consider this is a guy who glorified pimp being a pimp. And what do pimps do? So what do pimps do? What do he played a pimp? He imitated pimps. Like he kind of talked about himself as if he was a pimp, having people perceive, putting out Mac lessons. And what do pimps do? They're known for playing people, deceiving people. You know, particularly women, people who are vulnerable. I'll take care of you, baby, and this and that. Where it get to a point where they could call the woman out her name and she still. This is what pimps do. I've never declared myself to be any sort of pimp or pretended to be a pimp. Yeah, I had a little time when I was a teenager, thinking I could, be a bad girl in hip hop rapping and like I'm gonna go against Roxanne Shante. I'm gonna take her spot. I'm gonna take but that's when I was a kid, put childish things away at a certain point.
You understand? It doesn't rely on corporate sponsorships, no mainstream media validation, nothing.
No,
that's why people
come to find out. That's what I thought. That is what I thought, and that's what I kind of liked with the Hidden Colors. I felt okay. It wasn't promoted by the mainstream. I like that. I like what I saw, and it still was successful. But come to find out, now you've had plugs. You've had plugs. That's how you were able to establish yourself, just like Kwame Brown, so easily in YouTube like that. And I'm not saying I'm not going to discredit his talent or his gift for talking. He definitely has the gift for talking. I give him credit for that. He's a pimp game is strong. I ain't even gonna front. You could flip from pimp to Pan-Africanist to FBA. Oh gosh, he's good.
People are like trying to pretend that there's all this secret funding. This is a psyop. The CIA must be funding this. This FBA shit is everywhere. It must be Illuminati must be funding this. It must be funded by Israel or some shit. Russia must be funding this. This is too big. It's just everywhere. Yeah.
See, okay, I'm going to mock. That's him insulting our intelligence again. I ain't be got no whippings. That's how us Black Americans, we're too ignorant that we're just jumping on, a conspiracy. Yeah. And remember, well, like I said, not you. Let me I'm going to put on my tinfoil Kango. You see, Tariq Nasheed took what I said and he changed it to, time to put on my tinfoil Kufi. But yeah. But that's a way of mocking people like myself. They're Illuminati, this and that. But but you gotta be, that's the thing. If you're an agent, you gotta be a little intelligent to be an agent. You can't be just some idiot that's, well, I don't know. They can use anybody.
You dig? They act like there's some big check written by, because the power of the grassroots is so phenomenal. We love TikTok Shop. We love TikTok Shop. We love.
Hey, wait. What'd you say? They act like there's some big check. Notice he stopped talking there. Word to, somebody had that video. And then I noticed it was removed. Like Tariq, somebody had it removed. Of you saying, I know we can find it. There's a video with you saying how you were offered a bag. This is some years ago, to go at African people. I ain't been offered no bag like that. Now, I could have totally taken advantage of YouTube. Like I said, when there were people like O'Shea, them trying to get me on the panels with them, I could have took advantage of that for clout and this and that. But you could say I'm like, they taunted me as hustling backwards. Oh well, I could have took full advantage of that. I even had, with Dr. Joe, I showed the receipts, contacting me. I already had an experience like that in the 90s. The loved one. But yeah, you said they offer you money to go at Africans, but that's what you're doing now. So we got a question: have you taken the bag? But I think it's even more than that. Come on. You gotta like who would be look more suspect as an agent? You said, you talked about. Yeah, I know. And I'm trying to please Kitty Witty. Oreo, stop. Exotical cat, stop. Chill out. He's like, no.
Love TikTok Shop. We love TikTok Shop.
What is that? What is he talking about? TikTok Shop. Why do you keep saying that? I don't know.
These folks are trying to pretend that some major entity is secretly funding it, which makes zero damn sense. No.
Why would you being a person, you being a person who has talked on conspiracy on COINTELPRO to make it look like you're one of us, to make it look like you're not down with COINTELPRO and all of that, you know, okay, come on. But let me.
No, this is the spiritual thing. This is a spiritual movement, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, now it's spiritual. It's funny how he was making. Oh, remember when I said nobody flip flops like this. Nobody changes, because I understand we may change our stance, like I've changed my stance on voting and stuff. But nobody, unless it's something spiritual, like religious. I said unless you've had something traumatic in your life, tragic or traumatic, or it's a thing of where it's like a spiritual awakening. Remember I said that? Oh, now he's saying that this is something spiritual. Really? It's funny how he was mocking our spiritual beliefs in the Bible. He's trying to make it now. This is something divine. This is something spiritual. Yeah, whatever. You guys are definitely religious. That's for sure. This is very cult-like behavior.
This is a spiritual movement, ladies and gentlemen.
Wow.
Okay? This is a spiritual movement. See, it can't be bought out financially. It can't be starved out.
But it can't be trademarked and branded. It can't be trademarked. And by you can't say, well, African American, but we're talking about FBA now. And this is what you chose to do, not somebody else. Yeah, I question anybody, who would be trying to especially like they're representing Yashar. I'm sure there's somebody who's putting a patent on something with Hebrew Israelite name in it, and that would be very questionable. But you did that from the very beginning. Going back to 2019 when you started touting the FBA initially. You from the very beginning decided to trademark it. But it's spiritual. Man, come on now. It can be sold out, right? Right, he has his own products, and I have not been mad at him with the whole the Morris. I wasn't mad about that. Okay, wow. Now I think about it. First, Moore was marketable. Now it's, oh my gosh, wow. I just thought about it. Even with and I wasn't even mad about the More Us. I didn't see that as More Us. Okay, that's catchy, but. Yeah, it do seem like you have a thing with marketing lineages and ethnicities and cultures. I see how I could say that this is bad, but this is taking advantage, just like Afro Sheen. But no. This is you were from the very jump.
There's nobody to assassinate. I love TikTok Shop. You see?
Why does he keep saying I love TikTok? What is that about, y'all? Can y'all please explain that to me?
It's decentralized. Just everybody's getting on code. I love TikTok Shop. We're standing on lineage business. You see?
How can I take him seriously in what he's saying on lineage and all that when he keeps saying I love TikTok Shop? What is that? Is it doing more promotional stuff? Goodness gracious. I gotta leave Tariq Nasheed alone. I got to, because I'm worried. He's not really showing himself as much. And what's name said he was at court with him. It's kind of worrying. What the heck? Is anybody else noticing this? If FBA is only online, why would they care? Because I know that how the power of what's online and how it can become. Yes, it's for now, it's just some online ish, but I know how this rhetoric, just like with a lot of that Soul Nation rhetoric, then it's no surprise. Then next thing you know, we're talking about the black femicide rate. I know the power and how online, especially considering Tariq Nasheed, I would say in YouTube world, has the largest voice, supposedly representing black people. Can we agree on that? Is there any other black YouTuber? I'm talking about representing the black spaces. I'm not talking about like a Glozell Green who's more mainstream. I think as in what we consider black sectors of YouTube. I don't want to say circles, but I would think that can we not agree that Tariq Nasheed has the biggest mic, supposedly representing black people, more specifically black Americans, or we could even say black people in general, right? So this can definitely, if you've got Tucker Carlson, people mentioning FBA, I don't want for now, with black, what I'm trying to tell people, and particularly foreigners, that they do not represent black Americans as a whole. However, I do believe that this is part of an agenda so that it will be within a certain amount of time. There's only so much I could do. Because I do think, even if the majority of Americans don't know who the hell Tommy Sotomayor is, I do think that a lot of this rhetoric from Tommy Sotomayor and the like, eventually they found somebody who could be a little more mainstream, like Kevin Samuels. A lot of people don't know Tommy Sotomayor, but they do know Kevin Samuels. Kevin Samuels being influenced by Tommy Sotomayor and the like. Do you get what I'm saying? It's just Kevin Samuels was a little more polished, where he could be marketable even, unlike Tommy, who was more on that shock jock tip. But the shock jock, that's a lot of y'all got to be careful. Y'all, oh, you know what? I'm going to come up in here roasting on black O's or roasting on, or roasting on Bantus. And y'all got to be careful, because that stuff, when you think you can go mainstream and you're thinking it's not going to happen. Yeah, you may get that initial attention, but somebody's going to take what you're doing and they're going to have it more polished. You thinking, you may have got the initial attention, which is shock, but the shock jock era, it's over and it's not as marketable. Oh, I'm sorry. You said, hold on. What you saying, Reef? Like, give me a second. He said anyone with the red, black, and green flag is an agent. Now, I'm not one for the flags, but what? Right. Oh my goodness, I didn't catch that. Come on, you are causing confusion. Hella confusion, Tariq Nasheed. Not on my part. I am confused about the damn TikTok shop. Oh, okay. But I don't know. I see them as, even like with the Breakfast Club, I see them as mainstream. Even if they're more likely to speak on hip hop culture, it's so mainstream now. I don't see it as all that black centered. Like, you understand? I think that's what I mean. Yeah, in all fairness, yeah. But I don't know. I can't say I really listen to Joe Budden. And what I do know with the Breakfast Club, it just seemed like, maybe because I just see it as celebrity news, but it just happened to be black celebrity. But I don't see things like, let's say, from a black perspective, or just meant for, more intended for a black audience primarily. I don't really see it like that, I think that's what I mean more so. And I may be a little outdated because I kind of represent an older generation in YouTube. It may not be up on everything now, but I've been here long enough. I think I'm perceptive enough. I can't say that I watch or check out Joe Budden and Yeah, but when I don't know, when I think of a black YouTube, like a black voice, and you like representing blackness, pro-blackness, not just talking about black celebrities, but supposedly speaking on our behalf, whether we're talking about politics, spirituality, culture. And I understand music. It seemed like people like Charlemagne, I don't know. I can't really say with Joe Budden, but it seemed like they just talk about, I don't know, like maybe celebrity or things. I can't really say with Joe Budden. I have an idea. Okay, I do understand it. I believe Tariq is on TikTok, but I don't understand TikTok. He keeps saying this. From what I listen to, he keeps saying that. So how are we gonna take you serious? You're doing plugs or whatever. Come on now. I'm not mad at him as a businessman. If that was the case, I would have criticized him years ago. I would have been heavily critical years ago. I did call out on certain things he said years ago. He never did really respond to that.
So these political
I wasn't the only one.
agencies and intelligence agencies, they are deploying their operatives precisely because they have no financial leverage over the movement. So the only weapon they have left is digital psychological warfare. Just flood the digital space with a bunch of people talking crazy, trying to put disinformation out there.
What disinformation? What is he talking about? Oh, is he trying to flip it? Is he trying to say that these people that claim they're FBA, that we're calling out as possible bots and paid subs and agents, is he trying to, is that what he's trying to say? Like, no, that don't represent me and I don't represent them. I'm just an individual. I have nothing to do with, is that what he, yeah, right.
Yeah. And coordinated disinformation, that's the ultra metrics of success. Listen, if the delineation movement, because they love, what the tethers love, they love to get up here. FBA is only online. It is only online. That's some.
I am not what you refer to as a tether, and I am one. Maybe somebody else has said this. I am the one who more recently said that this is some online-ish. And dang on well, because you're familiar with my channel, Tariq Nasheed. Dog, I've been here long enough. You've been here peeping, taking notes for your, movies and stuff long enough. Okay? Like, my YouTube series. You're welcome, by the way. Doggone well that I am a Black American, speaking for myself, what you would refer to, but I would not, as FBA. So stop all, this ain't about it. This ain't just about, and I don't think that, who's that? Afro think tank. I can't say I totally agree with it because he's not a Bible believer, but I don't think that he is what you would call a tether. I don't think that Moorish World TV is what you would call a tether either. Tariq Bay. So let's cut that. And that's been your primary adversary. I don't think keyboard musician, going back years ago. Now, I don't know if he's ever addressed the whole FBA thing. But I think he is what you call the initial people who have been, confronting some of your rhetoric, actually your own supposed people, Tariq Nasheed, and you know this.
From a think tank. That's them trying to minimize it. If the delineation movement was only online, okay, why are these people, they keep giving me these damn restrictions. Okay. Gave me another restriction.
Oh, please. That's his way of trying to make it seem like YouTube is stopping him. No, YouTube has been very much pro. This is obvious that they too, formerly known as YouTube, has been co-opted. The question is, why am I still here? I don't know.
I don't know why. Okay.
I don't even.
What they say? I love TikTok Shop. I don't know why. We must be speaking truth to power. We're exposing a lot of stuff. I love TikTok Shop, dude.
What is going on with that?
We are spitting a lot of truth. I've been getting restrictions all day on this thing right now. I don't even know what I said wrong.
Oh gosh.
But you speak truth to power, but they start hitting you. I guess we talking too real right now. All right, we talking too real right now. Listen, like I said, if this was just an online trend, nobody would care. Institutions wouldn't spend millions of dollars and thousands of man hours combating something that's power.
No, we know the power of what starts as an only online thing. We know the power. You know that online social media, more specifically, is highly influential. It's things that I really didn't think was going to take off, and they have. Just talking about that with some relatives yesterday. It's some things that just you be surprised, like, oh, this ain't going. These little trends and just like how they're trying to make this stuff, this idea, for instance, yeah. So we have to be in opposition. Just there has to be a counter, making you think that, oh, if you are brown skin, even you're not exactly black, you're exactly. They're trying to make these things. You know what I'm saying? So to a degree, there's got to be a counter. There's got to be to balance this ish out. Like, hold on, wait a minute. We don't all believe this stuff.
Powerless. The presence of highly active single-purpose sock puppet accounts whose sole mission is to discredit the movement. That's the highest proof of how effective it is, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, please. What you claim, all this discrediting, we are hardly being heard, okay? Soon as we even try to say, you know what, I disagree with, you're a tether, must be tether. No, I'm sorry. It's the other way around. The opposition is really the other way around. No, I should be asking, why are so many damn bots coming in my comment section calling me a tether and a musty tether? Don't think that's hurting my feelings. No, I should be questioning. Why is this FBA stuff become like they've become total parrots, plebiscite babble? That I'm seeing it kind of this opposition the other way around. It seems to be more of a resistance to anybody who dares to say anything. This is y'all are the gang members. Yeah, like you said, a fake gang. Y'all are on some gang member-ish. Seriously. You will get they trying to pull drive-bys up in there. Like, dang on. They don't care. I'm looking at new possibility. New possibility. Your brother been up in here for years. I'm looking at how and I be like, want to tell him, dude, get rid of all these comments. Like, this brother been up in here respected for years. They don't give no damn. I don't care who you. I don't care what you. Just like how the stains were the Eminem stains coming at Melly Mel. Who is Melly Mel? Who cares? I never even heard of him until Eminem. Like, I'm like, oh my gosh.
You understand? They are actively trying to poison the algorithms because the organic algorithm heavily favors the truth of delineation.
Again, is his channel focused on what he refers to as delineation, ethnogenesis? Is that the focus of his channel, making a distinction between, or is it just about roasting? Go to his channel. Go to hold on. What we talking about? Since he's saying it's just a focus on differentiation, distinguishing, and drawing the line and making, that's all that just delineation is. Talking about a tether, talking about Asian, talking about no, that's not the focus. Oh, okay. Let's give him points for Carmelo Anthony. There's the token. Hold on. What's the focus? What's the focus? This is what you're talking about? Is this the delineation? This is making, okay, so what's the distinct, what, this is part of the delineation? This is your focus. Showing fake fabricated images of foreign people, foreign black people. What that got to do with Black American greatness and even distinguishing, unless you're trying to send the message, we eat cats, you don't. I mean, you eat cats, we don't. You eat mud pies, we don't. You're dirty, we're not. No, I'm sorry. You haven't even, like I said, said nothing about George Ellis Johnson. This ain't There's no history lessons really here. Oh wait, we got to wait and pay for that. We got to fund you for the history lesson. So then, and pay again to learn about FBA history, right? Focus on Democrats. The only time you talk about Black Americans, they got to be dead, like Carmelo Anthony. And it's funny because people are talking about this as a result of assimilation with Carmelo and not Carmelo Anthony. Even in that case, but what's the recent Nolan? But see, this is FBA is promoting assimilation, and then people trying to take it out on the parents. See, and he's making mockery. This is actually what you're promoting. What you got behind you. This is what a diaspora war. Are these not the caricatures that you have been creating through AI? You've been participating in this whole this cartoon stuff that you're looking like you're walking away from. And I'm not going to say, he's always been comical, and I have a sense of humor. I've also used humorous, even if I'm not really down with the whole AI, but I'm a little more, But yeah, so I have a sense of humor. I understand what we do things for, but he's doing this all the time. And he in the suits, all this roasting while wearing a suit.
So all of these operatives that's crying about foundational Black Americans all day, every day, that is proof that the delineation movement is winning. And again, attacking me is I'm just a proxy, because they got to put a leader on. Ain't no leader of nothing.
See, keep stressing this. Oh my gosh, that irks me. I ain't leader of nothing. How dare you? How dare you start this shit and then try to, just like this golden sphere person, how dare you? And then you try to, but at least even with the golden sphere person, he went away, and after starting this, instead of checking on his children, you still going with it, but then still claiming you're not the leader. Oh my gosh, for real?
Ain't no leader of nothing.
Why are you being a deadbeat daddy now? Why are you trying to be a deadbeat daddy?
You understand? There is no leader. That's why they keep trying to force a leader. Everybody keeps saying there is no leader, which is not.
Because, obviously they've been trained to say, to come in my comment section. I hope you paying them. You best be paying these subs. They try to come and make it known to take responsibility away from you when this all blows up and hits the fan. Hopefully it won't. But I feel y'all is not going to allow whatever, there's only going to be so much allowed.
But they have to attack something. You understand? And the fact that everybody gets on code, the code is the leader. That's why, you know what?
No,
that's why I want
you to get on code. It's one big thing to be a total parrot echo chamber. This ain't about getting on code. They are repeating you word for word. Plebiscite babble, musty tether. Even though I can show my birth certificate and all that. Mustard tether, plebiscite babble. It is so, no, that's a code. Jim Jones. Okay? This is some code-ish. I ain't never seen this. They wasn't even this hard with Soto. Well, maybe. Yeah. Boy, the Soto roaches. Man. As we call them, Tomby zombies. We call them that for a reason. But damn, you kind of got Tommy beat now. Because even before, but people, I know it was only until he started talking to FBA that it really became, because before you would have people disagree perhaps with Tariq Nasheed, but this is on some cult stuff now. Ever since he started this FBA, you started.
Try to notice something, because I keep seeing these people want me to attack Godfrey. I saw somebody in the chat room just now mentioning Godfrey.
Yeah, and I ain't gonna lie, it's the whole thing with Godfrey that got me up in here, because I was gonna leave it alone. I didn't want to talk about Tariq Nasheed. I definitely don't. I didn't want to talk. It's hard talking about somebody you once, to some degree, you had a respect for, even if you didn't totally agree with them on everything, even if you. I'm like, damn, what if it is a thing of, the dude being threatened or something? But if it's true that somebody's life, somebody who's going to testify, if that's true, what Tariq Bay is, then I can't feel for you, because I value life. I value lives. Oh, I don't want to believe you were part of something like that. Please, that's when I do want to believe that Tariq Bay is lying, or I do want to believe it's a lie. But yeah, all this other stuff, it's adding up. It points. It's very agent. This is very, yeah. I mean, I'd be a fool to not notice this. Anybody who is not noticing this would be very foolish. And we got to add up everything from your affiliation with people like Michael Moore, progressives like Michael Moore, getting shout outs from Tucker Carlson, how you are the one getting shout outs from these people. And then you're high-fiving them back with Megyn Kelly. That's very questionable. You've been on panels, platforms with these people. They don't. So why would they even be, if we were the agents and you aren't, why are you giving the platform? Not saying, no, I don't want to be on those platforms.
And I see some of these weird accounts just hell bent on trying to get me to attack Godfrey. Now, Godfrey, I don't watch all the Godfrey stuff, and I'm cool with.
And by the way, I don't agree with everything with Godfrey, okay? Because for one, I understand some. For one, in Godfrey we trust, but I feel that Godfrey, and like I said, I met him in real life. We didn't meet like that, but I did. He was, and I spotted who he was. I knew him from VH1, the 7-Up commercials, the VH1. Yeah, so he's real cool. He's with his girlfriend or whatever, or somebody. He was with some female. It was at the movie theater. This was years ago. He was just so naturally funny. It's even hard for me. My husband and I, as we was driving, from Wisconsin, we listening to Godfrey's, because my husband played Godfrey's response to a lot of this. And sure enough, that's why I got to talk about O'Shea. I can't stand now him. I never liked O'Shea, so it's easy for me with O'Shea. I ain't never like him. Okay, and he is such an instigator. Oh my gosh. I can't stand him even more so now than even when he was doing all that obvious manosphere roasting black women. I can't stand him even more so now. Not that I want him to be dissing black women, but he just, at least back then, it was clear. But now oh my gosh. I can't stand Cornelius. Oh, I can't stand him. He is just so, and I noticed his videos are always just like how it was with Tommy. His videos actually pop up more and recommend than Tariq's. Have y'all noticed that from the celebrity junk? It's always popping up. Even, I don't like what I'm seeing in thumbnail. A lot of times, I don't even click in. I can say that I may click in, listen to what Tariq is saying on this. I don't with O'Shea, but I know so that you can't tell me he ain't being promoted like that. You can't tell me he ain't on the team. I got a question now, Poetic Flacco as well. But yeah, Godfrey, and who knows? Godfrey, he's part of that celebrity world too. But overall, I think Godfrey's cool. But see, there's them powers that be that don't like him, against Vlad TV. With Tariq, Nasheed, and them, they friends. It's been a front. Remember, too, I was one of the initial people up in here warning people. Even before Jamar broke off from, I warned people about Vlad the Vampire, Vlad TV. That was years ago. Before people, then it became popular to call him out as a culture vulture. But I used to notice with them interviews, I'm like, these are interrogations. And what I really didn't like, and I remember even before I knew that he was actually not black, because I just remember he never would show himself. I'm like, damn, why is he always instigating? He's always asking, what you think what so-and-so said about this and that? And I didn't like that. And I was like, why don't y'all just, if y'all gonna do an interview, go to Sway in the morning. Why y'all always going to Vlad? And then, so when I found out too that he was ish, I was, oh, that's when I really had to call it out. He's always trying to get, so-and-so said this about you last week on the show. I can't stand people like that. I think MAGA actually, I don't see it as an opposite FBA. I believe that FBA is a reflection of MAGA in blackface. It's MAGA for so-called proud Black Americans. That's why they are quick to call out the Democrats. It's a way of indirectly defending white Republicans, or it's not so much white Republicans or the agenda, but they got to get us patriotic. See, the FBA is more of a so-called patriotic thing more than it is a black thing. It's under the guise of pro-blackness. That's the new hustle, under the guise of pro-blackness. Just like Cynthia G, who became the divestment leader, she came in under the guise of pro-blackness and then pro-black womanness to straight divestment. But you can find out, like, Cynthia G ain't got no love for no sisters. Her knowledge says they ain't got no love. That's why they can so easily disrespect Black women. That's why they always want to keep Black women triggered. It's all about just a roast thing. Ooh, see, this is what they really choose. Always trying to keep Black women mad, angry, hurt. See, this is who Black men really want. See, I'm going to show you again. Let me give you another example. Ooh, look what this. No, your friend ain't going to always be trying to keep you triggered all the time. And then make you feel stupid as a Black woman for having feelings that are just natural for Black men. Yeah, so of course we're going to be hurt. We can address this without all the, referring to Black men as bullet bags and all that kind of stuff.
Godfrey, like I said, Godfrey says some things that I've disagreed with, and some of the guests on his.
Yeah, again, I don't know. That's what kind of got me, because I'm like, oh, hell no, this is, because I ain't gonna lie. My husband and I, we kind of dig. It is even odd for me listening to his recent Godfrey's, where he's, but I knew that O'Shea was going to jump on what he said on FBA. I knew it. His instigating, I can't stand him. I knew he was going to jump on that. But yeah, Godfrey cool as hell. It's odd for me knowing that this is a Chicago brother, born Black American indeed, born in America, raised in Chicago from the time he was like a baby, 2 years old. From Chicago, been in Chicago in my city longer than me, being that he was born in the late 60s. Early Gen Xer. It's weird even me hearing him say Black Americans, because now he's trying to address things. He's trying to be politically correct with this FBA audience in addressing Black Americans. So I'm like, hearing Godfrey say Black Americans is so weird to me, because you weren't talking like that. But I get it. I understand. He's trying to, since they don't want to see him as Black American citizen, born in America, Black. But I guess because he's not what they call FBA, because his parents from Nigeria. Do you know the persecution of the Igbo people? But anyways, which many of us are descendants of. But yeah, just hearing Godfrey talk like this is so weird. Like it's like if you grew up with somebody. I'm not saying I grew up with Godfrey, but he is definitely a Chicago brother. And you hearing him talk like now he got to talk like he's a foreigner. Like man, it's just weird. It's just weird. Like, look at this. Don't make no sense.
His show, I've broken down some of their arguments, but there are people who want me to attack Godfrey, just go in on Godfrey, and I won't do that because I'm cool with Godfrey. It's respectful.
Yeah, and he's also donated. He said he contributed a lot to you, or donated to what you're doing. A lot of us have, but obviously, he has the means to donate more than, let's say, myself and my husband. Yeah, of course, his donations directly. But he would throw, just as he did Umar Johnson, so many other people, and he would throw. You don't just let a single disagreement cause you. You know what your rhetoric is what has led to okay, let's say if Tariq Nasheed never had started with this FBA, do you think that Godfrey would be jumped on right now? If there was never this whole thing that started by Tariq Nasheed, Foundational Black, do you think, and he knows what he's doing every day, only time he is talking about foreign Black people, like Africans, is if it's something negative every day. And this has been going on for over 2 years now. You don't think that you have influenced people to the point where they're going to see, yeah, we got to side eye Godfrey, where they're waiting for him to say something that they think they could take out of context? You don't think even if you didn't directly, you know doggone well, these are your children. You need to check your children. You know doggone well, Tariq Nasheed, you made this into a hashtag. This is everything that they're saying, plebiscite, babble, tether, you concocted the term tether, or I mean, of course, originally, we know tether just mean attachment, but you made that into slang. They're repeating your slang. What's your point? What is your point? I've made my point, Katri Cannon. What's your point? I know why. He had those followers from the jump. I know why he has, just like he had the link to BET and VH1 and Viacom. I already know why he initially got the followers he got. So what's your point? That's already been explained. He's had people like Michael Moore, progressive Democrat, promoting him in films and stuff. What's your point? Does that answer your question? Could this have something to do with it? Having connections? Having people like Tucker Carlson, you act like you're in opposition with, but deep down, you've been cool with? Does that help? So now what's your point? Anyways.
And I don't just flip on people. I can disagree with them without flipping on them.
I don't know about that. Who was that one female? It seemed like she was just asking a question. Something was suspicious.
But I noticed a lot of these folks, these weird accounts, want me to attack Godfrey. Just why won't I attack Godfrey? Why don't you attack him? Why don't you go in on Godfrey? You know what that's about? Because I look at some of these accounts, I'm like, well, damn it, are you attacking people who go after me? And no, you're not. But here's the thing. You know what this is about? You know because I look at patterns here. You know what that's about? All these little weird accounts saying that shit. The fact that I'm not attacking Godfrey, that disrupts the whole leadership bullshit that they try to push, because there's a lot of people of the lineage that's been going in on Godfrey.
So he's saying, see, that says being that he's saying, now he's trying to use the Godfrey example to say, see, that says that I am not their leader. Because if they were programmed, they would do what I say. And well, actually, so these attacks just kind of begun. This is your first time really responding, other than I believe he said that he ain't got nothing against Godfrey. So he's trying to use this. See, this proves that I'm not the leader. These are your children, influenced by you. These are still your children. Everything that they're saying against Godfrey, plebiscite, babble, tether, this and that, that's all your rhetoric. That's all your rhetoric. You need to take responsibility for that. If Godfrey is your friend. Somebody name. I'm supposed to take somebody seriously, hand throat. Oh goodness. Right. That's why I'm not the leader, because he's going to be taking flight from the FBA when this is all over with. When this, Perhaps when this term, when Trump's term is over with, and they, let's say, try to influence the following election or whatever, it's going to be time for the next flight. What will be the next? Is he going to be Hebrew Israelite next? Oh gosh, no. Well, that's what I'm supposed to be hoping, that he would acknowledge that he's Yasharel. But in his case, no. What's going to be next? Yeah, he's getting ready, preparing to take off, because then it's going to all blow up, and we're going to be looking back, and you know what I'm saying? Watch, we're going to be looking back at a lot of this FBA. You're going to see how silly and stupid it is. But like I said, I give y'all a warning. Dang, I still ain't talked about what I said I was going to talk about with Yvette Carnell. And I don't know when. I may come back later, maybe tomorrow on O'Shea, because we're not done on that now. I got to, oh my gosh, with O'Shea. I still ain't talked about what I wanted to talk about with the link with Yvette Carnell and John Stanton, because I always talk about this way longer than I expected to. I have got to get control of. That's why I said I do better going back to just doing videos like I used to, just 15 to 30-minute videos. But winning what? What are you winning? You got reparations? Okay, then you could tell me you're winning. What you winning? What you winning? What you won? I want to see the prize. What's the prize? I'm Black American. What's this prize that you claim, since you would box me under that category of FBA? What is this? Where's my prize? I'm Black American. You say you won. You're winning. What, winning? Everybody copy y'all swag and shit. I don't give a damn. What you won? Did you get reparations? Did you get the tangibles you're talking about? And I can go 3 more hours, and you'll be right here with me, trying to do this weak damage control. So what you won? Please tell me. What you winning? What have you won? See, this is what with puffed up pride gets you nothing. Ain't give you nothing. Just like, like I said, they voted for Reagan again. Geraldine Ferraro asked, and you understand, I'm not trying to promote anything political. I'm just making a point. Why did y'all vote for him again? Say, well, he made us look good. See, this is all about pride. Y'all are like a female. It's like a female who feels like they got to hear other women, like dark-skinned Black women, be put down, like some of these people in what they claim these suckers defending. Like, you got to feel like you got to hear other women, like even some of these non-Black women who follow Tommy Sotomayor, these ones who their own men, white men, ain't paying no damn attention to. But they feel that, okay, as long as I'm not a Black woman, as long as I'm not at least I'm not Keisha, at least I'm not Shaniqua. So instead of having their own men compliment them, or men, period, give them compliments, they got to continuously put down other ones. They take that as a compliment. That's when it's, like I said, Tommy Sotomayor and it was Zoloft for the Beckys and Marias and whoever felt they could latch on to that. Well, at least here you're talking about me. But in their real life, when they leave the internet, when they leave YouTube world, they're back in their lonely existence with a husband, or if they got a man, like the Just Pearly Things, ain't paying attention to him. That's why she's always talking about other women and hoping, because that's the most attention she'll ever get from the opposite sex. Like these women who you feed on, you take it as a compliment, hearing other women continuously be put down. You'd rather hear that. It's almost like you'd rather hear that than actually your own greatness being complimented. That's not pride. Maybe it is pride. Maybe that is what pride, because the Bible never spoke of pride fondly. I thought that pride, though, was, something else, like, more like, celebrating and about your greatness. No, y'all see pride as roasting and putting down other people. You're puffed up by this idea that you're better than, or even not even so much that you're better than, but that they are worse than. That's pathetic. That's pathetic. And I don't represent that. As a quote unquote Black American, that's not what I represent. Where I have to shit. I started school in late 70s. I've heard with the African booty scratcher jokes. We can go on and on about who started what. We all know. I've talked about this before. And I'm glad that Godfrey is tapping into this. There are certain, you gotta understand, when they come over to this country, certain people, they're told, don't be around, you don't want to go on these men. Remember, that's why I shared with Mustafa Nahefni, who is Egyptian. But clearly, quote unquote, Black, phenotypically speaking. But he said he came to America in the 70s. They're like, you don't want to identify, Now, he said initially he didn't even think about race like that. He said his people, they identify first by their religion or But in America, yeah, he realized he's Black. But he said that he was told that no, you don't want to have nothing to do with these people, this and that. So just as we have been told that they are the same stereotypes as Tariq Nasheed, they're African booty scratchers, they're primitive, they live in dung houses and they eat dirt, the same rhetoric that Tariq Nasheed is spreading now. Let's not act like, it necessarily started with them talking to us. Because I know from when I was a child, I remember my family, this is going back early 80s, and it was something on, it was National Geographic or something. And it was showing these Ethiopians, I think the Mercy people, and they were fighting, nearly killing each other over the beautiful virgins. And I remember initially my brothers thought that was so funny. We were ignorant. This is how we were being fed Africa. This was the idea that we were, and you had movies like The Gods, and I love that movie, The Gods Must Be Crazy. But showing you, as if these people, and I still like that movie, but now I see how ridiculous it is. Like the people of Namibia, formerly referred to as the Bushmen, Khoisan, the San people, as if they are so ignorant that they wouldn't realize, they are so lost from, that they wouldn't realize that this vehicle is not an animal. He's gonna actually think that this vehicle is an animal, passing by. But a lot of us, me being young, and I still like that movie a lot, we fell for that. Now, I'm not saying that, I know that, we saw it as not all that, no big deal, because Black people, we're going to just tease people, period. Whether you're from Africa or from America. Sadly, that's why I was the one initially talking about with the roasting culture. Maybe is there a point where we laugh a little too much? But overall, we don't hate Africans, and we never really did. Even with the African booty scratching jokes. Okay? In fact, I know our people, there was a point where we would just everything. There was those different points. We can point to the 70s, late 60s, 70s, where we embraced any and everything we thought was Afrocentric. Yeah, we may have got it wrong. Not everybody's wearing a kente cloth, just like with Beyonce, what she was trying to do. And, this idea that proudly sitting on an elephant. We may have gotten things wrong, thinking everybody speaks Swahili or something. Kind of like, Mean Girls when she was Jumbo. They were like, what the hell are you talking about? But we really meant, we really, we had love for it. Yeah, were we ignorant about certain things? Yeah. But we all felt a certain way. Like when we saw the people in Ethiopia, we all felt a certain way. That was horrible. We all felt terrible. We all felt terrible when we learned about apartheid. But there are things we're ignorant about. So, of course, yeah, there are some people who feel, in a sense, I guess, hurt because, once upon a time, we, knowing that we always rock African medallions, but then when you're hearing, that some of them, how they may feel about us. But I had a friend at this when I was last in college, and yeah, she was from Senegal, and we were in school, and she was saying just like it's weird, things about them. They're told things about us. And no telling when they come to our community, they're probably told, no, you don't want to live in this neighborhood. You don't want to, you understand? I'm not saying that makes it right because they want to automatically believe these things against us. And I'm glad listening to my husband and I riding, we were listening to Godfrey's last podcast. But yeah, so that's the thing. We have all been traumatized. We've all been traumatized. So what we're going to do? We're going to keep talking about who started what? Yeah, there are people who come over here feeling like, oh, we work harder than you. They don't understand why I put myself together. Why can't you? Or I'm not music. Yeah. And you got Black Americans who are like that with other Black Americans. There are those in the South. They feel us up north like we just about talk. We all on this revolutionary tip where they just about putting their hands, we've been having them debate even with our own people. I know I had an uncle. He didn't want to. He felt that my mama and I, like we were, my uncle, late uncle, he didn't care about all that race-related stuff. He was a Jehovah's Witness elder. He did good for himself. He took care of his family. He felt like my mother and I, like we were too, as he accused me of always being for the underdog. He did not like the idea of Black people in any manner feeling sorry for themselves. He wasn't a raccoon. I wouldn't say that. And he did take care of his Black woman and family. But to a degree, I do understand where he was coming from now that I'm older. But that's not my approach. I would not be like, what I'm saying? But he was, type, not even, not saying that he didn't acknowledge that racism. He was one of them early baby boomers. All he knew is that he had to do what he had to do. He ain't trying to hear this and that. Yeah, we got a lot of, not just individuals, we got a lot of, like those were referred to as bougie, those are, come on, you talking about Haitians calling us ladies. See, there are a lot of Black people in America. Like, I know being in Chicago, there was a mentality of those, you learn the history of Chicago. Those on the South Side, I know y'all think notorious South Side, but once upon a time, the South Side, and I had learned this, they were critical of the West Side Blacks. The West Side Blacks who more recently migrated after World War II, where you already had the Black people in the Black Belt and along the South Side who are already more established. Some of them became bougie. But they looked at the West Side, the Black folks on the West Side of Chicago who talked more like Bernie Mac, even though Bernie Mac was actually South Side. But Bernie Mac, what's interesting, he talked like a Black person from the West Side. But I could still tell that his family came out to World War II because his accent. See, like Fred Hampton, you hear how he talked with that strong Southern accent? Yeah, he was more connected, like my parents, more directly connected to the South. Even though my mom she totally did everything. And that was the thing. My mama, I think that's why my mama decided to not live even though her family was from the West Side, my mama tried so hard to be different from our family. And I remember how my own mother, who was pro-Black, she was always calling out Blacks who she felt were country. That was like the old school term for saying you ghetto. When you have Blacks migrating to these urban areas, the Black people they saw as ignorant, stupid, they called them country. And my mother was very pro-Black, but she would do that. She totally, she even changed her name. She tweaked her name so that it wouldn't sound so Southern. She didn't want to be reminded that she was born in the South. And so I think that's why she never really connected, even though her family migrated to the West Side of Chicago. I think that's why my mama chose for us not to live on the West Side of Chicago, because I think she saw the West Side Chicago Blacks as more country. See, West Side, I'm going to give you an idea. West Side Chicago, think Lisa Ray the Brat, Crucial Conflict. Now, South Side of Chicago, think Donda West and Common. You get what I'm saying? See, a lot of times people don't get me wrong, you got South Side ghettos too. But also on the South Side of Chicago, you had the Obamas. Also on the South Side of Chicago, you had Elijah Muhammad, in his mansion, which is where Louis Farrakhan is now. Do you understand what I'm saying? So don't get me wrong, you had notorious South Side neighborhoods like Inglewood, New City, but South Side is also known, like South Shore and Bronzeville. And I guess you could say more kind of middle class, or even like some see as affluent, Hyde Park, Chatham. Once upon a time, these were the areas that Black people. Yeah. So what I'm saying, right? The point that I'm making. But don't get me wrong. Don't underestimate the West Side of Chicago and the Black, but they still saw the West Side, being that they are a little more directly connected. See, initially when Blacks migrated to Chicago, well, I mean, I'm not going back to, DuSable, but, I'm talking about the Great Migration after World War I. Most of them, they all went to, the Black Bear on the South Side, right? Where they got established, had their own businesses. That's where Sam Cooke's family and stuff. But that was the first wave from let's say around the time of World War II up until 1940. The second wave after World War II, they had filled up the South Side. Some went to the South Side, like perhaps Bernie Mac now, but the majority was on the West Side. And I remember learning this in my history in Chicago class also. So there was a little, there were those on the South Side of Chicago who saw the West Side Blacks as, like these Black folks is country, like they ignorant. They had stronger accents, but they were just as hardworking, like my family. And so my mama, and being so different, and my mother was very much influenced by Black nationalists and stuff. But you got to remember, a lot of them Panthers and stuff, they was representing, like Hampton, they were representing the West Side though. See, and a lot of that house music, it came from Black preppy kids on the South Side, believe it or not. Because we always think the South Side, we think of notorious gangs. I'm not saying that ain't happening, but yeah, so they saw, so my mom, she was so, so different. She didn't, my mother, the way she talked. But my auntie said that's how she was from the time she was like a child. She said she was influenced by a teacher. Like one time, I told y'all the story, my mama getting a whooping. This my auntie told me. And she didn't understand. My grandmama kept whooping her. My grandmama being a woman, definitely Southern woman, Mississippi. And my auntie said that the reason I know this sounds like a horrible horror story, but she kept giving my mama a whooping because she said, "I didn't do it, mother. I didn't do it, mother." And so my mama felt her not being humble. Do you understand what I'm saying? I know that sounds horrible. And they said they had to tell my mama, "Stop talking like that." So when she said, "I didn't do it, mama," that's when, because I think my grandma took it as her trying to be uppity or something. I know that sounds terrible. Like how could you be okay with that? They said that a teacher that influenced my mother at an early age. And so my mother was very different. She talked, hello, and she used to get at my one brother. Like I shared the video of my brother and, trying to show my brother and the stuff that he's doing for the community. He didn't know I shared his video. And he still got a strong accent. But my mama used to kind of get on him and how he talked. Now, that was important to my mama, having us read before. Yeah, so she changed the name. And see, the thing is, okay, I'll just put it this way. Her mother, I'm not going to give her exact name. It was like, let's say if her name was Pearlie Mae, she changed it to Pearl. And, it didn't, but that's what my mama did with her name. But my grandma, to taunt her, my grandma, Pearlie Mae, she would do it. Yeah. Just to taunt my grandma, but my mother was a very pro-Black woman, but she not bougie, but she did kind of have a kind of ghetto snob mentality to a degree, even though we ended up in the ghetto, But like I said, deep down, that whole thing with Cicely Tyson and Robin Givens and the Women of Bruce, I said, oh my gosh, that's my mom and her and her mama. Except for my mom, my grandmama had a strong Southern accent. That's the only difference. Whereas Cicely Tyson talked, but my mama was talking like a Robin Given. And so my mama saw herself as more pro-black. She saw herself as more conscious. But then I got to look at things. How did we end up being born in the ghetto? My mama didn't come from no poor family. Why were we, So I realized also where my mother was right about certain things, but I also realized where her family wasn't so wrong either, even including my uncle, even though he was an in-law, he was an uncle by marriage to her sister. But yeah, and I'm not gonna lie, I look at my family, they're a bunch of raccoons. A lot of them. But my grandmama wasn't so wrong. Yeah, they ain't. My mama was like the only one, or one of the only ones on this whole racial tip. They ain't think the rest of my family could care less. So they looked at us, but we were the ones who were struggling out of, where everybody else seemed to be. So where did my mama go wrong? If she was, that's why I'm also coming to the conclusions I'm coming to. Like now, where did my mama go wrong? And I'm beginning to have an understanding of stuff. Well, I was born in Cabrini. My mother did everything to try to get us out, but we'd end up right back. And she never remarried, So we definitely, we was in shelters. We definitely. And see what it boiled down to, my mama always ended up having to go back to my grandmama's house in between us moving. So we still needed, you know what I'm saying? But I wouldn't be the person I would, if it had not been for my mother. But my mother was, even as pro-black as she was still, whether she realized or not, influenced by white mainstream culture, assimilation, a lot of that. Her listening to people, some of these, but see, back then, you could say, oh, not saying about my mother, she didn't fall for she dismissed all them feminists, for instance, as being, she said, I'm just a bunch of lesbians. She dismissed that, definitely. But she was definitely being influenced in affiliation with the Panthers. She was still influenced. Believe it or not, a lot of these black nationalists, they may have been influenced more by Masons and white folks more than they realize. My mother was influenced by, the counterculture, if you will. The books that she had, she did have that L. Ron Dianetics. I didn't know L. Ron Hubbard. I didn't know about. Now I learned that the father of Scientology. I didn't know how satanic that stuff was, and I don't know if my mama knew. I don't think she knew, but she was influenced by Dr. Spock. I've talked about this many times. And so she was, adamant having us read before we were in school. She was, my mama, very much like when you think of Tupac Shakur's mom. When he talked about certain things his mom did, have him read the Wall Street Journal, I was like, oh my gosh. I felt like I had so much in common with Tupac Shakur. And if you notice, Phineas Shakur, she never really remarried. But there's this one thing I realized too. A lot of those black nationalist brothers, I don't think they were any more. That's why I began to question blackness. Like, what is black culture? That's why I began to really look at things. Because this is one thing I noticed. My mother was never mad. She loved black men. She was never mad at black men. Not a husband who ended up leaving, She never said bad things, She still was ride or die. Not saying, no, she wasn't no mammy mule, but a lot of them women of that general, that's why they looking at a lot of them baby boomers as if they were crazy. Yet at the same time, she never remarried. And it seemed like she was okay with that. They wouldn't be mad. Like they were okay with not remarrying. Like they accepted this or something. And they wasn't mad at each other. It's really weird if we were to really go into it. This whole thing, it was a mutual thing. Almost like, we're understanding with the black men. I don't know what with that. And men respected my mama. But she didn't remarry though. Almost like there's this mutual understanding that that generation had. Like, it's okay if the man walks away. We can still be friends. Even if he walks away from his family, even if we can still be friends. We can still be, I don't know what's with the baby boomer women on that. And even with the women of my generation. Yes. I believe this. Oh, goodness. Yes. Because you got, yeah, if you learn about even with Fred Hampton, he was definitely influenced by Marxism. They were definitely Marxist. Now, if I were to say that to my mom, no, but the influence, we cannot deny. But I'm not saying that I'm down with the capitalists either. Don't get it twisted. I know when I was a child, Ronald Reagan was the devil. And my mama at a very young age, I felt it was too much. I was learning about Reaganomics and the evils of Reaganomics. Yeah, Zur TV. Oh my gosh. I had learned certain things for some of these conspiracy like on L. Ron Hubbard, but I did not know. That was scary. That documentary you shared with me on Scientology. I knew it was bad. If it ain't with the Bible, it's bad. But I didn't know. Oh my gosh, what they were teaching, like they were trying to birth Antichrist. I said, oh. Now I know my mama. If I would have shown, we gotta understand. That's why I'm passionate. I still try to defend the baby boomers. They didn't know. They didn't know to the degree. I really don't think they knew. You think she knew the details about L. Ron Hubbard? They thought that stuff was self-help or whatever. A lot of them was getting them books and yeah. Like how many you watched? Years ago you watched a documentary on Kinsey, the father of sex education or whatever. We didn't know the stuff that we knew. Now, oh my gosh, that guy was a total weirdo, pervert. I can't believe that there's still institutions and statues. That guy, just like you still got a statue of Albert Pike. Yeah, it's easy for us because now this is the age of information. But oh my gosh, Kinsey was a total pervert. And you still will see, like I got it uploaded, I think on this channel, on the Sexual Revolution. Now, if you notice, they don't talk about all that perverse stuff with Kinsey. But his book, his publications, they became highly influential. I remember, it was one of them, not to pull out my mama's business. I think my mama or my mama friend had one of them books. Wait, was it the Joy? what was it at, Snuckers? Me and my friend, it was at my mama's house or my mama friend's house. I just remember me and my friend, we would sneak it. Some book I think came out in the, it was these illustrations. Because I remember they were talking about it on the Sexual Revolution documentary. But yeah, them publications became kind of popular. Yeah, my mother, she was definitely, And so that was the thing. My grandma and they criticized my mother because she tried to refrain from whooping us. But then she ended up, but people didn't know. So they thought that we didn't get no whooping. Yes, we did. My mom was tight. She let it. Yeah, I still ended up becoming a runaway. But she preferred not going that. She tried to be that was the thing. My mother tried to be the opposite of how, how people now criticizing baby boomers. So can you imagine how the baby boomers, especially now influenced by television and media more, even more so, many of them were influenced to look at their parents differently. Now, black people didn't have this hate for their parents the way that white kids, eventually start developing, trying to be so opposite. Like when you look at, Archie Bunker or All in the Family, the daughter. It's so funny. You had All in the Family in the 70s where you have this liberal daughter and son-in-law and the grumpy old GI generation dad who's racist. He's a bigot, Archie Bunker. And then in the 80s, you got the show Family Ties. Now you got these two hippie parents that were hippies on Family Ties. And they got a son, Alex P. Keaton, Gen Xer, early Gen Xer, and he's like a Republican wannabe yuppie. That's what was interesting. See, that Alex P. Keaton Gen X, that's who Trump is appealing to. Oh yeah, it was. Yeah, I noticed after like '85, especially, you start seeing more and more of the '60s nostalgia going into the early '90s. I never thought certain things like they even like with the tie dye. You remember the late '80s? Like they brought that back tie. I'm thinking that this is something '80s. That was something that went back in fashion in the '60s and stuff. What was it really with that Edie Brickell? What I am is what I. Yeah, that was like 1989. You can see how they were tapping into like '60s, and then by the '90s, definitely, by the mid '90s, and then it was the '70s nostalgia. I didn't think like by '94 you start seeing the '70s nostalgia. People wanting to wear bell bottoms. It seemed like the '80s tapping into it's still kind of continuing. I can't really. I see people looking back at the '90s, but I don't know about. And people are talking about '90s fine and all that, but I can't say that I really seen. But there's certain things fashion wise in the '80s, it just ain't gonna return. I don't think like the Jerry curl. I would have expected that to have came back. But yeah, I'm telling you, we used to clown in the '80s. Anything that looked '70s, bell bottoms, especially if it looked disco. We was clowning that. But then it became cool again, Stack shoes and all of that. You remember how we was laughing and I'm gonna get you sucker? That came out when I was in high school. Yeah, dude, he'd been in jail, get out of jail thinking. Even though that was a total exaggeration. My '70s memories, I don't actually remember somebody walking down the street like that, but yeah, we would laugh at anything we thought was. But then, that's what's funny in the '80s. The stuff it was a song. You ain't fresh. You ain't fresh. A hip hop song, rap song. Man, your clothes look crazy. I wonder where you got them. Polyester pants with the big bell bottoms, a big brim hat that makes you wanna holler. Like we thought we was fly, funky, fresh '80s. We could laugh in the '70s. Who thought that the '80s would end up being the most laughable decade when it comes to fashion? But we really thought we could laugh at everything that was '70s. We used to even look at, like, we'd be still watching Good Times, laughing at JJ's fro and how it was off. And now everybody laughing at the damn '80s. That kind of started with making fun of the Jerry curl and Coming to America in '88. But if you was wearing anything, bell bottoms, if the collar was. And we were clashing like a mug in the '80s. You think about it. Now I think people laugh at the '80s fashion more than the '70s now. But we really thought we could laugh at the '70s. I think nobody laughing at the '90s. I think nobody, but I don't think nothing. There's not. Oh, I don't think there's not really laughable about the '90s fashion. Well, okay. When you had this time when sisters shaving their eyebrows in one line, I felt that was crazy. I wasn't feeling the whole black lipstick. I don't know. Now they rocking it. Now they're able to wear the black lipstick and it look okay. I don't think there's nothing in '90s fashion we could. What Jodeci wearing vests in the in the heat. It was cool though. But that's where a lot of sagging kind of began, though, right? Yeah, I don't think we gotta laugh at something about the '90s. Now we gotta find something to laugh about with the fashion. Maybe but early '90s. I think that was the best fashion. Even if things were a little too colorful with the polka dots and the cross colors, some people might laugh at that. But I think that was the best fashion. Late '80s, early '90s, New Jack Swing era, brothers was looking fly. When I was in high school, started in the '80s, late '80s, brothers were fly. That's how they were dressing for real, like the whole Gordon Trail shirt. They was looking fly. Like my daughter's father, who was my high school boyfriend, brothers was looking fly. You can talk about the polka dots. Come on, Heavy D was still fly. Look at it, we got our own thing video. Come on, you can't deny it. Bobby Brown was still fly. You can't, I'm sorry. I think it was great fashion. Late 80s into, that was, I don't know what the hell happened. The thing with the 90s, I don't know what happened with fashion. Oh, I was fasting. Thanks.
Oh, you ain't got to eat.
Oh gosh. Yeah, I was fast. Oh, it sure looked tempting. Nah, it's supposed to be fasting day. My daughter served me something. Yeah, come on. You can't Gumby fade. Have you ever heard anybody really making fun of it? No. I think, but something happened after like 92. It's not that fashion got laughable, but it just, nobody, I don't know. We weren't as fly. You know, after the whole LA riots and everything, now all of a sudden, see what happened? I think we started picking up on the whole grunge culture or whatever, you know, the stuff that white kids was rocking, like in what we call the burnouts, the burners and burnouts. That kind of, I think, spilled over into hip hop with the whole flannel shirts. And because I'm telling you, brothers, late 80s, early 90s, and that was the time of supermodels, and you had more black supermodels getting attention or beginning to get attention. And it was almost like there was this black renaissance. Like you look at how they were looking and coming to America. You know, yeah, they made fun of dudes, Jerry Curl, but he was still looking Eric LaSalle's character dressed nicely. Because you had the time of you had the Bill Cosby sweaters, Gordon Guttrell's, and then we had this, like, you know, these budding black designers. But something happened, and I'm not saying they were looking bad. Yeah, I mean, some things was kind of, yeah, El Cool J, the gold chain. Well, he wasn't as bad with Slick Rick with them chains, though. But that was more earlier in the 80s, like mid 80s. You know, that was Slick Rick. You know, he was like almost like Liberace when it came to the gold chains. That was excessive. Yeah, I think that was also Mr. T. He had the influence on that. That was more mid 80s. Mr. T, all them gold chains. Yeah, Slick Rick. LL Cool J had a lot of chains. And then, but something about the late 80s, they kind of toned it down with all that 80s excess, and it was fly. I mean, think of the movie Coming to America. It was like there was this black renaissance. Like I remember, you know, artists like Karen White and Babyface, and they were looking fly. But then something around 92 after the LA riot, and also, see, you went from brothers trying to like Bobby Brown to Snoop Dogg. And what was all good is that what I did like, though, the 90s more so, brothers was, you know, they let go to Jerry Curl. They had to eventually, West Coast, they were still trying to rock it. They was holding on to that Jerry Curl. Because that real MF and G's, real Compton City G's, that video was 1993. And wasn't no brothers, brothers stopped, at least in Chicago and stuff. They stopped wearing Jerry Curl. The West Coast was still, they even had a song, Leave My Curl Alone. They were hanging on to them Jerry Curls. It took a minute even for Ice Cube to get rid of his. But something, I think, believe it or not, I think that the grunge and alternative that was budding, you know, the base being Seattle, I think it had an influence even on hip hop. And that's also when hip hop, it was cool and funky, but it wasn't as fun. And the New Jack Swing era was dying out, or it was transitioning to the Uptown era, where things were just not as hyped and as, you know. Yeah, and then they started wearing the flannel. That was Tupac and Ice Cube, really, you know, with the flannel look. And, you know, no more, you know, chunky gold. And that's cool with the gold chains. Also, you got to remember the video, 1989, Me, Myself, and I, De La Soul. That was also, you know, that was taking us from that mid-80s with the LL Cool J and Run DMC wearing gold, all the gold and leather, you know. Whereas now you got De La Soul looking kind of bohemian-ish. But still, brothers looking fly. But then after the whole, and then we got this new rapper Snoop Dogg. He's like, you look at nothing but a G thing. He's chill, like I said. Like I always say, 80s it was more of a cocaine vibe, whereas 90s was more of a weed vibe. 80s a little more hyped, whereas 90s a little more chill. And I think that's why it's hard to make fun of the 90s, like when it comes to fashion, and because but believe it or not, the 90s, at least when it came to, there was this kind of looking back at the 70s, definitely. I mean, I found my friends and we used to love written us some Dolomite. Like we knew of the movies when we were kids, but it was like we started getting just a lot of us going to 70s parties. Oh, that was fun. We started really like looking back at the 70s and that time of our childhood. And of course, a lot of the sampling and the music, 70s, early 80s. A lot of just about every song was like in hip hop and even R&B, there was a sample, like a 70s or early 80s sample. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, and so and it was a time like I love the Snoop Doggy Dogg. It's a Doggy Dogg World where he was definitely, that was 1993. He definitely had us like tapping into them 70s baby childhood memories of your family and watching Soul Train and backyard parties and and it's almost like we kind of wanted to relive that, even if we weren't exactly like even if we were babies. It just kind of took you to a time before the crack cocaine devastation and all that. But it only just shifted, just still keeping us on drugs, on marijuana and stuff. But how she looks like the Dickies. Oh, but I could talk about bad 2000s though. One thing I didn't like when you had these, we could talk a lot about. We're gonna look back on a lot of stuff 2000s and be like, oh my gosh. Like y'all just mentioned with the baddie stuff. We can't say too much bad about 90s fashion. I can't find too much bad stuff. I just didn't like when sisters was shaving their eyebrows and putting a line. I didn't like that. And I didn't like, unless you want to look at BAPs. But see, I wasn't in a city like Atlanta. Maybe they were walking around with them extreme hairstyles. Yeah, we were to laugh at something. And I'm just talking, that Rachel haircut. That ain't really laughable, but I was so sick of with the Jenny Jones makeover. They were giving them all the same hairstyle. The baby doll dresses, but that's not something new. It came back, but that was cool. That was pretty, actually. I like the little baby, especially me being short. Those look cute on me, the little baby doll dresses that can't, But we could look at some stuff 2000s. We can y'all gonna look at a lot of this stuff, and it's just, I think the 2010s was worse. We gonna see. Oh my goodness, from the makeup trends to, but there was some like early 2000s. This was one thing I didn't like. This kind of carried over from late 90s, when you would have brothers have half of their hair braided and the other half they leave out. Why was they doing that? I didn't like that at all. And they would just, they'd have half of their hair braided, the other half not braided. What was that about? Yeah, we're going to definitely look at the sagging. We got a lot of stuff. It was kind of cool, 90s, but the way it got by the 2000s, y'all go, oh, goodness. We're going to be laughing at, I'm telling you. I was laughing in. Can't laugh at too much on the 90s. Even though I want to find something. You may laugh at, the Baps look or something like that. But like with the movie Baps, making fun of. That was kind of, I don't know. I pictured that was maybe more so in Atlanta. Yeah, we had them 90s hairstyles, but Baps was a little exaggerated, kind of like how the 80s exaggerations. But you know what? I would take the way that they were looking in Baps, Holly Berry and the sister. I can't think of her name. Forgive me. Rest in peace to her. I'll take that over. At least it was something. Now, oh my gosh, I can't with the whole lace front. Oh, and to see, like when we used to do baby hairs in the 80s, it was different. Now it's like, how do baby hairs be fake? That don't make sense. And it's oh, but I can't talk because now I'm addicted to lashes. This blame my daughter. Now I gotta have lashes on. But some of these lashes looking like spider legs. Y'all, we're gonna look at a lot of stuff. Oh boy. You can't laugh at too much on the 90s. Like the haircuts, come on. Psst, haircuts fly. Black, whether we wear our hair natural, processed, you guys to admit. You guys to admit, 90s we had our hair on point. However we chose to wear it. You know, of course it would be best if we wore it natural, but you can't deny we weren't looking fly. And that rhymes. You can't deny that we was fly. You cannot deny. From the braids to the short haircuts. Oh, thank you. My daughter, you can take my daughter. She's been doing my lashes, and now I'm addicted. Thank you. I'm going to tell her that you said that. I don't think ain't too much you can laugh about with the 90s. Definitely not when it comes to fashion. Well, oh goodness. It's first some of this makeup stuff, I was like, oh, it's real pretty. I will say this, they are making me appreciate things I will say the 2000s, what I do appreciate with 2000s fashion, I will say that they got me tapping into things I would have been afraid to in the 90s and 80s when I was in high school. Because I never thought I would, 90s, ain't no way I would have touched red lipstick. Whereas 2000s is like, okay, it's okay. Even though I'm older now, but I'm glad that because there was things that like we just didn't do. Now I do remember that time in the 80s you could have blue eyeliner and stuff, but definitely when I became a young adult in the 90s, like we didn't really wear a lot of makeup, and it had to be like in neutral colors. Even with our lipstick, you didn't really like see black women beyond the modeling industry just wearing red or purple, or even though they did have that little thing with the black lipstick, which but now I'm seeing sisters, they rocking whatever. And so I will say what I appreciate about the 2000s, it got colorful again, you know. And there's sisters who are going there because it used to be a thing of it wasn't on us like the way the Latinos would put all that makeup on. Like black women didn't really, like we'd wear eyeliner and maybe some gloss and stuff, but it was limited. Almost like we're not supposed to be wearing all this makeup. And I don't think we really wanted to. Whereas the 2000s, sisters doing all this elaborate. So the artsy side of me, it's like, oh, I kind of like that. But not everybody's an artist. Not everybody's an artist. So they got me, I will say I'm wearing my makeup and stuff in ways that I wouldn't have dared in my young adult years. Or, like I never thought to put on red lipstick. And I thought my lips were too big for red. I'm glad that there's sisters like, they, not saying that we need to be rebellious, or try to be similar, be like the mainstream, but I'm just like, they want to try this and they want to, but I'm just saying, some people got to realize not everybody's an artist. And just because everybody's doing it, I don't mean you got to do it. I don't mean it look good. And some of this stuff now, it's like, oh my gosh. And now, like, I was a person, I put color in my hair. I wore, went back to college, had blue in my hair. But now they looking like damn superhero. I don't know. Like what's oh gosh, this sexy red. Oh gosh. I don't mean to sound like a grumpy old woman. But oh child. And I am all for, but I don't know what it is, like the female rapper look today. Like it was cool with Eve, and it was cool with, it's not about you coloring your hair. It's not about you. It's just it's just tacky. It's like, oh my gosh. But I know I'm being like, I don't know, even with Keisha Cole, like she would color her hair and it looked good. And but now I don't know. You say Sukiyata. I've heard of. I think I know who. But oh my gosh, with the let me see. And that's the thing. Oh, okay, I'm typing in to see who this is. Well, she look kind of cute from what I'm seeing. I think I've seen her before. There's this picture of her here. I typed in to see who you talking about. She got like Bantu knots or something here. This look cute. Did she got a tattoo on her face? What? Don't do that. Oh my gosh. Did she put a tattoo on her face? Why would you do that? Why she got why? Let me just shut up. Let me stop. And I know tattoos are a very African thing. It's a very Shemitic thing. But why are you gonna put this across your face, girl? Oh wait, did I? Oh, I thought y'all saw what I was saying. I clicked out. I thought I was sharing with y'all. I thought I did a screen share. But let me get out. Oh goodness, 6 hours is long enough. But it's one of these days. My city is smoke filled or whatever the hell is going on. But she look cute here. I like the Bantu knots look. And you got to really, that's one of them looks. People, it can look to some people, being that we've been brainwashed, it could look funny, or it can. I mean, yeah, ain't with all the gesturing, whatever she doing with her finger in her mouth. But this look is kind of cool. I can't say I'm with the outfit that much, but the hair and it's not too bad. Now I don't think nothing but that sexy red. I don't think. Yeah, some of this looks cute. I just wish she didn't have all them dang on tattoos all over the damn place. But I'm being an old woman now. But that sexy red, she just yeah. But what is with this? What is with these? They look like. Are they trying to look like superhero? What are they? Why is it all trying to? And then they get these. Black women naturally have these really nice shapes. And females that don't even need booty jobs, but they add more to the booty where it's looking. But you know what? This is with the Kardashians. So you got sisters already had nice shapes, already had booty bed. No, they gotta go one up, and it's looking crazy. It's not fitting the frame necessarily. But why are they all trying to? Is that Tyler in the middle? Is that Tyler? Why do y'all, you can be sexy. You can be, well, no, I ain't supposed to be promoting girls, as a Bible believer. But let's say even if I was just talking on the secular tip, okay, I'm older now, so, and I'm, more Bible conscious now. But just the secular me, the me of, let's say, 2010 up in here in YouTube. I say you can be sexy without all this whole sex kitten looking like a superhero, Captain Save a Ho. What all of this? This is just it's. I'm sorry, but I know it's part of the agenda, and I don't want to sound like these manosphere. I'm not one of these what y'all want to call pick me trying to trash young girl. No, that's what I was saying. Like even like in the case with Tyler, she is a very pretty girl. You don't have to. That's the thing. I could tell that she has talent, but you choosing the whole sex kitten route. It's like when Halle Berry did Catwoman. She could have really did that. See, that was just an excuse to put her in a cat suit. But she should have demanded a better plot. They just wanted an excuse to put Halle Berry. See, that almost straight up killed her career. Because they just wanted an excuse. Just like they wanted an excuse for her to eventually reveal the titties. They wanted an excuse to put that woman in a cat suit. She should have, because that movie alone could have killed her career. You say she a grifter? Why y'all so hard on that girl? What? Tell us, I feel like she could have really And yo, you sexy, you sexy. If you got sex appeal, you got sex appeal. But it's like the way that they're, and I knew like with the Bailey sisters that how very talented. I remember when they was in Facebook, but when they just want to turn you into just a sex kitten, and I don't mean to sound like Trick Daddy need to go somewhere seriously. Okay, it ain't always about being jealous of these younger girls. Of course, I would like for my body, duh, but it's not about that. This is not always about hating us all. Yeah, sometimes you do have these women acting like they're concerned. Trust me, I hate those types. I can't stand those types. Just like how just pearly things. This is not about concern. That is some people it is just jealousy. Okay? Because the men don't just pearly things. That's the only way she will ever be able to get attention from men. Unless she's paying the money. And I know I sound mean, but it is what it is. Because some women, they are just critical. It ain't about no real concern and all of that. But I'm saying, you could be, there are females who even tapped into their little sexiness without all that. Now it's just purely sex. Wait, is that? No. Okay, they're saying it's somebody named Ruby Rose. Who the hell? I thought that was Tyler. It's my mistake. It's whatever this is right here. Seeing all that, it's just not. But a lot of these artists, look at how their eyes are looking all glazed. A lot of these, I believe, are monarchs. They're plants. You think that somebody was like, oh, they're so talented, this sex rare. We got to give her, we got to sign her to the label. Come on now. A lot of these people, they probably from birth program monarchs. That's what that's what I believe with Lil Nas X. I believe that guy is damn MK monarch, male monarch. Yes. Actually, with Glorilla, I see the potential in her. She got the potential though. If I were to, she got that voice, she got, but it's just the ratchetness. But I can see the talent though. If I were to give these, I can see the talent with Glorilla. It's just so much on the ratchetness. But yeah, at least she don't sound like the rest of them. I'm not just saying she got a deep voice, but it's just something that she does stand out a little bit more. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, definitely. You're right. Not just, but that's the thing. I believe that some of these people that are Asian and Pacific Islander, they might just also be, have some American. I mean, I'm not saying necessarily. I'm not meaning African, totally different haplogroups, but or it could be also descendants of Japan. But I get, yeah, that's sexy. It's filthy, and I have listened to. I'm not gonna front. We had our WAP Oaktown 357 Juicy. I used to like that because you know me. If the music funky and if. So I'm not gonna front like we didn't have our songs. Even Salt and Pepper, they used to have them songs. If you mess with me, I'll take your man and push it. Let's not front. But yeah, now it's like pure. There's nothing to the imagination. The music ain't really funky. At least, the music could compensate or something. But every generation, and it's like everything. Okay, your legs open. I got a coochie. Okay, you ain't got nothing, no special than any other woman. All right. Not sprinkled with gold. It's like what is this? And they just being very blatant with the Satanism. They're being very blatant. Let me get off of this. They're being very, very blatant with the Satanism. I'm telling you, I believe that you got some straight up monarchs. I know what's up. I know what's up. Yeah, we do gotta. You're right. We do gotta take it back. I wouldn't say just totally blame, but yeah, she's OG influencer. I could take you even before Lil Kim. Let me see. MC Smooth. Y'all don't remember Choice. She spit though. So good look out. Yeah, y'all don't remember MCs. I'll take you back. See, I will take you back. Hold on. Y'all think it's this little kid, but I'll take you further back. Y'all remember her? Just shut your mouth up. Take it a when boys talk. No, what happened to her? What happened to her? Ooh, do we got an interview? Oh yeah, I remember my friend first had me listen to the big. She was like, "Listen to this song," but she was going at. She was cold though. She was going at all the male rappers that were dissing female rappers, or I mean, dissing females in songs. She had to say "Too Short for Last," and then there's some controversy. Well, even though Willie D did a song guessing called "Hooker," but then some people saying Willie D wrote for her. I'm like, why does every female rapper gotta have a ghostwriter? Why y'all can't just Roxanne Shante didn't write? Like, man, can we get props on something? Y'all claiming it's a ghostwriter. I don't know how true it was. Like, they claimed Big Daddy Kane right for Roxanne Shante, but we know that she still could spit though, right? But yeah, y'all don't remember precursors. Uptown 357 was dope though. But it is true. Some of these female rappers were groomed by male, like Lil Kim, Biggie. Just like with you wouldn't have had the Mary Jane girls. Talk about My House if it wasn't Rick James. People like Rick James, Prince, writing for these females. Not to take away responsibility from women, but I just hate when it's always. This is something I always would hear. People always got to call it. Oh, so and so actually wrote this song. Like why y'all only do that with the female rappers? This is where my gender bias is gonna kick in. As a person who used to rap and write my own lyrics and stuff myself, that used to irritate me. Like y'all just can't give. Mae West. Nah, my mom used to like the Mae West movies. She was very much influenced, by the black, not saying being fast, but just the slang and all that. Come see me sometime. Is that a rocket in your pipe? Oh yeah, Mae West. Goodness, there's rumors that she might have been a trans. I don't believe that, but yeah. See, y'all remember this takes back before Lil Kim. She was like kind of you had these answers to NWA hoes and attitudes, bitches and problems, and the stuff we used to listen to it and laugh. But you didn't think that things would get as serious as they got. Oh yeah, and I remember who was it? MC Smooth. She's a female Mac. Now I see her kind of more so as a direct. I see the direct connection with her and Lil Kim. And her brother wasn't her brother. Hold on, what was with her brother? He got in trouble. Became a big part of the industry. You know that you've been. Yeah, she had the R&B song. She was like a rapper, but a singer, but a rapper. She was actually the OG with the whole. You remember that look that Janet Jackson? You eventually saw her rocking with the girls. Their pants would be kind of hanging, but you would kind of see the underwear and you'd see they thong or whatever. But the pants be low. She was the one originally I saw, even before Janet Jackson with that look. She had a female Mac. Yeah, she was before there was Lil Kim. You had Smooth. Now I know her brother. This is before Lil Kim. I'm old enough to remember. Now, if we could go into blues and R&B and funk and people like Millie Jackson and stuff, but go further back, them wild blues songs. But in talking hip hop, in relation to hip hop. But it still wasn't, it just gets worse and worse over time with each person that come along. It's just now Lil Kim, she straight up took it to that Madonna level. We didn't have no straight Madonna like that, like how Madonna would get. Lil Kim, see, Smooth didn't even, their choice, they didn't even go on that point. Lil Kim, she took it there. She took it to that whole, just I'm going to be on the album cover with like this. And she took it to that whole, that's the thing, copying it. And at first I thought females were going to be, because before that, females rappers would really, for the most part, trying to be taken more seriously. I mean, but even with Salt and Pepper, they would live fast. Come on. When they first came out. And then they even showed it with the Shoot. Of course, they had to go more mainstream, but, and that song Shoot was fast. Let's keep it real. They were busy trying to show, okay, this is men objectify women. We show that we can be just as objectifying, sizing men up on, ooh, look at the guy right there. You had these females of my generation trying to prove that. You're my friends. I don't want to say myself, but feeling like, oh, okay, guys are openly, they feel that they can holler at us like a construction worker. Females trying to prove, well, we can objectify men just the same. That's what they were doing with the Shoot song. Ooh, look at the guy over there. Come here, like showing that we could be like eyes too and be objectified and talk about the one with the nice butt and all that kind of stuff. You have females feeling they gotta prove that. And that was the thing with hip hop and females forever tried to kind of prove that we could, be and trying to be taken as the male rappers being taken. Now before you felt like, females got to be almost like you had this, because you gotta think about it. Now, the earlier females in hip hop, Sha Rock, and take it back to Sequence, and like we just lost Sparky D. And eventually, there was that time, but the one that really blew up, where we really got to know her name, outside of unlike how it was with the Funky 4+1 More, where it'd be a female, a part of the male posse, or you understand what I'm saying, or just Sequence kind of seen as disco and. But the one where she really got a name for herself, even if there were male puppet masters, was Roxanne Shante. That's what I would say. Y'all may disagree with me. Because you understand, even in case of Sha Rock, she was in the context of a guy, Roxanne Shante was first really like having a name, and how did that name? Well, her going up against the hottest rap group at that time, UTFO, with the Roxanne. So, but as we know, it was a male puppet master behind that. Who was that? Molly Ma. But she did know how to rap on her own. Right, a lot of these, Foxy Brown, Jay-Z, Foxy Brown, So brothers, I know people were mad at Salt and Pepper when she had that little poem to the men, we follow your lead. This goes to show the influence of men. Y'all want to talk about the influence? Yeah, because even with them songs like Push It, initially, that was Herbie behind that. Just like with Vanity and Mary J. Girls. Them songs is written, Mary All Night, all that stuff. My House, that was written by Rick James. Now, perhaps that's what the men wanted to hear at that time. But even with some of them raunchier female artists, like even with Oaktown 357, those was Ipsy Hammer girls. Like a horse when I ride, he knows what I said. Bust it. Yeah. Now I don't know who wrote their rhymes though. Did they, But I'm just saying. Oh yeah, just another day. Oh guys. Wow, I never really thought about it. Yes, Jackie Harry. Oh gosh, there's things about her as Jack A on 227. A song. She reminded me of my sister, my late sister. Even when she put on it, Mary, my sister used to kind of talk like she would put on that little voice, almost like a baby doll. Then she get, oh, she was brilliant. We really got to appreciate Jackie A. Harry. She was brilliant. As Sonia, she wasn't just a pretty face. She was very talented. As a comedic actress. And the way she would switch up her voice, man, when she want me to be like, Mary, then she, oh gosh, everybody my sister for real. Yes, and the father just passing, rest in peace, Howard Williams. But I can't get too sad because he did live. He did live, Wait, oh, I've been up here 6 hours, y'all. Kim Fields. What? Kim Fields go back to I get what you're saying. Okay, if you're talking about In Living Color and Regina's character. But see, we knew Kim Fields as Tootie. She's going to always be Tootie. Facts of life. Initially saw her like on an episode of Good Times. But yeah, see, my memories with Kim Fields was initially as Tootie. Oh, okay. Oh, I know you talking about. Her name is Kim, but I can't think of it. I know you talking about. Wow, Kim Whitley or something like that, right? Yeah, I ain't really think about that. She's funny too. Yeah, I know a lot of them girls. Like they all had them cuts of that haircut, that like kind of like mushroom cut hairstyle that was popping in the late 70s and 80s. Yeah, Kim Whitley. I didn't even really think about it. That's crazy because a lot of people, they just know Jack A. Harry. They just think sister, mom. Do y'all know how popular she had got? And that's something. If you are able to kind of take the shine of, well, you can't take the shine of Marla Gibbs, but Marla Gibbs, she was, but be able to be on a show with Marla Gibbs, and she was with that older woman, Ellen Martin. Those were some legendaries, and let's not discount Olivia from Sesame Street. I can't think of the actress's name, Elena Reed. But Marla Gibbs, like she was so, awesome on the Jeffersons with the legend Sherman Hemsley, and he was. Oh, I was just listening. We're gonna have to end this story with. I was just looking at yesterday. I'm like, that's high to the sky. Wait, what was that? Hold on. I had to look at that yesterday. I shared on my community tab. I got to re-upload this separately. Yeah, but Marla Gibbs, funny, talented as hell. Funny as hell as Florence. And so, of course, they tried to give her own spinoff from the Jeffersons even before that, but that didn't really go. But 227 definitely was a success. Yeah. But for this unknown Jack A. Harry, and she was just, yeah, because you got to be really, really talented. And she was good. It wasn't just about, she was the pretty, it wasn't just about her being attractive. She was really talented. She was really good playing Sonia. So she got so big. I remember, kind of got lit with. She became Jack A and dropped the Harry, but yeah, she was really big. Even though a lot of people, they just think, just like when they watch, they just know Tim Reed. They, y'all just know him as a father or the dad on Sister. If you're a millennial, you probably just know. Whereas we know him, WK Venus Flytrap, WKRP Cincinnati, also Frank's Place. And it's really sad with his wife, Daphne Maxwell Reid. Now she's got to be the second Aunt Viv. That woman has contributed so much. Of course, when it comes to the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, the first Aunt Viv all the way. But Daphne Maxwell Reid, I just hate, she did what she could in filling, because that's who they wanted for that part anyway. How colorism works. But that's what's messed up on her, because just like I said with Tisha Campbell, those are very talented actresses. And it's sad that their talent is being overshadowed even though I want us to talk about the colorism and all that. But that's why I be trying to tell also my fellow lighter skinned sisters how this does not, like this whole thing with trying to overlook with the whole what people are talking about with Pam. It doesn't look good for Tisha. How does this benefiting Tisha Campbell? Do you understand what I'm saying? And that's probably why she, you know, it's not fair on her, but that it's not making it better by trying to ignore what people have been trying to talk about in regards to what they see as colorism and or texturism with the show Martin. Because all it's resulting in a lot of men feeling they gotta feel justified by saying, well, oh, she was better looking anyway. And then how do you think that would make you know, that, and it's also playing down if she's just you know what I'm saying? Because she's a very talented uh that's why we shouldn't ignore these conversations and try to play them down. And yeah, my niece, I want to share the Tasha just see Tisha Campbell stand up. Tasha shared it with me. I want so badly to share the picture. I don't know if she'd want me to, but Tasha just saw Tisha Campbell share the picture with me. I was like, ooh, I'm jealous. Why are you so mad at Ari Lennox? Why are you so mad at Ari? I don't know Ari Lennox as a. That's the thing. So why would I be critical of her? I'm just saying. This ain't about, no, I'm just saying I agree with her. I'm not mad at her. I don't know about her as a singer. I don't. Tasha say she's a fan, my niece. But no, I don't know about her. You know, it's just not my generation. I'm not saying maybe if I checked her out, I'd like her. I'm just saying, just responding to what she's saying on and I'm like, why are people tripping? We've been talking about this. So why y'all tripping on her? And she didn't say nothing. She didn't say, oh, stop Martin Martin. People, I'm tired of people just overacting and stuff. She did not say that. We've been talking about this, in at least in social media. We've been talking about. I go back to the days of the message form. People acting like they're shocked. Oh, how dare she? Just nobody listening to black women. Yeah, that's what I believe. Because I noticed that they said with Janet Hubert. Now, I'm not saying that she probably was cranky and, you know, but I noticed they said, and they all kind of, before her pregnancy, they seem to be all be getting along fine. And people don't understand when a woman's pregnant. She's an older woman. She comes from the theater. Now, they may have seen her as grumpy and mean, or becoming mean, but, you know, she's listening to all these your mama jokes and they trying to, because we all go through, I know I'm getting to that. And I'm a very fun, jovial person, but yeah, when you pregnant, especially in them early months, you be your emotions. Now, I'm not saying that's a reason to be mean, but dang, when a person, they ain't trying to, all that playing in, also she got to hear your mama so black jokes, and she too old for that. Now, I don't know whether or not she's the nicest person in the world. That's not the point. Because I remember when that all happened in the 90s, when it was in the tabloids and stuff. And I remember and Will Smith was like, no comment to it. So I knew that right there, he was like, yeah, you being a jerk. She's getting sick of it. He knew he had a certain amount of power, being that that's his show. And it felt, yeah, I do believe Will did like apologize or something. Or they both were, however that went. People they only want to care. Just like now, here, I'm not even trying to watch this new Love Island, but they're saying that the men in colorism, now they want to talk about colorism. See, I thought it was just a female thing, though, right? Well, see, women, y'all got to talk about it for years, but nobody was listening. What's the point of us talking if everything we say is getting dismissed? And oh, that's nothing. Yeah, okay. So now we want to talk about colorism and stuff. That's all we saying. What you think won't affect you, it will eventually affect you. Oh yeah. But the thing is, this is what's funny. We ain't even got sitcoms no more. Nobody's caring about that time of the sitcom. I guess we want so-called reality now. Is this really reality? Like I saw a lot in YouTube. When I began to realize that reality TV ain't reality, people exposing how things are staged and scripted, I thought, well, okay, we got social media, we got real people up in here. Now I'm realizing a lot of the people I thought were real up in here ain't real. That sucks. So where do people like me go? I guess it's time for me to just start really being a grandmama. So let me get out of here, y'all. Thank you for giving me my little shift up in here. This is a day I'm trying to fast. Oh gosh, I don't want to talk about O'Shea, but I gotta talk about O'Shea. And I still didn't talk about what I was supposed to talk about with Tariq. I'm trying to talk about Tariq. I gotta talk about him. And I don't want to talk about him. I was just hoping, like, why don't somebody else? Morris World TV, where you at? Well, he did do one stream. Like, this guy got to. Can't stand him. I still don't want to talk about no damn O'Shea Duke Jackson, but I got to get on my damn, because I knew he was gonna jump in. And my husband and I, we were just listening to Godfrey, like nodding our head to something. So, we was riding the car listening, coming from right through Wisconsin. And I was like, damn, I can't stand. I hate when people make this. Oh, this is what I really, when people make really good points, overall points, and then somebody try to take one little thing they said and take it out of context, and then people totally forget everything else that was said. That pisses me off. Because I'm at the that did it point with O'Shea Duke Jackson. I can't stand him. And I know y'all think I'm just caping for Godfrey. Godfrey cool. He don't deserve this. And this is wrong. And I do blame you, Tariq Nasheed. I blame you. And you know that O'Shea don't like no Tariq Nasheed, and he was trying to say something. But I don't think this is just about O'Shea being scared of Tariq. I think he has puppet masters. He is oh goodness. But he is straight up instigating. He is just slimy altogether. I can't stand him. And he has no shame. O'Shea has no shame at all. He is the type, he would stab anybody in the back. First, he'll act like he down with Abba and Preach and going against Judge Pearly things. Then as soon as he got the opportunity, he'll jump on Abba and Preach. I can't stand him. He'll jump at going at Corey Holcomb, but deep down, he agrees with Corey Holcomb. He knows it. You know what I'm saying? He just, as soon as he gets the chance, he'll act like he agrees with Poetic. I hate people like that. I can't stand people like that. He is just a big agent of chaos and division all around. He is no good for black people in any country. He should have stayed his ass in Poland. I don't know what's it. He's a straight up instigator. But anyways, yeah. So now, of course, people are going to just focus on what Godfrey said. I got you. Overlook everything else that was said, and I hate that. I really hate that, because there was some really good. There's been some good points. I'm not suggesting listen to Godfrey. There's a lot of cursing and all that. My husband do kind of listen, but there were some really good points. But no, nobody's paying attention. These are the conversations we could be having. Like he's saying, in a way, we needed for that guy David to say what he said and make these quote unquote mistakes so that we could talk about it. Even like with the whole thing with Tyler, that could have like really opened up for a discussion on how black guy. But no, we want to have this fake outrage and stuff, and I'm just so tired of it. See how we're discussing stuff now, like. No, everyone want to act like they so mad. They just looking for something. Rosalie Holloway, Mary Jenkins, the other Terry Townsend friend of mine. Elena Reed, I believe her name was. Yeah. We knew her. If that's who you're talking about, we knew her from Sesame Street. That's where I originally knew her. As Olivia, the beautiful voice that was Olivia. Yeah. Yeah, man. That was That was, man, those were those good things of the 80s. Because we didn't have a lot of, representing in movies and this and that. But when we did, I can say, even though I preferred the politically incorrectness of the 70s, where they didn't shy away from it, but we did need that in the 80s. Because, like Howard Williams said, they weren't just like a black family TV show. They were just, something all families could relate to. And I guess, even though I could relate a little more to like the Good Times and Sanford and stuff, but we still needed it. It was still great. We still remember watching 227 and then A Man on Saturdays. I remember that, gosh. Yeah. That is something. That is kind of like that street. I think that 227 was based off of something that was in Chicago, but then they decided Washington D.C. because that don't look like 227. That's not a Chicago block. That's something to look more New Yorkish or that's yeah. I think Washington D.C. is where the 227, even though it was like I guess based on a play that was like Chicago based or something. I think they decided Washington D.C. to be the setting like for 227. Yeah, I think it's DC, but that's still East Coast, I think it's DC. But Sesame Street, yeah, Sesame Street, that was New York. They were taking, and it was necessary. Sesame Street was so necessary. Do you know, though, that there were white racists? They had an issue with Sesame Street, which first aired, year after Martin Luther King's assassination, I believe, in 1969. Oh, I just seen a video. I ain't click into it, though, but I got to find it. I saw it pop up talking about the black characters that were once like Franklin on Sesame Street. This is kind of before my memory, or perhaps before I was born even, but I know of. Yeah, because there were white racists. They didn't like how they had these little black kids and, and with white kids. And I guess they felt it was promoting integration. But the thing is, I like Sesame Street. Those were real kids. They weren't like how with the Disney Channel. They were just like really real kids just reacting. 18! The famous A, B, C, D Cookie Monster. And it was just kids of all races just really being children. Oh, gosh. That's why I love Sesame Street. It's so sad what happened with PBS. Now you got people like Katy Perry doing these. They always had singers and stuff. Yeah, one with Katy Perry, cleavage all out, and what's that dude? Oh, I got that Billy Porter. He's remember Sister Radical had me rolling. He'll show you all her video topic titles. Her and Chris Miller, aka Black Up Y'all. They need an award when it came to the video topic titles. Before people became so dependent on this AI. He'll show you how to get to Satanist Street or something. Oh, they had me rolling. We got Billy Porter with his suit dress on. And he's giving diva faces. Oh, talk about pride. Like, dude, this is a children's show. Chill with that. And he's giving diva face. Zoolander faces. Like, Now, I'm not saying they haven't had gay people. Some of them puppeteers were gay with Sesame Street. But damn, he going all, and I gotta look like a diva. Remember that with Billy Porter? Man, Sesame Street been jump shark. And it's no longer on there's no more children television workshop. You had generations, like at least 3 generations. You think Aaliyah was most influential? Okay. You must be Generation X. I mean, millennial. Even though Aaliyah is technically a Gen Xer, a late Gen Xer, like Brandy and Usher. So really, she's of my generation, although I'm not a late Gen Xer. I was a full-grown adult when Aaliyah came out. I'm like a Gen Xer in the middle. Aaliyah and Usher now, they were like kids, and I was already an adult when they came out. But they were still teenagers, but they're like those late Gen Xers. Yeah. Really? Yeah, see, that's the thing. A lot of the people that entertain y'all generation, there are a lot of the people of my generation, maybe the younger ones. It's just like a lot of the younger baby boomers, like, let's say, Michael Jackson, Prince, they were the entertainers, Madonna, they were entertainers more so of my generation, Gen Xers, you know? And I realized, I didn't want to admit, I see how a lot of the Gen X men and the influence. And, you know, this is my generation and our influence. From Martin to show Martin, whether we talking good, bad, I realize the influence that we've had. I don't want to, you know, and see Tariq Nasheed, Gen X. I'm gonna tell you one thing I realized: the angriest people I'm realizing today are Gen X men and millennial females. Woo, some angry people. Millennial females and Gen X men. They got some gripes. They are angry. And in some cases, justly so, I can understand. Oh, good times. Safford is son. Martin's up there though. Martin definitely was representing my generation. Yeah, I was an adult. One of my first apartments when Martin came out. I was just technically my second apartment when Martin came out. But I was a very, very young adult. Almost 20 when Martin came out. So it was definitely, that was like the show of my generation, very young, you know. Had to watch Martin. Had to watch every weekend. Had to watch Martin. Now I used to have a big crush on Tommy, and I also had a crush on dude from In Living Color, Kyle. I'm married now, so I don't want to talk too much about crushes, but just yeah, that's why it's hard for me. If it was like I wouldn't want to see no Martin reunion, especially if Tommy's not, you know. He said, "Is this crybaby?" He said, I try to listen to everybody in there, but there's a certain point where it's like I try not to you know, I try to listen to everybody's side to it. But what's tripping me out, you got these people, like for instance, white men, for instance, they are the biggest whiners now, but they are trying to. This is what get me. These very same people who are trying to mock people as crying. Oh, stop playing victim. These are the same people. Just like how you have some of these people representing color or you know mixed like oh they was mocking dark skinned women as colorism crybabies, and these very same people been going on and on for the longest talking about how you know it's all okay. I guess when they claim they're being victimized it's legitimate, but everybody else is a crybaby. But I definitely noticed this with white men, like they really, that's the thing now. The main people who are taunting people as crying victim, cry more. These are the main people crying today. That's something I'm noticing. Right, the new victim. They will try to victim shame everybody else. People really are being victimized. Were able to spin it where you don't see Trayvon Martin, who is dead, a child. They made Zimmerman a damn victim. If that wasn't the ultimate, I don't know what. You see that shit don't work with the Carmelo Anthony though. You know, I've been reluctant to really give my opinion on that. But hey, let me get out of here, y'all. I'm just chilling. Thank you for helping me, y'all, today in my fasting. I'm still, you know, I've been eating so terribly. Every now and then I gotta stop and fast. And so in me talking to y'all, it's keeping my mind off of food. So thank you so much for helping me with that. Yeah, because I'm at that age where, and I have been since I had family out here. I've been eating terribly, terribly. Um, yeah. So you know, you find yourself ordering pizzas and stuff like that, and trying to, you know, so everybody in your house is fed. Um, Not saying that I can't, you know, cook a meal and all that, and I've done that too. But yeah, I've been totally falling off, eating really bad. And plus, it's a time we all need to fast. It can be a spiritual thing as well. So gotta find something to do for the rest of my day. My husband get off, and oh yeah, I gotta come back. I'm gonna have to talk on O'Shea. All right, so I'll get back with y'all later. Much peace and much love. Oh, thank you so much, sweetheart. I appreciate that. And I will get back with you guys later. Peace and love, family.